The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Things are heating up at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Super grandmasters at the peak of their game are dazzling their fans with incredible play. Former challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi wasn't in a festive mood, refusing to gift birthday boy Anish Giri with his first win, instead forcing a fighting draw. Despite attacking chances and interesting positions in nearly every matchup, equally impressive understanding and defense caused advantages to fizzle into draws. There's still a two-way tie at the top with the rest of the pack in hot pursuit. Day 4 of stupendous chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 of the Superbet Chess Classic, held in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. It's a gorgeous day outside. We are in front of the National Art Museum as we are waiting for the players to arrive at the playing hall and start the action. It's going to be an exciting day. Let's go to the studio and start day 4.
The play has been a little cautious, but things are about to heat up. We bring you all the action from Bucharest, starting right now. Hello and welcome, and it's round 4 at the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's going to be so much fun commentating alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
Wonderful to be with you both. This is going to be great. Round 4. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. Well, the tournament did start with a bang. Absolutely. 2 victories from round 1, 1 victory in round 2, but then there was none, as the play has definitely turned cautious, but not through lack of effort. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us the standings.
Well, yesterday was certainly hard fought, but it did end with all draws. So that means nothing has changed, with Fabiano, Caruana and Gukesh retaining their lead at the top with 2 points out of 3. But there is a 6-way tie for 3rd place, with all those players on 1.5 points. So really, it's the narrowest of margins. We're looking for someone to pull away from the pack.
Indeed, and the format for the Superbet.
It is a 10-player round robin, which means the players play each other once at a time control of 120 minutes or 2 hours, plus 30-second time bonus per move. No draw offers allowed, because quite frankly, this tournament is good with such a spectacular prize fund of $350,000.
For sure. And our schedule.
Yes, well, the play, as we mentioned, gets frantic, it gets intense, but it is just 1 game per day. But after this weekend, mark your calendars, because on Monday, July the 1st, it is the players' rest day. And on Friday, July the 5th, this is another one to watch, because everything is going to be decided, even by playoffs if necessary. A champion is going to be crowned.
Indeed, looking forward to it. And Miro, their leaders, have their challenges this weekend. Tell us about it.
Yeah, let's look for their plans for the weekend. They'll be hunting for points. They'll be fishing for victories.
There you go.
So we'll start with Gukesh. Today, it's a tough task for Gukesh, playing with the black pieces against Alireza Firouzja, who might be, not always stable, but very, very dangerous opponent in every single game. And for tomorrow, Gukesh has white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, so the battle of the years, if you will. And our other leader, Fabiano Caruana, well, today has a golden opportunity to extend his lead, or possibly take a sole lead in the tournament, having the white pieces against local player Bogdan Deac. For tomorrow, Fabi will have to defend against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Well, MVL is always dangerous, especially with the white pieces.
Yeah, that chance against the wild card. Looking forward to today's game for sure in this one. And it's my pleasure to introduce our broadcast team in Bucharest. Anastasiya and Cristian, what's your view from Bucharest?
Thanks, Yasser, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 here at the Superbet Chess Classic in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. Exciting games yesterday. Unfortunately, no decisive results. But today is a new day. Anastasiya, your morning was quite full as well. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, as usually, I decided to check with the playing venue in the morning. And yes, we have so many side events happening these days. And before each round, Romanian Chess Federation and Superbet organizing something for chess fans. And today was not an exception. Kirill Shevchenko, now local grandmaster, originally from Ukraine, organized a lecture for local chess fans, and he showed some games from his repertoire. He played against some top players, including Magnus Carlsen. He showed very nice.
I see a London there, by the way. We've had a lot of Londons in this tournament already.
Absolutely, yes. And I decided to come for 5 minutes. I stayed for 1 hour watching all these games. It was so interesting. I really enjoyed it as well as all the others. Kirill is such a great player. He's full of enthusiasm. He was playing in one of the GCT events just a couple of weeks ago. He played in Poland. Remember scoring?
I was there.
Yes, 3 out of 3
and I was
at the
shocked.
very beginning.
3 out of 3.
Yes.
He was leading.
Yeah, so he's a really, really decent player, and it's really cool to see him sometimes also telling local fans about his games, not only playing in the tournaments, but also sharing his knowledge with players.
It's absolutely great to see him around Bucharest. Now, let's take a look at the marquee matchup as we are entering day 4. And of course, I have to say, this is the one between the big clash between Fabiano Caruana and Bogdan Deac. Of course, Fabi is coming into this one as the co-leader after 3 rounds. But as you can see, he has never defeated in 4 encounters Bogdan Deac. Bogdan, I have to say, he's very solid, despite the fact that he already lost 1 game. The last couple of games, he drew them, and he drew them with precision. So I have to say, this one is going to be a very interesting one. Another big matchup that I'm having my eyes on is the clash between Praggnanandhaa and the former birthday boy. Yesterday was his birthday, Anastasiya.
Yes, exactly, and everybody decided to play a draw because Anish had birthday. All 5 draws we had in round 3. I hope they will not continue with this trend. I hope we will have some decisive games today. It's over, no birthday for Anish anymore, guys. Time to play some decisive rounds. So he's playing against Praggnanandhaa. Now we see both of them on the screen. And yeah, I'm surprised with the score actually. Prague lost 2 games.
Absolutely, 2 games. No, Anish is difficult to beat, absolutely, for Praggnanandhaa. It's almost a clash of generations as well, just like Fabiano versus Bogdan Deac. Also, a lot of exciting matchups, guys. We will go back to the studio right now. You guys start the analysis, and we'll see you throughout the day.
Clash of generations, 30 and 18. Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us about the pairings for this round 4.
As Cristian mentioned, there are going to be so many exciting pairings. So it starts with Fabiano Caruana against Bogdan Daniel. As mentioned, that is going to be our marquee matchup. Nepomniachtchi will have white pieces against Wesley So. Praggnanandhaa will also face Anish, Giri. And Alireza Firouzja will play Gukesh. Can't wait for that one. They both have dynamic styles. And the young Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Oh,
yes.
And I can sense that the play is on the verge of beginning.
Indeed, as we go to the stage there, and we see celebrities in the house.
There's some
Check it out.
big names there.
Uniting minds.
We have the 13th former world champion, Garry Kasparov.
Right, and I've seen his poster and those photos of the social media. He seems to be all over Bucharest.
Yes, and his face is there on the hotel. There's a beautiful poster. It just goes to show, chess at the forefront.
Booming.
And there you see the players seated, ready to begin their games. I personally cannot wait to see what Alireza and Gukesh bring to the table.
I understand. We're going to have a lot of celebrities in the house, as we have no less than 4 persons who are going to make the opening first move. I think they'll go back and play their own game with one another. There's going to be that many. We get some public announcements. How's your
Afraid
Mine
to
doesn't
say,
exist.
I'm sorry to say it doesn't exist either.
So, welcome to the 4th round of Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2024. We are during the weekend. We are glad to see a lot of people in the audience. I'm sure more will come. We also have a lot of very special guests today, and it is my dear pleasure to announce again that we have the great Garry Kasparov with us today. Welcome, Mr. Kasparov. Welcome back to Romania.
Gary getting ready
Welcome back to
to make
Bucharest.
the
Choose your
first
table, you're the
move.
first one, so
He's
choose the
gonna
table
pick
for the...
which board to play on, though. Which
Okay,
one will he choose?
I think he's going to go for...
Mentally flip-flopping.
The table.
Alireza versus Gukesh? Yes.
Yes.
Alireza, Firouzja,
Okay.
Gukesh,
What do you like?
Tovaraju.
What do you
D4
think?
or E4?
Ah, okay. Has it Alireza indicated? Is it the queen's pawn or the...
Yeah, I thought it was D4.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, wanna
Thank you
take it
very
back?
much. Mr. Garry Kasparov, a great supporter of Romanian chess.
Miro, you can see Gary's getting older. He used to play E4 his whole career. Slowing down.
I had a weird thought, like imagine Firouzja telling him to make a move and Gary says no. No, I refuse.
The second special
Not good.
guest is Mr. Karoi Borbei, the CEO of Hidroelectrica, a great supporter of Romanian chess, and especially of the program Education Through Chess. Welcome to this event. Nice to see big companies in Romania involved in supporting chess at all levels.
Education in chess.
Mr. Karoi Borbei.
I heard he's the CEO of Hidroelectrica, one of the biggest corporations in Romania, actively supporting
Maxime,
chess.
Vachier-Lagrave.
And he's going to make the first move for the young Nodirbek. Also going for D4.
Very popular amongst our celebrities. 1 D4.
Thank you very much. Karoi Borbei, CEO of Hidroelectrica, a big Romanian energy company who supports chess in Romania and especially the program Education Through Chess, which we try to bring in all schools in Romania.
Okay, so
Am I
we're
first
trying to
to
bring...
Denoi? He was before with us and is here again. Tomorrow is
Yeah.
his birthday, as I
More
just
celebrity
learned. So,
opening
welcome and happy birthday in advance, Cătălin Moroșanu, our ex-fighter and now an organizer of
Oh, I heard this.
great
We got a
events,
birthday
great
boy.
fighting events in Romania.
Yeah, there's
I'm sure he will make
ex-
the move at the table.
He's a
of
Romanian
Caruana
kickboxer.
against
Whoa.
Yes.
But a good name for a chess player, Catalan. Catalan, I think is
And
spelling.
he's also consulting with Fabiano
Cătălin
to make the
Moroșanu.
first move.
I think he went knight F3.
Yeah, he
Left knight f3, which wasn't bad.
Yeah.
but it got taken away and
Yeah.
now it's been changed to
E3.
E3.
He's done.
2 out of 3. And
Also
he went
very-
E4.
Very fine guy. Thank you, Cătălin Moroșanu. Also take the opportunity to meet
Kickboxers
him
are dangerous.
here. If
Shouldn't
you're
allow
in
him
the
near
audience.
the chess
And
board.
last but not least, we are during a great football event, the European Football Championship. So we have an ex-member of the Romanian national team, which is Adrian Ienci. Next
Wow, member of the Romanian national football team, the soccer team.
currently
That's what that sounded
an
like.
assistant coach. Last he was assistant coach of
Mihai
Rapid.
Lenci.
Come here at the first table, Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So.
You can see he's still fit after all
Yep.
these years. What do you want? What do you want? Come on, Nepo. Tell
He's
him.
new at our chess events,
If-
but I'm sure he likes what he sees here and will be back.
That's fantastic.
Thank you, Adrian Ienci. Mulțumim.
Well, our thanks
Mulțumim
to
tuturor
all of the
invitaților.
celebrities for
Thank you to
their
all the
opening
guests.
first
Thank the
moves,
players
with the
for,
exception of
taking these
E3.
4 minutes for this
I think
introductory,
they made good
event.
choices.
And now I give the microphone.
I disagree. I think E3 is perfectly viable these days.
Viable, yeah. There we have
I
it.
think the only ones that are really bad are G4
G4 is
and
bad.
F3. F3 I think is still okay.
Really?
They have a
I always
great
thought
show.
it was bad too.
And in
Okay.
order to
G4,
have a great
yes.
show, I
F3.
wish all the players to make the most inspired moves. Good luck. Please start the clocks.
And we have showtime as the players begin. And there we see Alireza keeping the celebrity move with d4.
On the board. Fabi has played d4 as well, knight f6 by Bogdan Deac. And we see a queen's gambit accepted as played by Gukesh in that crucial game, crucial last round game against Hikaru. He needed to draw as black. He got the draw, and Fabi couldn't win.
Yeah, and the candidates, it was such an important game.
It was
full of emotion,
oh
very, very, very dramatic. And there we do see the pawn trade in the center.
I'm going to switch my board to this one between Alireza and Gukesh, as both players are playing very, very quickly. And I remember playing a match against Henrik Mecking in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where I played this defense against Henrik and managed to get my preparation on the board. It was fantastic. Bishop b4 check. So standard moves are bishop d2, knight d2, and as you might expect, big variance with them. This pawn sacrifice, it's supposed to be temporary. Idea is that black is not really in time to play a move like c5. So for example, let me just put this down on the board. Bishop takes d2, knight takes d2. You want to be a little bit careful. Moves like c5 invite knight e5, and those are variations you don't want to go anywhere near. I would play knight c6, castles, and then they would round up my pawn on d4, but I get in a lot of trades. I always thought this was a decent way for black to equalize the game.
Maybe because there are so many trades,
yes.
The most popular move is actually just to intercept the check with the knight.
Exactly, just to avoid seeing a lot of minor pieces. And he did choose, you're right, he did choose knight d2. Right now we have a hidden tactical threat of bishop takes f7 check, queen b3 with a double attack against the king and the bishop. So knight comes out to c6.
And then we see
protecting the bishop.
Castles. This is the main response.
All standards.
And now when the knight comes to f6, this is where white turns to lunge in the center with e5.
Lunge. Go for it.
Go for it. And once you step over the center of the board, you're in aggressive. Exactly, you're in aggressive territory. So this means that you then have to go forth and continue the initiative.
And we do see knight f6. Miro, pick up on the action in this marquee matchup. Knight f6. And what is theory telling us about this position?
Oh, well, let's check. So
Lunge.
e5, by far the most popular move. There is a2, a3, one fancy idea to go knight g5.
Really?
Probably not very good, I suspect.
Right.
Yeah, because black can just castle. But as far as I understand, the whole point is that after knight e5, you have the trick again.
Right.
So knight f7, bishop f7, and since the bishop is not protected, there is queen b3. So it's a little bit naive, and I don't think it will be played in our game. No. But nonetheless, it's a funny idea.
Okay, knight g5 has been tried.
That's how I won loads of games when I was a kid.
Yes?
Like, because I used to play the Goring Gambit, which works with e4, e5, and then you sack all your pawns on the queen side, but you have pressure against f7. I kid you not, I would win 9 games out of 10 with the sacrifice on f7 and picking up this loose bishop.
Right.
And it was just so routine. I loved it.
Like the winning. Get it. Knight f6 in this one. I'm going to go to the game of Fabi, because in Fabi's game against Daniel, it was Nimzo Indian, and I saw out of the corner of my eye, after the move e2, e3 castles, we have a Rubinstein Nimzo. And it's become such routine these days to go bishop d3, knight e2, and not allowing the doubling of the pawns on the queen side, that this move a2, a3 That I find really surprising as Fabi continues what we've seen in Fabi's games throughout the first 3 rounds of play is his desire to get into new uncharted territory. And A3 is not the most common.
And neither is the continuation now, rook to B1, because you would expect the knight will come out to E2. You want to put it on E2 because the knight wants to reroute to other moves, and also you want to have at your disposal F3 and E4 ideas.
Absolutely, getting that going. Rook B1, definitely off the beaten track.
Yeah, definitely. So what is the plan with rook to B1? A mysterious rook move.
Yes, as they say. Tell us all about it.
Well, the plan, I believe, is to be revealed. It's been seen, like 23 games with rook b1, so it's not not really a novelty. And just to highlight how, let's say, how much the theory of Nimzo developed and how many games were played, when Yasser mentioned this one being kind of a sideline of a sideline, which is absolutely true, but then the position before rook b1 was played almost 800 times.
Right.
You know, you can imagine how many games were played in the main lines of the main lines.
Right.
Right. So the moves, yes, knight e2, of course, is the most popular. The knight f3 was played, but I think it's a transposition and not a very favorable one, to be honest. People played, but yet again, in the database, you have games of various level players, and knight f3 perhaps is not an independent move. There is a move e4, which is a gambit, but I presume bishop g5 and trying to create some threats there. What else? And we have, rook b1, g4 even. Can you imagine g4 was played 2 times? And now that I look at it,
arrest that man.
Doesn't seem to be too bad. G4, G5, attack.
Send out warrants. No way, G4. But rook b1 itself. Give us some understanding why. Why is rook b1?
Am I the
I'll go d6. I'll go d6.
I thought you'd go b6 and make the rook look stupid.
D6, e5. I'll play it as
I guess d6, e5, rook b1 is not such a bad move at the very least, right? It's kind of semi-useful.
Why?
The thing is, if I only operate by database, then after d6, I have no choice but to play knight e2. So it's, as Jovi mentioned, it's one of those like mysterious moves, and it's quite possibly avoids some lines. But in order to be able to tell you why rook b1 and not knight e2, I perhaps have to study knight e2, find what problems there are for white, and then what we are trying to avoid with rook b1.
Yeah. Right. As we came on the show, we mentioned that this matchup is an opportunity for maybe Fabi to grab a point because he's playing the wild card. But they don't match up that badly against one another,
so Bogdan is actually the only participant under 2,700. But take a look at their lifetime. There's been 0 wins for both of them, 4 draws. And they've also been in classical chess as well, as is indicated. And this is very interesting because the last time they played, again, very hard fought, was in the FIDE Grand Swiss last year.
Wow. And so they know each other quite well. You kind of stunned me there when you said he's the only player under 2,700.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to get to 2,700.
I know. This is not to take away from Bogdan. I mean, he's an incredibly strong grandmaster. And I have a feeling, he has that kind of style where I think that it's possible for him to do very well in this event. He's a bit of an unknown. People will want to beat him, and he'll be able to use this to his advantage.
But rook b1, once again, so I'm going to play d6. You mentioned knight e2. So the problem, as I see it for black, is that he needs, ideally, this bishop on c1 is going to come out to g5 if you're in white shoes, which means you want to play e4. Now, if I'm black, and if I could play e5, e4, and cross you up, then I'm cooking. Then I think I've got an advantage. So after knight e2, e5,
so you want to go d6?
It's a certainty.
Knight e2 and e5.
Database.
And then e4.
Right. This was
e4, and yeah, you probably can take the pawn in some way. Yeah, and then white just castles. So that's one of the options.
Right.
Right, and then I'll support e4 pawn with f3, and my hope is to get the pawn on d4 back.
Right.
And yeah, well, capitalize on a pair of bishops. And I think, Yasser, that I figured out why rook b1 and not knight e2. Well, possibly.
Right.
I'm not sure yet.
So if we take the...
apparently the most popular move is b7, b6,
Okay.
and then it turns out you can play e4, which you probably could have done with knight e2 nonetheless.
Right, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure.
so the only thing that I had to check that this is, of course, very good for white, so the pawn cannot be taken. So I'm trying to make a difference now, yeah. And if, say, bishop to a6,
Right.
and again, it's e5 in this case, knight e8, and then you develop the knight to f3. Okay, then now it makes sense.
It's a little bit more
Now it starts
aggressive
making
on-
sense. So it's semi-waiting move, but then it allows me to develop the knight to f3 in case black goes for b6. So I wouldn't have the knight on e2, but on g1 more flexible.
Understood. I
So
understand
it
that
is
part.
tricky.
Yeah, I understand that part. Great, your knight is on f3 instead of e2.
Yeah.
But you used a whole tempo to put your rook on b1, and how useful
Right, but
be?
I probably needed to do this because if not for b6, I can't, like if instead of rook b1, I say I go e4 immediately, then you can take, and my e5 doesn't quite work because of a check.
Gotcha.
And then, so with rook b1, I'm waiting for you to play b6 to cover this diagonal, so you do not have a check, and only then I can play e4.
Right.
I don't know if it's a sound explanation, but that's the one I have anyway.
It makes a lot of sense
the one
because
you're
after
sticking
rook
with.
b1, the first instinct, my first instinct at least, was to go b6
Right.
and make the rook look ridiculous.
Interesting. This position, sorry, right here, what you have. Why did you touch?
e4.
Yes.
Yes.
Take on d4, e5, queen a5 check, king f1, queen takes e5. Now I'm losing my pawns. Bishop b2.
Bishop b2, right you are. You're actually winning. Now that I'm checking with the computer, so my explanation doesn't work.
That's what I was asking you.
That's why we have Cristian in Bucharest. He'll have to ask Fabi.
So speaking of which, let's go there, right to
Nice
Bucharest.
escape. Cristian.
I cannot give you guys too many details, but all I can tell you is that we did look at this complex of the Nimzo with a3, rook to b1, and things of that nature for maybe a bit more than a week, maybe 2 weeks. I'm going to let you guys speculate on that, but we did look at this type of positions quite heavily. So I'm expecting Fabiano to be in his preparation for a while from now on. We'll see if Bogdan Daniel Deac will be able to stop the attack that's coming, because there will be an attack coming.
We are looking forward to the attack that's coming.
Those are very fighting words there from
Aren't they?
Cristian, right? He expects Fabi to be in his proper preparation for a long time, and there will be an incoming attack. Oh,
So rook b1, and Jovi, you said you like b6 because you want to cut down the rook's activity. Makes
Right.
perfect sense.
E4.
And this is where we're getting e4. And for those of us who had studied these Nimzo Indian classics, oftentimes this knight rerouted. It's funny, this move bishop g5 can be very, very awkward. Oftentimes you voluntarily step back with knight e8, knight d6. But I just wanted to follow
don't you
what
cover e5? Because e5 would really terrify me.
like this position.
Yeah,
yes,
this type of
e5,
thing.
knight e8. This is what
Mira was talking about. So.
It's like, hearty congratulations, you've put your knight on f3 instead of e2, but the a pawn is still vulnerable. I mean, you...
But
Just to mention that bishop h7 is a threat.
Yeah, in this
Yes.
moment,
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah. So it's very common. I've seen black play f5.
f5 or f6, but say this position, if it
Yes.
happens, it's,
Right.
well, computer has it as better for white
After
already.
f5.
After knight f3.
Just after knight
Yeah,
f3.
there is already kind of no move, no satisfactory move. So, well, apparently what you have to do after, say, b6, e4 is, well, d5 currently is what computer likes, but also if you think of it,
No.
Cristian, with his spicy insights, promised us an attack.
And we're going to get
this
it.
does look like white having a very strong attacking potential.
Correct.
I agree, and especially when you think that Fabi's prepared this. So I'm just thinking, what about d6? So after b6.
b6, e4,
And then
d6.
d6, stop this e5 advance.
And then, then knight f3, you'll play e5, and the knight on f3 is misplaced. So I guess we should be back to knight e2 business.
But after here, we were looking at what happens if you clarify in the center after e5.
E5, There won't be much of a clarification. White's going to castle, so I'll let you take if you like.
No taking. Because in the Nimzo, you always feel like if you capture towards the center, then it just opens things up for the bishop pair.
It's not that clear. For example, you could play takes twice on d4. Take, knight takes.
Knight takes.
Knight takes.
You want to exchange the knights,
takes, pawn
takes, bishop b2.
Bishop b2, rook e8.
f3, I guess?
Yes, and I've studied these positions after knight d7.
Okay.
Knight to d7, bishop takes d4, knight c5. And then the idea is, where do you move your bishop? If you move it away from the c4 pawn, right, now I play f5.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you moved it to bishop to c2, then I was playing bishop to e6 and going after the c4. The knight on c5 is supposed to be good.
Surprisingly, so I would, of course, doubt Yasser's insights simply because I have the access to an engine. f5 is not as bad as I would think, but still computer prefer white here after rook b2, rook d2, some stuff like that. But it is playable, I'm not sure about the f5 part, because one of the things you could do, you could actually kind of play it slow and say go bishop d7 and perhaps even play f6. So one understanding that I have about this type of structures, it's very important for white to have another set of knights on the board. So say white has a knight on c3, black has a knight on f6, and you always have this knight d5 idea.
Right.
Yes.
And now you have a fantastic outpost, but kind of no piece to put it on. And therefore, like, black should be relatively fine.
Okay. Well, a very, very interesting insights there from the pair of you. But let's take a pause on this game, and let's continue with our explorations of the other game. And maybe we can go to Nodirbek's game against Maxime, because this one is an open Sicilian in a field of d4s.
And MVL is back to his Najdorf, which has been his mainstay for decades. A7, A6, let's go. Queen D3, wow. Okay, this position has just seen like literally every move you can imagine. H2, H3, bishop G5, F4, bishop E2, bishop C4, queen F3, and knight B3, and even I think Magnus has even tried A2, A3. Queen D3 is probably one of the least, the ones that I studied the least when I looked at the Najdorf. Queen D3. How many times has that been played?
Yeah, I'm checking. There are rarer moves, believe it or not. Because you can play B3, you can play like various stuff, but yes, it's one of the rare moves.
Queen D3.
Queen D3. Again, it's 222 games compared to what you would guess the most popular move in the Najdorf.
I was going to go with bishop G5, but that's the whole thing.
And you are. So it's between bishop G5 and bishop E3. And bishop G5 wins by a really tiny margin.
Wow.
It's 23,800 games versus 23,500 games with bishop E3. Imagine like how
narrow,
crazy it is. Yeah.
I was looking at who's played Queen D3 before.
Yes.
Nodirbek has played this one.
So that's in his...
It's in his repertoire.
Yeah, wheelhouse. Knight to D7, and that move looks very attractive because immediately you start to think to yourself, why did you put your queen on D3? Isn't it a tactical target? bishop to e2, b7, b5, very, very common. You play a6 in order to fianchetto the bishop, put pressure on the e4 pawn. We can see that MVL is looking to play bishop e7, knight e4, trying to provoke f2, f3, by the way. Castles, bishop b7, whoa, b4. Now that's a radical way to stop knight to c5. I'm assuming this is all standard part of Nodirbek's prep, Miro?
Well, b4 been seen a couple of times, but before white's castle.
Okay.
So castle technically is a new move. I presume it's the same setup with castle before and a4, the move he played just now. It's all part of white's plan.
Right.
But yeah, castle never been seen before.
Castles, bishop b7, b4, e7, e6, a2, a4.
Let me check. We might be
Now we're
transposed
back
back to 5 games. Yeah, 5 games in this position. So it was a little bit of a transposition beforehand, and then after a4, ba4 is what black has to do. Rook takes a4, and if you think of it, the structure, I'd argue, is favorable for white.
Sure.
So the a6 pawn is somewhat weak.
Yeah.
So black has to react actively, and let's see. Well, no, black doesn't react actively. Bishop e7, rook c8, these type of things.
Yeah. And both of these players, incidentally, according to the standings, have some work to do. We see Nodirbek, Abdusattorov there with 1 point out of 3 after his loss. And there we also see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 3 games, 3 draws.
But yesterday's game, MVL, my goodness, what a fabulous opportunity he had for victory. By the way, Nodirbek is just playing bang, 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 like he's got this all part of his preparation. After e7, e6, again, very standard way of playing the Najdorf. E7, E5, G7, G6, I can very well imagine are alternatives to E6, Rook C8, Knight E5. This, at every turn, at every moment, it seems like there's a possibility for one side to change. E7, E6.
And A4 indeed.
Guarding the F5 square. A4 takes, now everybody was expecting rook takes A4. The surprise move was queen G3.
And this is the wrinkle, right? Because everybody has been playing rook takes A4 is what we expected. Right. And again, I was checking those 5 games.
I would imagine bishop E7.
2 victories for black, 3 draws. So
That's
the stats,
I'll go with black on this
that
one.
great for white. So queen to G3 is the big idea.
So bishop to E7 castles, and black will tuck his king away. And to avoid that, queen G3. But pause, because I can't believe my eyes. My spidey sense is tingling. Do I see a pawn on pre? Miro?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, can I get
you
my
do.
hand
Just
caught in a cookie jar?
Get
Just
your hands
take
dirty,
it.
Yasser.
Yes, exactly. I just want to ask.
Yasser just woke up and chose violence. Rook A4, so you are a pawn up. However, the evaluation is not favorable. White is better all of a sudden, because apparently it'd be hard for you to defend A6. And if you were to try to defend A6, then I was thinking you're running into this, but even like rook E1,
and bishop H5,
playing slower, because now G7, I presume, is hanging for real.
Right.
So it'd be hard for you.
Is it hanging?
After bishop E7.
I guess that I'm really worried about knight takes E6 followed by queen G7.
We can try. Yeah, knight E6 wins,
and queen
and
G7.
then we take on G7, and bishop H5 is there.
I'm a bit worried.
A bit worried. Yeah,
a bit worried.
The art of understatement.
Yeah.
So after queen G7, apparently what black has to play, one of the ways to play could be to try to go bishop E7, because now the pawn not as tasty. Rook to G8, queen goes, and rook to C8. is strong because the knight's hanging, and if you were to defend the knight with the queen, typical rook takes c3, queen takes c3, knight takes e4 looks very promising.
Wow.
So the exchange sacrifice, and then the bishop and the rook attacking g2. Well, that's what computer had.
Harmonic convergence. How do these players match up? How have they matched up in the past, I want to say?
And here you can see it. Wow, it's the very first time these two are playing in classical.
That's crazy.
It is absolutely crazy because somehow you suspect that Nodirbek, still 19, but has been around the top level for the last couple of years.
I'll tell you how he's been around. When he was 17 years old, he won the World Championship in Rapid. How in the world have these two failed to clash? Lots and lots of questions about Queen G3, but before we continue to look at that, how often has this position been seen? And has it been seen in his game?
No, it's new.
No.
New ideas.
Now, as Jovi pointed out, A4, BA4, and
A4.
everyone who reached this position, which was 5 people, I think, everyone captured the pawn back.
Exactly.
So Queen G3 is new.
Right.
And again, after Bishop E7, one of the moves, if Bishop E7 is played, one of the moves is just to take back, and I believe we'll see the transposition, and the independent move could be F2, F3, which I'm not sure why exactly would you want to play Queen G3, F3, and not to keep the queen on D3, let's say, but yeah, computer, for whatever reason, he likes it. So after say cast, okay, I get the idea. It wants to take with the knight on A4, and this is the whole difference. So the pawn is protected by the pawn to take with the knight, and say after knight E5, some not very Sicilian setup to go. Yeah, you'd expect to go C4, right? This would be something standard. No, it says C3, and not very standard play, I'd say. And honestly, I don't believe it much.
Yeah.
I think black should be okay.
And the one thing I just wanted to point out is that it looks very tempting for white to go bishop h6, threaten checkmate after all, but that is going to be met by knight to h5.
Yeah, well, you could do it, say, here, after rook takes castles, there is no knight h5 yet, right? But knight e8 is still, like maybe not the most active, but very solid. Later on, the bishop can go to f6, attacking both knights.
But be alert. After knight e8, there's also bishop h4.
Little bishop h4 move.
Win a piece. Drive the queen off of the
because it's
g
such
file.
a tempting, and we all know this pattern of going bishop h6 and picking up material or threatening checkmate. So queen g3.
I'm a classical player, and after queen g3, I really want to investigate capturing the pawn once more, Jovi. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, rook takes a4, and is better, according to our Silicon friend. But in my world, you win my a6 pawn. I'm going to lose the a6 pawn. But in my world, I've traded an e4 pawn for an a6 pawn. Woohoo! I'm really happy because the flank pawn isn't supposed to be as good as the central pawn.
I've seen too many top-level games fall foul of this.
Yeah, so after bishop e7, what would you reckon? Would you take my pawn on a6? That's my first
I would be
question.
looking in the other direction. So I would be looking to see whether I could do something very radical.
Like taking the pawn on g7,
Yeah, I would like to prefer to take that one. And
okay, bishop f6.
And then the queen can
Be
drop
careful,
back.
be careful.
I had it covered. Queen to g4 is one way to save the piece.
One way to save the piece?
Yeah, doesn't it not?
No, I'm saying, how about only way to save the piece? I mean, you 1, 2, 3. I've got so many choices of how I want to save the piece. Queen g4. Okay, so I will play d5 because I'm not interested in trading my bishop for your knight, but I do want to play ideas like knight to e5.
Yeah.
And again, I've kind of, that's toast. The a6 pawn, forget about it. I accept that I'm, this is a kind of position that you really need to prepare very, very well. Taking the pawn on e4
Not good. Not good. And the one that you were discussing, in computer sort of understanding, it tries to say, you know what, there is this concept of castling, and black is about to learn what's the problem with the lack of thereof, because, say, bishop, what was it? Bishop E7, capturing immediately, So bishop E4,
you're supposed to take
rook A4, bishop E7 is the good move, otherwise it's even worse. Queen takes, bishop here, queen G4, and then computer advocates for going back to B7, but in both cases, D5 or bishop B7, to my surprise, there is like nothing immediate, but white just plays a move like bishop E3 or rook to D1, but the verdict is the same, like white is better.
Just because my king has
perhaps because of the king, because all the rest, if you think of, black has the center, black has semi-open files and everything, but perhaps, you can't really sort of sort out, if we imagine the king's on H8, right, and then you go rook G8, you're winning. Winning.
So, sorry, just to, I mean, you destroyed me by telling me the engine is just killing me, but knight E5?
Knight E5, so let's get to the first moment where Yasser blunders tactics, and then perhaps he'll be convinced.
Knight E5, queen to G3.
Queen to G3.
And you're right, if I could play castles, put my king on H8 and my rook on G8, I'm a happy camper.
But seriously, it's like as much as I see the engine evaluation want to tell you, okay, this doesn't work, like to a human eye, I would not be convinced black's position is so much worse. Right. But it's +2. You know, when I see +2. Yeah, it's +2 for white.
I don't know. I didn't like this position at all for black. That's the Caro player in me, though. Safety first.
Safety first, yeah. No, I mean, I've seen so many of these Sicilian attacks, but when black is just at one tempo faster. So even like a move king d7, I would consider to connect the rooks, you know, and to go rook g8, but apparently nothing works.
So once again, bishop f6, queen g4, d5, bishop e3, knight e5, +2 for white after queen g3. Isn't that just amazing? I guess it's just some timing issues. I could put my bishop back on g6, and as Miro says, learn how to castle. I could put my knight back on g6, but then
I suspect
might have
f4 f5. Like bishop g6, f4 f5 looks quite brutal.
Okay, again, some Sicilian stuff is going on here. Bishop back, bishop to g6? You know, again, I mean, I am so used to these Sicilians where I have the strong center. I do miss my g-pawn, don't get me wrong, but I never get a bishop on g6. I remember an absolutely beautiful game between Boris Gelfand and Shahryar was white. Boris got bishops on f6 and g6. He was a rook down. Won the game easily with black. His king was so safe. It was great. Wow, great stuff. And I won't, flog the horse here. But queen g3, to my mind, is really giving MVL. I don't want to say opportunity, but it's definitely a challenge for our French, many-time French champion.
Actually, Maxime will be going through that dilemma of whether to capture the pawn or not.
How deep
he
is
will
the
have
prep?
to evaluate, you know, the preparation, where can he take the game off the beaten track, so to speak.
Last, destroy me in this one, Miro. We've just seen the move queen g3 by white. Bishop takes e4. Let me try.
Bishop takes e4.
Let me try this.
Seriously?
One. So I want a pawn in the center.
You really want this pawn, yes?
Very
you really,
so.
really want this pawn, yes. So rook takes a4.
Rook
and what's
takes
your next
a4.
move?
Bishop back to
b7, and I think that's something we've discussed, right? Rook.
No, I think this is.
You're a clever man, yes. That's a much better version. So the only way, apparently, in this position to fight for the advantage is a move b5, which is far from being,
obvious.
Far from being kind of standard, right?
b5. Wow.
But wait
I was
second.
hoping to win this one.
Wait 1 second. Okay, so b5, very nice move. If you were
Right.
freestyling, I would say difficult move to spot.
Very
But
well.
we know that Nodirbek
It's-
has prepared this.
It has prepared it, yeah.
So I think in terms of being practical, it's not a good idea
Bishop
for
takes
Maxime
and
to
knight
grab that pawn.
d to b5. So, well, you know, queen on g3, knight on b5, it actually starts to make sense.
Some
to me.
harmony.
Because, yeah, the thing is, you can't really play bishop b7 because perhaps g7 something. Yeah.
You can go bishop
I
b7.
just take this guy.
Yes.
Yeah, just take this guy.
Exactly. You never take on g7, apparently.
Because of
b5.
Vachier, yeah.
You know, this is, talk about a unique position. Imagine after b5, rook a8, ba, bishop a8, right?
It's the
So
same thing, knight b5, I would assume.
Yeah, knight b5. Whoa. Knight e5. This is
No, it doesn't look
bizarre.
good. Yes, it doesn't look good for black.
This is wow. What a
Look, I can attack you from...
what a fertile position with very, very unique. I'm not used to seeing this. As black, you're giving me everything I've ever wanted in a Sicilian: the complete domination of the center, the open c-file.
Complete domination. I would argue that rook d4, let's say, I'm not looking at the machine, it's just like rook d4 and then something which you rarely have in the Sicilian, bishop a3 to attack d6 also.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's okay. I will defer to the higher minds here.
It's a very unique and interesting position. So maybe
Absolutely.
let's take a look at some of the other games in
Sure.
progress. Let's move on to the game between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri.
Okay.
I mean, we had a very wild position, and now I'm
It's
taking
as
you
calm as can be.
somewhere
Queen's
else,
Gambit
yes.
accepted. Bishop e2, bishop takes c5, castles, rook d1. Oh boy, this is really tame.
Yeah. But deliberately chosen by Praggnanandhaa.
True that. Not exactly sure what he is seeing in the position. Mostly the problem in the Queen's Gambit accepted that you try to solve, of course, is your light squared bishop. So from black's point of view, he would like to play the move b6, followed by bishop b7 and rook c8 ASAP. I suspect because of how the queen and the rook is set up, Prague wants to meet b6 with knight e4 and try to claim something, but it's going to be hard for white to get an advantage in this line. It's tough.
Yeah, but it is something though. It's a little nibble, as we say in the UK.
Would you?
Like
Would you?
knight e4, yeah. You go b6, knight e4.
Knight e4. So let's say
Queen-
knight takes e4.
Queen takes
e4.
knight.
So because
your
my
rook.
well, this is the thing. Can I trap your queen? So imagine if I were to leave my rook hanging.
Okay.
Would you be so inclined as to give up your queen for 2 rooks?
I think I have to, because otherwise, if you put the queen on the corner on a7,
I still
then
trap
you
it.
still trap it with, well, you can go
So-
b5, right?
Oh, even b5. So in any case, we can agree that the queen is going to have to sacrifice.
You can't go b5. So yeah. Well, let's check
'cause
out
of
the
rook takes
lifetime
d7, yeah.
between these two players. And they've certainly played each other a lot on online chess, but when it comes to classical, well, here you can see that
Anish.
it is in favor of Anish, who has 2 victories. There have been 5 draws between the pair.
Nice. Intriguing moment in this game, I want to say. If Prague doesn't get something very, very quickly, Miro, he's not going to get anything. So we're trying to refute b6. Not that we can refute b6, but can Prague get anything against b6?
Well, knight e4.
We've been
right
looking
you
at
are.
it.
Knight takes, queen takes.
And we kind of look at queen c7.
Well, you were wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, so queen c7, capturing on a8 is a complex position and no one knows what's going on. But b4 apparently just wins for white.
B4.
Point being, we attack the bishop, plain and simple. If the bishop leaves, now this is the time to take the rook, and after bishop b7 to go to a7, and this does not really work because of rook d7, queen b6,
and you rescue your
and the queen runs away.
So that was what, B4.
Yeah.
We did not, in the variation Jovi and I were looking at, we didn't
So
include
that's not
B4.
hopeless yet. You have to play rook to a7.
Right.
But it does look somewhat more pleasant for white. Yes,
White
so
has the
b4,
active
bishop's
piece.
going to go to b2, so it's a symmetrical structure where white has more active pieces, has the initiative.
Fair. Got it.
So it might not be as simple as it looks in those like symmetrical positions where you have a tempo or
Half a
sometimes
tempo, whatever.
half a tempo or 1.5 tempo. I don't know if it makes any sense, but
Nice.
black did not equalize just yet.
All right, thank you for that. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Alireza and Gukesh. And in terms of points and standings, there's a lot of points between these two players as they're jockeying for first and second or tie for third players. This was when we left it, this was the Queen's Gambit accepted. Your lunge forwards was played.
Indeed.
E5, knight to d5, knight to b3, knight to b6, give me the bishop. Bishop was forced to move, and bishop to b5, pinning the knight to the king on e8. Queen d5, okay, that's posting up.
And
Give me the bishop.
And as you predicted, the pawn on d4 was rounded up.
Finally, yum. Knight takes d4, castles. Bishop takes c6. Sorry to say, but this feels like I've seen this before, that this is still theory. Have the players made a novelty?
Not yet.
No, it's still,
It's
it is
still
theory.
some way to go. So after c5, knight f5 also played.
Now c4, now
was a
that
very
one.
nice move to cover the e7 square.
Exactly. And a2, a3, bishop to c5. And tell me when. When have we gotten to novel territory, or have we?
Well, we're already in rare territory because only 2 games, according to my database.
2.
Yes, one was from, okay,
Da, da,
2022. Sorry,
Okay, no, it's
it's a bit
fine.
far away from my eyes to
And
make it out.
after bishop
distinctly.
c5, what happened
Hang on.
next?
So, I'll tell you. Okay, so in that game that I'm referring to, bishop
Yes.
takes knight was played.
Not bishop
So
to c5.
no bishop c5, and
Okay.
I think bishop c5 is the new move actually.
So bishop takes f5, queen takes f5, presumably only now bishop c5, and this position is played before.
Yeah, a3 is the new move,
Okay.
and
a2, a3. The desirable rook d1 has a drawback. The queen is overworked. It has to defend d1 and f5. So rook d1, bishop takes f5 is a problem. a2, a3, bishop c5. And jump in on this one, Miro. How does the engine see this? Who stands better?
As equal.
As equal.
Equal, yeah. Bishop e3, one of the tries, where black has to be careful and precise, but again, it's not, not something outstanding.
rocket
you have
science.
To, the knight on f5 is usually a very threatening
piece.
attacking piece, so you just take it.
Get out.
Queen takes. Yeah, and you're getting this really strange-looking structure with both sides having the double pawns, and I'd look at white's double pawns on the e-file, I think, well, not very safe, but maybe some knight g5 ideas
That
that
could be nice.
black has to be careful about. Rook a to e8 is the move the engine suggests.
Okay.
Well, to keep f7 protected, right? And after queen c2, well, queen c2 is unnatural. Pardon me, but something like rook a to d1 is asking to be played. Yeah, queen b5. Yes, some random moves, to be honest. Not that I can pick up the pattern. Yeah, computer, I can show you computer lines. And yeah, computer, it'd be right, it'd be an equal position. But it's not that easy to navigate. It's not like there is some pattern to this one.
Oh, we'll
Yeah.
definitely
Thank you,
keep an
Mary.
eye
Queen
on
can
this
be
one.
Thank
But
you.
first, we are going to go to Romania, where we are going to consult with our team on the ground.
I'm sure you guys already got a glimpse of it, but there's a different aura around the playing hall, and that is the aura of Garry Kasparov. And the audience as well is much more lively. It's feeding off of his persona. And you met Garry as well, Anastasia.
Yes.
How is he?
He's doing really well. He's in a very, very good mood. He came to the playing venue. He made the first move on the board, Firouzja and Gukesh. He said, actually, I would like to pick up the board of the youngest players, he said himself. And then he made the move, and he was very interested in that game. He was talking with Jan Smits and Ierun, the organizer of Vachier tournament. He was in this lounge area, and he was talking with people, smiling, laughing, and he was remembering some old variations, some old lines of he was playing and analyzing before. It was really interesting to watch him talking about chess and analyzing the games, and they were laughing a lot. So the chess fans could see him from outside, Garry Kasparov himself in Bucharest. It's a really cool atmosphere around the playing venue. It's really great to see him here. Always he brings this really great vibe when he is appearing at the playing venue. We all know it. We immediately feel it. Also players, you could see Firouzja. He was so happy to see him when he came to the board. All this you can find in our social media. Guys, don't forget to come to Grand Chess Tour social media accounts and check all these kind of videos and our comments.
And I have to say, just having Garry here, for anybody that bought tickets for today's round, they got lucky, right?
Exactly,
Because this is the first day that Garry is here. Just to see him, to be able to just go to the lounge, have some coffee, have some water, and just see Garry around chatting with his peers. It's an amazing atmosphere here. And for about one of the games, because that's what I wanted to chat with you guys as well. You guys were discussing this great game between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and MVL. And MVL just made one of those moves that just hints to the fact that he wants to get out of his opponent's preparation. That's exactly what this last move, Queen to C8, is. You know it's not the best move in the position, but you're hoping that you're not going to get immediately punished. You don't want to go with the very concrete lines, knight takes E4, bishop to E7, the simple moves that you know your opponent has analyzed at home. You understand that. You're smelling a rat. And that's exactly what MVL, he just shows his experience in this one with this last move, Queen to C8. Nodirbek has been taken aback a little bit. He's thinking, for sure he has not looked at this move. We'll see how this one develops. We have a lot of exciting chess on our hands.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasia. Indeed, in my day when Garry Kasparov entered the playing hall, there was this different aura that fell over the playing hall, just as when Bobby Fischer entered a room, it was sort of like, okay, we're in the presence of someone.
Because you feel the energy, the enthusiasm. Because I remember the very first Olympiad where Garry played, we would all wait until he arrived, and he literally arrived 5 minutes late.
Right.
And then we would all dash to his board just to see how he was doing. When we finished, we again revisited that board.
Yeah.
And there's something special about Garry.
Definitely. Queen C8, as our team from Bucharest, Cristian said, the wily fox that he is. It's very hard to pin MVL down, even when he's not necessarily a moving target. Not a move that comes easily to mind. Queen C8 covers A6 and asks a pertinent question. How are you going to defend the knight on C3? How are you going to defend the pawn on E4?
It's defended.
Well, no, you can't play F3, I mean.
Yeah, you can play F3, that's true.
So Queen C8,
Rook takes A4 is what computer has to say, and the other moves are really mind-boggling. Like, why on earth would you play H2, H3, which is kind of second line of the computer?
Right.
It's hard for me to understand.
Could you go like Bishop B2 or something?
Bishop B2. Well, yeah, at least we are developing a piece. Yeah.
Like what happens if you capture on E4?
And then you've got G7.
Yeah.
I don't think Black is planning to capture on E4 anytime soon. No, that's bad again.
It's
bad. Yes, sorry to upset you, but none of the computer lines involve capturing on e4 anytime soon.
But then what is the white plan after bishop e7?
Rook a4.
So if we go rook a4,
bishop e7, yeah.
And just to confirm, after rook
d5
a4,
doesn't make any sense.
capturing on e4.
After rook a4, again to try to take, yeah.
Yes.
So this one's bad. Like this, I'm sure it's bad because of b5.
Yeah.
And I think we are getting somewhat similar position, but tempo up because the queen was moved to c8. So this least this kind of starts making sense. One notice I wanted, you've mentioned Giri, and then Cristian mentioned that perhaps Queen C8 was not looked at.
Right.
And I had a bit of an insight into Giri's preparation because we had a training camp with Alexander Belavsky some 15 years back, and he was sharing the very old analysis of his with Garry Kasparov. Yeah. And from what I understood, every sane move would be tried and at least have some note, if not a long variation. So back in the day, I cannot imagine a move like Queen C8, which guards A6, which in some variations covers E6 and poses the queen into the open file, would not be looked at.
Must.
So if that's true, if Nodirbek did not check a move like Queen C8, then it means, a bit of a hole in his preparation.
Right, but it was different times then, let's acknowledge that. Because before, people used to just have their repertoire and stick to it. Now we're seeing everyone try all sorts of openings, and we're just, there's so much data as well around with the computers, but lines that were not viable in the past are now playable. So there's only so much knowledge the human brain can handle.
Absorb.
Exactly.
Yeah, Queen C8. Right. We'll keep an eye on that. For me, stunner. Again, it goes to show how very, very different the computer engines, as we witnessed my trying to challenge the computer. I'm going to go to the game of Fabi versus Bogdan, and for me, Black's opportunity to play the move e5, e4 should not be missed. The idea is White has compromised, seriously compromised his queen side for the two bishops. And we've been witnessing a number on occasions that White is trying to play e4, maybe on a good day, bishop g5, maybe on a great day, both bishop g5 and f4. And so great memories, Lajos Portis versus myself in an interzonal tournament, Toluca. I played e4 and shut White down, even at the cost of a pawn. Let's say we go bishop c2, and let's say I go bishop f5. A bad move, blundering, if you will, the pawn on b7. Rook takes b7, just something as simple as this. So your extra pawn is actually the c3 pawn. Yeah. You may not be exactly excited to have that pawn on c3. You can easily imagine yourself playing d5 and bishop b2, except there's a pawn on c3. Mm-hmm. Then you kind of ask yourself, so I'm a pawn up, but am I happy with White? What does the computer say? White's a pawn up, and is the computer happy with White?
Yeah, capturing on b7 is not what White should be doing in this line. Yeah, because rook takes b7. I'm not sure about your rook b8, but knight a5 and capturing on c4, you regain the pawn
right away.
You're very comfortable.
Comfortably, yes.
Yep. So over there, White really cannot allow Black to sort of build the position. So you skip a couple of moves with White, play soft, and then Black's going to go b6, rook e8, and this bishop never comes to life.
That was my game.
And for that, the very classical one, but before that, someone repeated your idea some 50 years before that, and it was Nimzovich against Iona, I think. Iona, Nimzovich, the immortal game of a blockade.
Right.
And it was exactly this structure, and then at some point White failed to play f3, played f4, Black played h5,
and it was
half of the pieces could not really enter the game. It was amazing.
Well, Fabiano, he is our defending Grand Chess Tour champion. He came into the tournament being the favorite. Let's have a look at his chances to win the tournament. After round one, after his victory, well, he moved up to 37.9%.
Right.
Let's go through the second round.
I think he moved up just a tad.
Just a
No, he slipped.
He slipped. He went down to...
Sorry, got it wrong.
You confused me again. 36.6 after his draw against Wesley So in round two. And yesterday he also drew. So let's have a look at how that affected his chances to win the tournament. According to our statistician, Ben Underwood, who actually did 15,000 tournament simulations
to get this result.
Exactly. Now he's moved back up to 38.3%.
Yeah. As we came into the show and Miro was talking about the challenges facing our two tournament leaders, Fabi and Gukesh, and what this weekend holds for these players, I was thinking to myself, you know, those last two games that Gukesh played, he drew them with great, great defense. But in some ways, he's been on the back foot. It's not like, you know, he's leading the tournament and showing great force and great power in his game. He's actually had to defend awkward positions. He did it against Jan.
But that's what makes people a winner. You know, when you go through the tournaments, you know, it's not just about those great games. It's also about, you know, great resilience when needed.
And not losing the bad positions.
That little bit of luck as well.
Exactly.
And we are going to go straight to Bucharest because we have Cristian right there with former world champion Garry Kasparov.
Thank you, Jovi. We are indeed with the 13th world champion and visionary behind the Grand Chess Tour, Garry Kasparov. Garry, first of all, welcome back to Bucharest. There's a lot of consistency. We're always coming back here in Bucharest. What are your initial feelings?
Yeah, because it's a Grand Chess Tour event, so, and it's one of our classic events, so that's why it's every year now. I think we need some traditions in chess, so I think many players now also feel comfortable. They know they go to Bucharest, they know they go to Warsaw, they go in sometimes different order. They go to Croatia, to Zagreb, and of course St. Louis. So I think that's the Grand Chess Tour now got the gravity, the stability that's so much needed, and again with many new initiatives, you know, it's good to have something that is already by modern standards old, you know. So it will be minus the COVID year. So I think we'll celebrate now 10th anniversary next. We started 2015, I think.
Absolutely,
yeah,
yes.
So that's something to be proud of.
A decade.
Yeah, so, yes,
absolutely. You were in the playing hall. You felt you brought yourself the aura, but you also felt the aura of the players as well. After 3 rounds, what do you see in terms of games, players? Who do you feel is in best shape?
Today the matches, they put me in just a very odd situation because you know, typically they say, oh, here's a board 1, you make a move.
Yes.
And then today I was offered, you know, just it's like a free choice.
Yes.
And I didn't know how to handle it because again, it's you don't want to upset some players. And then I found a solution. So I said, I'm an oldest player here in the audience. Okay. And I picked up the board that was the youngest.
Gukesh and Alireza.
No, the Gukesh and Alireza. So nobody could feel abandoned. Yeah. So look, again, it's. I think what Grand Chess Tour has accomplished, the classical events, and it's always in Bucharest, is that you can feel it in Bucharest, is that the game is still, you know, has its fighting spirit. Because we have been dealing with this, you know, the kind of Armageddon predictions that the classical chess is dead, and it's nobody wants to see it. And here in Bucharest, there's something is happening. So there are many draws, but it's not just the draws. I mean, like yesterday, there's Prague Gukesh. So this is you can't blame them.
Yeah.
Statistically, then when you have computers playing, then probably more draws. Yeah. So, but you can't blame players for lacking the fighting spirit.
I feel that's also because of the new time format for the Grand Chess Tour with no second time control. they have to fight hard with 30 seconds on the clock very
Look,
often.
again, I think it's a very natural development. So the game is speeding up, but it's very important we keep, this is the core of classics. So this is like, the modern opera. So the preservation of classical chess, I think, is very important for helping players to actually realize their full potential, to put on display what they can do. Yes, and again, quality is also an issue.
I feel we need to talk about one of your favorite openings, the Najdorf.
Yeah.
That's happening in this one between Nodirbek and MVL. What's your take about this last move? Queen to D3, Queen G3.
But you mentioned again this is Najdorf. So I think it's I think probably already discussed it once, but it's amazed me that it's the position after A6. So I think this is it's most unique opening position. Where white played, I don't know how many, I think 16 moves white did in this position.
Yes.
It's insane number.
Almost any move.
No, even B3 Magnus once played, So you have how many pawn moves? One, A3, A4, B3, 3, F3, F4.
Rook G1.
No, the first pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eight pawn moves. Rook G1. It's a 9. Queen D3, Queen F3, Queen E2. So 3 moves. Bishop E2, D3, C4. Bishop E3, Bishop G5. Knight B3.
Yes.
Or even Knight D2, which is not. So it's amazing. So this is there's one side that probably shows that black is not doing well because white has so many options, but somehow we can look at the MVL. It's still doing fine. And
how do players deal with so much information, so many options for white?
But
right?
you could see that the lines was like Bishop G5. They almost disappeared. I mean, the sharp lines were just one move can decide everything.
They're solved.
Exactly. Yeah. This is so they go with lines like you see more Queen D3 or A3 or H3. So where again this you don't expect things to just to blow up in your face. But Queen D3 again, it's an interesting move and it's before E6. And I was surprised to see this how quickly this is he played Queen G3 and I understand the idea because it's the first I thought black could play Knight B6. Yeah, but I'm not sure. So probably maybe white can sacrifice second pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, take on E4, Bishop E4. Maybe C4, and maybe it's kind of it's potentially might be dangerous. I'm not sure. I'm making suggestions. Yes.
And MVL smelled that danger.
Yeah. And I think I like very much his move. So Queen C8 because now he wants to go Bishop E7. Of course, he could have played, as we discussed, Bishop E7, but I think giving up pawn on G7 is probably. And now it's after Rook. Yes.
I think we've just seen a move. Rook to A3.
He's still doing the same thing, He's still trying to,
So he doesn't want to take on A4. He wants to make with the knight.
No. First, he doesn't want MVL to play Bishop E7 because he protects the knight on C3. Very simple. He protects the knight.
So now, if you go here, you can take on G7.
Yeah, of course. And now, by the way, that's probably its improved version for white of this line because now Rook is here.
Can go to G3, cover up.
Yes. Or Bishop F3, and then Rook comes here if after exchange on E4.
Absolute madness of opposition, I have to say.
But King on E8 is.
So if it takes.
Bishop F3 or Rook G3? I don't know which one is better.
Maybe even F3 it says, but Rook G3 seems like. The engine doesn't like it.
No, I'd rather do probably
Bishop F3.
Bishop F3. But it's
the Najdorf.
It's a Najdorf, yes. It's sharp, yes. It's sharp, but still it's the. I don't know, it's always.
It's almost a battle of generations, this one, Nodirbek versus MVL. We've seen MVL for so many years.
Yeah.
What's your take on Nodirbek? He almost feels like he came out of nowhere, but now he's so strong in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's strong. Yes, he's very strong. Yes, the first time I saw him, I think we had an event in St. Louis 7 years ago when we just had our best American kids.
Battle of the Millennials.
Yes, this exactly. And And I think with this, Nodirbek was there, Prague was there. So, again, we knew very little about them. So, and I was shocked that, our best American kids, they lost.
Mm-hmm.
And because we had also, a few future grandmasters, Jeffrey Young, Sam Sevian. So, but there were no, unfortunately, Yesipenko was also on the. So it's, but it's amazing that this Uzbekistan, just produced the coterie of some great talents, and obviously Nodirbek is a leading one, but. There's something that's still missing. So this is, again, you never know. This is because it's so strong, but others as well. But something is missing. So I don't know what. We'll see. So they're all still young. But
can you talk about the importance of culture? Because we see so many talented players from Uzbekistan now. In the Romanian Federation is trying to do something very similar, bring new talent into the world of chess. Talk about culture a little bit.
Look, it is, when you say culture, you probably mean that it's more like traditions. It's just traditions. Yeah, of course, that's very important. Yeah, you have, big names, role models to follow, and also you have the chess culture. You have some coaches or some strong players of the previous generations, and it's the right atmosphere because the talent probably exists everywhere. But for talent to be discovered and to be eventually promoted, developed, you need an atmosphere, the right atmosphere, and you need many ingredients. And of course, the chances for the talent to be discovered in the former Soviet Union, so they were much higher than in the United States. So that's why I always said, in America, you're lucky to have one Bobby Fischer, because it was, it's a few centers, mostly New York and Chicago. So you had 50,000 kids. In the Soviet Union, you had 5 million kids going through the system. So statistically, you have Karpov, Kasparov, Kramnik. So, now we could see that it's the traditions playing a role. Look at India. Again, it took time, but now, and also I think there were quite a few coaches just moving. Even Kramnik, I think, was there.
Yes, he did. Yes.
And again, big numbers, a lot of kids.
And Fiddler now working with Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, but it's again, you have 1.4 billion people, but you also have some chess centers. So that's why the chances to spot the talent and to bring him or her into the game, they're much higher than elsewhere. And Uzbekistan also has some old Soviet chess traditions, and whether they play the role, I don't know. But I suspect it's not purely accidental. So it was there, and now, of course, this is with so many strong young players, and with the phenomenal success of the team. So again, the government is investing. So that's why you probably expect that you will see more kids. Interestingly enough, China at one point was strong, but now it's I guess the government lost interest, and probably the energy of the nation goes in a different direction.
How do you see Gukesh in the first 3 rounds? Obviously, he's maybe using this as playground for the upcoming match for the title as well. How do you see him?
Yeah, let's say his performance after phenomenal success in the candidates was not very convincing, but I think it's probably not surprising that such a shocking success. I think it's also because I bet he hasn't expected to win it. I think it's put a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Technically, it's if you look for the title, so that he could become the youngest player. Obviously, with Magnus around, it's not the same as the title when I won in ’85, but still in the books. Yes. It's Magnus walked away and. Again, looking at Ding's performance, I think we never know. I mean, Ding could play better, Ding could walk away, and then I think Nakamura will play.
Nakamura would play if Ding walks away.
So again, let's see. So, and what's happening in this game, by the way, today?
Well,
they played.
Let's take a look.
They played.
This is the current position.
No. Yeah, they were very quickly Queen D5. So this is I remember I played a game with Hübner, but at that time, in 1989, instead of queen d5, they played bishop d7. That was I think that's the, yes, bishop d7, I think bishop g5, and this is the bishop e7. I'm not sure which way. I think I'm not sure which way it was. Probably I think that's the theory of all days. Yeah.
But, it's still relevant, I have to say.
I don't know, but I remember that I got an extra queen for rook and knight, but failed to win it.
Yeah.
So that's the
they play.
And they play queen d5, take queen c2, and he played very quickly.
They were blitzing. Oh, this.
No. Gukesh was blitzing, not.
Alireza was taking some time. Yes.
Was sometime, yes. Knight f5, c4, a3, bishop e3.
And this is what we got right now. Looks good for black.
Yeah, okay, but it looks decent for. So, no, exchange. No, I don't like to changing queens. It's not right. So this
seems like it simplifies a bit too much, maybe.
No, because then obviously just this pawn is weak.
b2, yeah.
Queen e4.
Queen 4. Maybe queen d5. Maybe just to try to.
Queen d5, yes.
To make a draw. I mean, at some point, I guess you want to go something like
that. Yeah, that's we go queen h4. But he has to go queen e4 now. Yes, yeah. That's because otherwise there's no other. Knight d5. No, that's not. I think queen d4. Queen e4 is the. Queen e4, yes. Yeah.
The way to fight. Right? Is f5 a move, or is it too weakening?
f5.
Too weakening, right? Maybe f6.
Maybe.
Try to exchange that. Try to simplify the position somehow. But still some play.
Yeah.
Still some play in this one.
Yeah, some play. Yes, yeah. So we'll see what happens. So
I want to ask you about this one as well.
I'm still trying to struggle to understand rook b1 idea. Maybe Fabio will explain us what was the point.
Rook b1, castle, and f3 now.
He's waiting.
Waiting for b6? Is that? Seems like rook b1 wants to provoke b6, but the question is why?
I have no idea. So this is b6.
Yeah. Do we go e4 or do we go d5?
But d5. What happens after knight a5?
Knight a5. Yeah.
Just go e4.
Bishop a6 and just sacrifice some pawns, I guess.
Yes. Then you sacrifice a pawn. Yes. No, that's dangerous. That's dangerose.
With the f4.
Yeah, but that's dangerous because the knight. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't like this. Yeah, of course, h6, g5 you can do, but then knight goes on. Maybe it's not the end of the world. h6.
Bishop h4.
g5.
Yeah. Bishop f2. To stop me from going knight g3.
Just to change that. I don't know. So, c4 pawn is.
That's going to fall.
Is doomed, yes.
That's definitely going to fall. And I don't want to go queen to a4.
Rook e7, queen e8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, just quickly. Yeah, so it's, I don't know. That's just, we ask him a question, yes. So
I will ask him for sure.
If he reveals his secrets.
Yeah. Gary, thank you very much for...
well, no, but we
do have some more. Nepo, I think
Nepo,
we haven't looked at this.
Very interesting, actually. Very interesting. This is, yes. Yeah, and Wesley played very quickly. Wow.
Two bishops. Some weird pieces on this side. It's knight on a5 and knight on b4. How do we assess this one?
I'm curious. I know bishop 4 looks good, but it looks ugly, c6. But
and then drop back with the bishop. Let's say I go with the same.
I just want to win the pawn, knight d7.
Knight d7, bishop e3.
Knight c4.
I'll probably have to take that, right?
Yeah. This. Probably
no.
Okay, I cannot. Yeah. I cannot win. Yes, so that's not. Then I have to. Yeah, but then my bishop is here. As I say.
So he wanted to do the same thing, but with a bishop on
Yes,
e4.
exactly. Yes, bishop knight before, CC bishop before. Now he should probably go what? Bishop f5 or g4 then g4.
Now the bishop comes to g2.
Yeah.
Starting to look a bit more
just
harmonious for white, right?
Yes. Bit more harmonious, yes. So we. The problem is that's how black can.
Do we play knight c4 and allow this trade, and then hope that the light square bishop will do the trick?
We can start with bishop d5 first.
Aha.
Just white to rush. So
I like this move, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's this.
And now if bishop e3, maybe now knight c4, right?
Why do we have to rush? So maybe we can play something like rook c8.
Aha.
I want to play bishop c4.
Bishop c4,
Yeah,
okay.
just and then take with a knight.
Yeah.
So this is, I don't know.
That's the dream.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d6, yes. But maybe we can play now bishop c4. Knight on c4 will.
It almost feels like a 3-result endgame, right?
It's complex. It's complex, yes, because again, black has its own pluses in the position. Yes, so it's a healthy pawn there. So it's interesting. Again, that's what we have 5 games. And
one more.
Yes.
We have one more we haven't talked about. That is the Prague versus Anish.
Which is a very slow game. Yes. Wow, the play. This is it's either very old-fashioned or very modern chess. This is a play. It's like a shatranj. It's a prehistoric chess. This is play on the don't cross the board.
Actually, it was Anish's birthday yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I told him. Yes.
Have you ever played on your birthday?
Yes, of course.
Many times. Yeah.
I played. First, the best game I played was against Salov.
Okay.
In Barcelona in 1989, brilliant game. Actually, I probably even won the brilliance prize. So it's in '89. I played against Smyslov in '81, quick draw. Actually, it was black. I played against Lanka in 1977, quick draw. In 1980, it was adjournment. I think I beat Torre, but the game was adjourned. I think I won them. I'm sure there were probably some other. April was not a big month, so this is for top professional chess. So that's why I'm not so sure if I. But 4 games I remember. Yes. Well, yes. So interesting. Okay.
Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you for joining us, and maybe we'll see you around.
Of course. You bet.
Thank you, Gary. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gary. And it's great to hear him analyze, and it's also great to hear his thoughts about chess in general and the prodigies.
Absolutely. He was looking in the MVL game, trying to take the pawn on e4, just as I did. He was looking at the Fabiano game, saying, Fabi, you've got to justify rook b1. I don't understand rook b1. I don't understand e4.
Shall we do a quick assessment of the 5 games in play?
A surprise for me was in this position, Daniel Deac played rook e8. I would have grabbed my e-pawn, lunged forward with the move e5, e4, close the position, f2, f3. The battle lies ahead in this one, Jan versus Wesley So. You haven't really paid much attention to that. You just heard Gary and Cristian looking at this game. Gary was trying to associate a pattern in his mind and couldn't come up with one. Neither could I. And 3-result game, as we were hearing. Prague versus Anish. Well, this was the Queen's Gambit accepted. Balanced position. Moving ahead to the Alireza game again with Gukesh. I see Gukesh has been playing quite a number of endings, and this one is
no different.
Topsy-turvy as well. And finally, the game, what appears to be the game of the round, some very intriguing decisions going on between Nodirbek and MVL, as we got this inclusion of the move Queen c8, Rook a3. Miro had told us h3 was even a move the computer considered, and now h5.
Exactly. And
challenges for both sides in this one.
This is such a dynamic game. All three results possible, but it's come to that time where we consult with the friends at QBT.
Yes, we do.
Yasser, take it away.
Here we go. We have this official 2024 Grand Chess Tour green crossbody bag. Show your support for the legendary tournament with its iconic logo on durable 100% polyester material. Stay stylish and own a piece of chess history. Get yours now at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down with Indian phenomenon Gukesh, Gukesh. So take a listen, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Gukesh, welcome to Grand Chess Tour. Welcome to Bucharest. It's going to be a summer full of chess. How are you going to balance all these chess tournaments ahead of you and preparation for the World Championship match?
Yeah, I'm excited to be in Bucharest. This is the first time in Romania. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here and play this amazing tournament. For sure, the World Championship match is somewhere in my mind, but right now I'm just focused on playing well in each tournament I play.
Yeah, it's going to be your first classical event in Grand Chess Tour. Are you excited about it? Do you have a different approach to this event?
Yeah, sure. I mean, classical, I played 2 Rapid and Blitz tournaments in Grand Chess Tour, and classical, I'm really looking forward to playing some classical chess, especially that I think this is the probably the 4th classical tournament of this year. So yeah, this kind of like not very regular for me.
And actually we have very different field. You have youngsters here, and we have also like older generation. Fabi is coming back to GCT, Maxime, Wesley So. What do you think this clash of generations, what is going to happen? Who is going to be playing better?
It's going to be very interesting for sure. And already I think for a few months already we are used to seeing this young generation versus old generation clash. For sure it'll be exciting. I don't know who will come out on top, but it is for sure an exciting thing for players and the fans.
Now I'm sure you were following Norway chess event, and of course the play of the world champion Incr, who was struggling throughout the event. What do you think about it, about his form right now? And does it worry you a little bit, the fact that you don't know which kind of Deac are you going to face in the World Championship match?
Yeah, I was following Norway chess and it was a very interesting tournament. But yeah, I'm not really worried about his, what kind of form he'll be in. My approaches will be the same anyways, to go there and do my best. It doesn't matter what kind of form he is. I'm just focused on what I can do best. Yeah.
What do you prefer normally to play now that we have this classical event? Do you usually prefer play classical chess or rapid and blitz?
I generally prefer classical. Although recently I'm taking rapid and blitz more seriously as well. But for sure, classical, especially this year, classical is clearly the most important thing for me.
Yeah, is it any player you are looking forward to play against in this particular event?
Deac is the only player I haven't played against. Everyone is very strong, and it'll be a very interesting game no matter who the opponent is.
And my last question, I'm just curious, which participant from this event would you like to be stranded with on a deserted island, if it would happen, something like that? Who would you choose?
I think I'd prefer to be alone.
Really? But you don't have mobile in this case? No internet on the island?
Very hard to do that, but probably, I know Wesley, he just seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, okay, great choice. Thank you so much, Gukesh, and all the best of luck for you in the Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world, thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back. It is day 4 of the Superbet Chess Classic and already a wide selection of games in progress. But for those of you who just joined us, well, let's remind ourselves of the current standings so far. And there you can see that yesterday was a day full of very hard-fought draws, but ultimately nothing changed. Fabiano, Caruana, and Gukesh, they remain at the top with 2 points out of 3. And there are still 6 players with 1.5 points breathing down their necks.
Quite the chasing pack indeed. And as you mentioned, a very diverse mix of opening positions. And let's just get to it. We'll take a look at our game between Fabi and Daniel. This, for me, is a very, very classical position. Miro and I were discussing it during the break. And for both of us, we're sitting there saying, yes, but why is your rook on b1? In Botvinnik's time, the rook often slid over, the knight would go to g3, and it was more useful on a2 than b1, so we've got some explaining to do. Miro, in this current position, one tactic, okay, again, the classical player in me. If you think about what white would like to do, you know, open up the center and stuff like that.
Yeah, e4.
E4 is one. Another one would be, you know, to go d5, and I think you kind of saw Gary and Cristian looking at a position with bishop a6, but that was not what I wanted to do. No.
No.
Sorry.
Yes. Make up your mind.
d5, I wanted to go e4.
d5.
No, sorry.
In a position we have
the current position.
The board. Yeah.
d5, e4.
d5, and you want to be brilliant. You want to go e4.
Exactly.
And your point, Yasser, as I guess it, that after I take, you go knight e5,
Yay.
and you say blockade.
Blockade.
Blockade. And you'd be absolutely right
Sure.
on this one.
Yeah.
So here black is much better.
This is not what you do as white.
Black is much better, and moreover, that's enough of a reason for white not to go d5,
Exactly.
because e4 seems to be strong.
Right.
Capturing on e4, black is just better, so you have to take on c6,
Right.
e d3, knight f4. This computer has as balanced, but
Right.
yeah, like we all know how to play for black in positions like that. So c4 is quite weak.
Right.
And therefore, I was looking at e3, e4, which
Exactly.
is another
Approach.
Yeah. And I'm not yet sure, because this would lead to the same positions that we were discussing, pretty
Right.
much. Right?
Yeah.
So rook b1, maybe not the most useful, but it doesn't change much. It
Right.
doesn't change much. White gets back the pawn and...
Just a quick question. You couldn't make use of the rook by swinging over at the right time? Everything has to be done at the right time. Rook b5.
You want this?
Okay, I can...
Oh, that's...
Well, the dream was to swing it over to g5.
Right.
And the bishop b2. Obviously, this is like...
very creative.
Very
That's always
optimistic. Okay, let's put that bishop
Well,
back.
no, I like it, but one of the things is if your opponent showed understanding, he would play rook e5 in order to stop you from swinging across.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. This was my chess joke.
No, that's a good point. I've lost a game once, simply kind of missing this sort of rook swings, because we're used to kind of rook goes along the third rank,
not the fifth.
But not the fifth.
Also, I'd just like to ask your opinion. Instead, okay, obviously not the rook swing, but I was thinking a lot of people would feel a lot of stress if this bishop came to g5.
Yes.
In this position.
Yeah, in this
instead
position.
of b2.
Instead of b2 gaining the pawn.
And honestly, that's that wasn't the engine's move, bishop b2. That was my move, because I'm a chicken. I want the pawn back, and engine says yes, indeed, bishop g5 is strong. So right you are. And I'm wondering that over there, it could be that then taking with the knight is better. Is it? Yeah, because here I'm trying to do the same. Yeah, bishop g5. Still, I'm not convinced. Yeah, bishop a6, it says, it's kind of less scared. Computer is less scared, because I think with the knights, white would have some knight g3, knight f5 jumps. That maybe makes sense for black to exchange these knights.
And you said the outpost d5 can't be occupied with the knight anymore. Right?
And now something strange happens. Like, for instance, one of the moves is bishop to h4, which is too deep for me. But okay, let's play just a random move. Rook c8.
Right.
Nah. No, never mind the engine. It was just too deep even for the engine. Bishop h4. So apparently this is the move. e4.
e4.
You could make an argument for knight g3. That's the other thing. Knight g3 to stop e4, and then I'll probably have d5. Yeah.
Right.
So one of the things, I think I was looking at it a move ago or something. So that over here, you guys kept going to a5, but there is a case to be made for knight c2. Well, maybe not h6, because now I cannot safely play knight g6. To go knight e7, knight g6, and sometimes they would do this.
Yeah.
And there was Fischer's game against Spassky, right?
Yeah.
Where he put the knight on g6, and then eventually still won the c4 pawn. Some 30 moves of maneuvering.
By Boris in that game. But yeah, this was, again, a game I played with Lajos Bordas where my knight swung to e7. Let's take a look at Gukesh's game.
Can we quickly do a deeper dive in the game that we kind of neglected? Jan Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So. And one of the reasons why I'm especially keen is because we see Nepo, he's come to every game extremely well prepared. He's gone g2, g4, seizing space on the king side. But I did see the evaluation bar start to inch forward for Wesley.
We were watching Gary's commentary there with Cristian from Bucharest, and Gary was also having difficulties relating this position because it is very, very, very unusual. I have not seen these positions where a pawn on c5 and a knight nicely on this outpost, but at the same time, it's white having the Berlin ending, white having the doubled c-pawns, and it's black having the extra majority in the center and the king side with the e5 pawn. Bishop e3, bishop d5, g2, g4, and for me, I'm having great difficulties understanding this one. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
This is where we have issues with the board. But g2, g4, and, you know, on the one hand, I'm sitting there saying, I understand that white has a grip on the queen side, but the combination of the move g4 and the queen side grip, I don't see how that they work together.
Well, it's interesting because, okay, according to my counting...
Sure, please.
No, okay, the material is equal, right?
Yes.
Yes, the e5 pawn. Yeah. There's
your maths?
You know, my maths
are good.
Sometimes, yes.
Right. But in this particular case, and are we back in business?
Yes, we're back in business. Yes.
Please take it away. But for me, the move g4 gives me... I don't like my setup with my bishop on d5. I'd much rather have my knight on d5. I would love to play the move bishop f3 and knight on f6 to d5. So for me, the move g2, g4
doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, again, computer's not
awkward.
very happy with white's position.
Okay.
So it was around equal here, and after g4, it actually starts favoring black. Yeah.
Okay.
But on a sort of understanding level, the way I see it, that black wants to exchange the bishops.
Okay.
And you perhaps do not want to do it. So you go g4, and then you pray for some sort of repetition, perhaps. I don't know, or put the bishop on g2.
Okay.
Right. However, after bishop f3, Yasser's move, very clever move, then knight d5 happens and so on, one of the things computer does, and now it stands as the first line, to go bishop g2 yourself to ask to start begging to exchange the bishop. Because the bishop on f3 all of a sudden is very, very annoying. It covers d1. And so, well, as much as we were talking about Jan's deep preparation, I think he's kind of lost control of a position. So it's certainly not the preparation, and I don't think he enjoys the way the position shapes up.
And talking about preparation, we did see that Nodirbek did just unleash some preparation against MVL. That game was very, very sharp, and let's revisit it because, again, looking at the evaluation bar, it looks like white is in big trouble.
Oh, really? How about that? So this is from the Najdorf with queen g3. Gary was very, very intrigued by this position. Queen c8, he approved, if you will. Rook a3, again, a typical Najdorf move. You want to shift the queen. The queen is eyeballing the pawn on g3. Maybe on a good day, you could go h4, h3. You do have dreams of the long diagonal. And after the move h5, h4...
Now e5.
e5. So let's see what the big difference is. The knight came back to f3. We start to understand rook a3, so that the knight on c3 was protected. Miro was showing as one line, that was before the queen moved, by the way, that you could recapture on a4 with the knight. Knight f3. Bishop takes e4. This was something I wanted to do, and the computer kept laughing at me. Knight to g5, and we're up to date. Join the conversation, Miro. Was it correct then to finally take the pawn on e4?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a calm position.
But I could never do it well.
I was going to ask whether we should just throw the evaluation bar out of the window, because on a practical level, the position remains incredibly sharp.
It is incredibly sharp. So this was a very, very interesting moment. I wonder if we could figure out, maybe later on, if rook a3 was still preparation or not, because it is a very clever move. MVL has played h5, which is, the idea of it is very much understandable. You want to disturb the queen, goes away from the g file, so you can finally play bishop e7 and castle.
Development, yeah.
Right, and Nodirbek decided to stop h4 with his h2, h4. However, computer was recommending bishop to g5 with the same idea, h4 will just capture.
Right.
And then in this line, it's not as attractive for black because we can go to f5. Now Yasser's favorite move, takes e4, takes e4, bishop e4, but computer claims very serious compensation for the pawn. Well, it's two pawns at the moment, well, a4 perhaps will drop anytime soon. Better for white despite material deficit. Not much better, but fractions of a pawn. After h4 and e5, again, according to this machine that we have, knight g6 was, knight f5 was a better move. G6, knight e3 leads to more or less the same. Black captures the second pawn, white tries to exchange the light square bishops, go to d5 perhaps, plays for the compensation.
Right.
And knight f3, again, severely criticized by the machine. Bishop e4, knight to g5, bishop c6 is, again, the best move, computer claims. Having it as -1, so, well, stating the obvious, black is a pawn up, which indeed he is. But as Jovi said, yeah, if you look at the position, black still has some tasks to accomplish.
Right. Absolutely.
Has the castle. Right.
And talking about mistakes, well, we do have a graph for that because let's take a look at the player mistake rates before move 40. We also have one after move 40. And here you can see Wesley So with 1.98%. He is, look at that, not making too many mistakes. And take a look at...
Give me the database. How many games is this based on? It's classical chess, right?
It's 3 years of Grand Chess Tour classical events. That's what the data is on. And if the player doesn't have enough data, having not played,
then had to go outside.
Exactly. He had to look at their tournament performances.
And I think it's also 1,200 games.
Right. Pay attention
moves,
to Fabiano Caruana. He's just got a mistake rate of 2.23%. Now, after move 40,
as you would
look
expect,
at what happens here.
Fabi has
crazy. Gone up to
He's the number 3.
2 mistakes, yeah.
Number 3 rated player in the world.
Look at the Prague. Look at the Prague. After move 40, no mistakes whatsoever.
Perfect. What is this? Wesley and Prague play nearly mistake-free chess. That's crazy.
And for me, Wesley is very consistent, doesn't tend to blunder, doesn't tend to make mistakes before move 40, after move 40. But then this perhaps indicates that he's not prepared to take risks.
I'm just thinking about the game between Fabi, where he was white, Wesley was black. Fabi had this great big advantage, but then we jokingly said amongst ourselves 3 bad moves in a row by Fabi, and Wesley saved the game. Yeah. That's a shocking graph because, again, Fabi was the number 2 rated player in the world. He's the number 3 rated player in the world. I didn't expect to see so many mistakes. I thought he'd be like Prague, one of the least error-free players. Stunning.
Yeah, completely. Because I agree with you. Fabi definitely gives off the impression of being very, very precise.
Flawless.
Exactly. He's fantastic at calculation.
Wow.
But I tell you, these players are good, though. Let's not let the stats take away from that.
That is for sure. Bishop c6, you're saying to us that MVL is better. Again, we'll leave that alone because I really did want to get around to some of the games. We haven't seen too many. Alireza, this was this ending between Alireza and Gukesh. The last moves were knight to d4, gift me your pawn. And, you always expect that your opponent will be responding to your threats, like, defend the darn pawn. Yeah. You put your rook on e8, these players you have your agenda.
I have mine.
Exactly.
And it makes sense, right? You're bringing the knight into the game, and the important thing to remember is that the pawn on c7 is also covered as well.
Exactly.
So you could go on the counter after knight takes pawn.
Well, let's take a look. So we go knight takes. Would you, include the trade of rooks? Because you could go rook takes, let's just see
Let's
this one.
just see, and
Rook
then
take.
we can compare.
Yeah, because in this case, I'm not going to blunder an exchange, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here, you explain very nicely that the knight on d5 defends c7, but I have the intermezzo.
Right, and
Right.
this is where we can go rook takes knight.
Rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and
Are we
we
fizzling
agreed in the
into a draw?
halving of a halving of the grandmastership, shall we? I gotcha. So that is one way that the game may finish. Jump in on this one, Miro. It looks like a balanced position, I'd say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not much to be done.
No, okay.
Not much to be done, really. And I think the line you were showing is one of the top lines of the computer. So
Very, very straightforward. I
Rook
would say.
F to D1, some sophisticated way to
Wow.
continue. Knight E3, then you go Rook E1.
Very
And then if knight
sophisticated.
goes back, you
Now you
take.
take.
And actually, you are marginally better here.
Okay.
So perhaps the task is to keep both pairs of rooks on the board. However, now black starts doing the tricky things. So he goes c5, attacks the knight, and if you take on e6,
Then-
he goes knight c2. Yeah, so the knight from d4 no longer guards c2. And again, we have some rook endgame, which ends up being a draw. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you for sharing that. And we're going to jump to Prague versus Anish. And again, in that stat that you just showed us, Prague is playing, I don't want to say flawless chess because that's absolutely impossible, but he's one of the most mistake-free players in on the tour.
I mean, when you look at it before move 40, I have to say though, when it comes to the stats before move 40, Prague at 2.94%, which is ridiculously low in my
know.
opinion,
Crazy,
right?
of course.
He's still actually one of the higher ones.
Wow.
Yeah, but his accuracy after move 40 certainly improves because his mistake rate is only 2.3%.
Again, that's just
And this
crazy.
is where everyone else starts to go wrong, which suggests that it's an issue of endurance.
Well, but think about how many, threats, how many plans, things that you've had to overcome, right? All of the false paths, the false leads. That rate of accuracy is just mind-bogglingly good. I wanted to say about the Prague-Anish game, we did see this ideas of knight e4, but remember, Jovi, we had kept our queen on d8, and there was the move b4. Anish very cleverly, before he played the move b6, first played the move queen
e7.
He got white to play b2, b3, so we don't have to worry about b4. And now, in this case, he, Anish, didn't have to suffer the consequences of b4. I'm assuming we want to block, although, am I worried about bishop takes f6? No, I can't be worried about bishop. I assume you want to block the diagonal with the move knight f6, knight e5. This really does look balanced to me. As soon as we start attacking, as soon as we start trading rooks along the d file, I think the balance won't be disturbed. I did want to get around the horn here. What else have we missed? Are we going back to the Fabi game again? And let me just refresh my board, because we did see the move after b7, b6, we did see the move e4 as we expected, and we were looking at a variation where we were taking everything off the board. Something like c takes, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop g5 was one move, and your chicken move, but a good move, bishop b2, recovering the pawn,
Yeah,
I think is the way it would go.
In this version, when the knights are not on the board, that's a better move.
Yes,
Win
exactly.
back your pawn, yeah?
Win back
and
the pawn.
e4 is on the board already.
It is.
And I'm thinking, I don't really like when an engine
Trust
says
the engine.
that takes on d4, whatever. I'm thinking, can black really keep, say, the pieces the way, or the center rather, the way it is?
Locked.
Yeah, for instance, let's have a look at the
Yeah.
traditional Nimzo plan, which is to ignore white's attack and go bishop a6, knight a5. Let's just go greedy.
Yeah, but
And
then bishop
I-
g5.
But let's
right?
show why
Is
it's
it?
so dangerous
No,
for black.
it's not. It's not dangerous here because h6 it says, and say I don't quite get it. G5. No, this computer is very, very optimistic. I have to say, because seeing something like this.
Well, Gary and Christian were looking at bishop f2, knight
bishop
h5.
f2, knight h5, which
to
is
stop the knight.
Okay,
from
maybe we
moving to
have to
f5.
highlight why knight h5, why it's such a strange idea. Because say knight a5 following the plan, then knight g3 and f5 is such a crazy good square for the knight that computer, first of all, it says white is almost a pawn up,
right,
and then it reacts with bishop to c8.
Right.
There is no way you take on c4. Knight f5 will be devastating. Right, but the idea of going knight h5 actually seems to be absolutely valid.
Yes.
Because there is no easy way of kicking away this knight. Knight g3, of course, black will happily trade and then pick up the pawn on c4.
Right.
It's such a complex strategic position. You know.
Yes, and definitely as black, you also have to be monitoring all the time for this potential opening up of the center. And so we do have some moves.
The trade has happened, and now bishop b2, knight d7, bishop d4, and we'll be back to the position we were discussing with Yasser an hour and a half ago.
Knight c5 and f5.
Knight c5, bishop e2.
But hang on a second.
But now f6.
Fabi
not
hasn't
f5.
committed to bishop b2.
Well, the knight hasn't
not.
committed to d7.
He did not.
bishop e2.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So he can try. He can try to play this one. ed4. He can try to go bishop g5, but once again, without the knights on the board, it's somehow less efficient. So it goes here.
And if you go
goes
bishop
here.
e2, this is what I...
Bishop e2 and to take with the queen.
Yes,
right?
this is what I...
Fine. You know what? You are running into a bit of a tactic. So h6, and then say if the bishop goes here, I don't quite get it. I thought it was let's go g5, bishop
d5.
There is a funny move d5 here.
Right.
Because of this pin and this pin, right? And let's say if you take cd5, bishop e2, queen e2, and knight d5. I'm not sure how good is it, though.
Well,
it
F4.
likes it for black. Computer likes it for black.
F4.
Very double-edged, right?
Well, there's a puzzle
knight
rush
f4 is
tactic.
happening.
Bishop takes d4, knight f4, and queen takes d4, right?
So I would still stick to, let's
safe.
play the position with even number of pawns.
Safe
You're
and
not
solid.
forced to sacrifice.
Again, what's intriguing for me is the wild card matchup of Daniel Deac versus our number 3, almost number 2 player in the world, that they've drawn all their games. That's the remarkable thing. You would expect that Fabi,
would throw in a mid-win somewhere. But I mean, it just goes to show, actually the difference between a 2800 and Bogdan Daniel, who's close to 2700, is small margins.
Yeah, what accounts for that differential? So we do have classical Nimzo. We'll keep an eye on that one. And where would you like to take this? I think we've managed
we have to go to the sharpest game
MVL?
of all. Yeah.
Okay.
Nodirbek against MVL.
Let's see where the players have we left it after bishop takes e4, knight to g5, bishop to c6. MVL's enjoying a 2-pawn advantage at the moment. White has secured, can I put it like that, his knight on g5. What have you got? Well, now it's only a 1-pawn advantage. Knight takes a4, bishop e7, and MVL, I think, is just thinking, I can exit, whenever I want, and maybe I'm not too anxious to go over there immediately. First played the move rook b8, and Mira, I want you to jump in on this one. First of all, when we left it, the computer liked MVL's.
Yes.
He had an advantage. Has he kept his advantage?
Not at the full scale. It seems, it seems the natural bishop e7 developing move is something that computer actively dislikes.
Really?
Right.
It's so natural.
It's not like it's a mistake per se, but much stronger. Once again, don't quote me on this, but blame computer if it's wrong. To go d5, to go even more aggressive.
Okay.
Because that's a moment where you're still up a pawn, and maybe the bishop gets developed to d6 or something.
Maybe it gets developed on b4.
That's a good way of developing the bishop. Right, you are. So apparently, one of the lines that computer recommends, and I presume that's the line you might be scared of with black, is the fact that white can go knight to b6. And knight takes, and queen takes, and bishop e7, and let me check, and rook to e1. And it looks weird, right? So white is
a whole piece.
A whole piece down, but somehow...
And I've got rook a7 as a potential defense.
Yeah, well, if you go rook a7, let's see what happens. Then rook a6, and the position is almost equal all of a sudden, because too many things hanging.
Amazing.
Let me try something that computer does not recommend. I was thinking knight back to d7.
That's a tempo.
And then there is queen e7, king e7, bishop a6 check. I wonder where it goes.
Wow.
King f8, bishop c8, rook c8. No, this one I don't believe. Black is a piece up still. Piece up for the pawn. So this should be good for black. So then perhaps, anyway. Let's stick to computer evaluation. D5 good, bishop e7 less good. C4 good, and then say in the case of a castle, knight c3, computer claims it to be almost enough compensation. It's just a slight minus for black. And honestly, I can see why white has compensation in this case. So here's I'm not even sure. Let's call the e pawn the extra pawn. Right. How do you capitalize on this one? Not anytime soon, right? The knight on g5 is nicely placed, h5 sometimes hanging. White has, some active plans on the queen side, so this one is, acceptable compared to some positions that Nodirbek could have.
Which I think is why MVL played rook b8 to prevent the knight from coming nicely to knight c3.
Well, there is always the crazy move b5, but apparently it doesn't work. So bishop d2,
now
bishop d2 castles, and then back
knight
to
c3.
Back to knight c3. And if rook b4 happens, let's see what happens after rook b4. Knight to d5, and it's a mess again. Knight to d5, you'll have to take.
Right. Pawn takes
C
knight.
takes.
Right.
Bishop b5, because otherwise you lose material. Bishop b5, bishop b4, bishop e2, and I think so. Black has sacrificed an exchange.
For one pawn?
I don't know how many, for 2 pawns.
For 2 pawns.
Queen c4, that's what computer has. And this is something, again, around equal, according to the machine, but very Najdorf-ish, I would say. Like the Najdorf player should be very happy. So, because got rid of the light square bishop. So you'd think, the king is safe. The king's safe. If anything, I'll put the knight on f6. King is safe. This bishop is potentially very strong. Right?
Yes.
Putting it back to b5 or something. I'm not even sure about queen c4. Could I go bishop b5? No, I could not. So again,
you have problems with your king.
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
D6 is a little...
So that's my problem, and that's a player's problem in a way. That, what do you want? You don't mind calculating a forced line during the game, but you want a moment where you can stop, assess the position, and say, okay, I find it acceptable. I'm ready to play this position.
Right.
It seems that currently the position is that sharp, that complex, that you can't stop. You have to calculate. On and on and on.
I call it riding the tiger. It's like you get into these tactical sequences where you can't jump off. The tiger will eat you if you jump off the back of the tiger. So you just keep going. And we do have
Bishop d2
rook
played.
b8, bishop to d2. And that inclusion of rook b8, bishop d2 tempo is the line that is leading us to this exchange sacrifice. Castles, knight c3, rook takes b4. Very intriguing. We'll keep an eye on this.
I think rook takes b4 will be played, but just in case black decides not to give up material like that.
You have a lot of choices. One that I actually kind of find a little attractive myself. Sometimes when I'm up material, one of the great benefits I feel about that is I can give it back. I would like to bring this knight into the game.
Me
and putting,
too.
Yeah, knight g4,
I was
knight
thinking.
f6.
So I was thinking e4.
E4, E5, E4, which is very. Miro said Najdorf-ish.
Yes.
Very Najdorf-ish. You want to put a knight on E5 and just centralize the pieces. E5, E4. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yeah.
Definitely
This one's
worth consideration.
Absolutely.
Messy.
And let's go to the Alireza Gukesh game.
All right, that was the ending. And I was fearful that the ending was going to go very, very quickly into draw with a rook trade. After the move knight d5, rook e1, there was that avoidance of the four rooks, but Gukesh said, okay, what's the problem? I'll play rook b8. I like that move very much. In fact, rook f8 to b8, idea I can defend e6 nicely with rook, but also, you know, I've got ideas on the queen side. If I take on b2,
well, is now
let's
the
have a
time
discussion
to
of-
start going, well, you're attacking my pawn, but you also have a weak pawn on c4.
Okay.
Let's go. Rook c1.
Let's do it. Let's have a look-see. Rook to c1, as you were saying, just hitting the pawn. Now, just pause for just a second here, because I've got a couple of alternatives. Okay, I will fall for it. Let's just start eating. Rook takes.
Okay, now rook takes c4.
Because you also had knight takes e6.
Yes,
rook
I
takes
did, yeah.
Rook takes c4. Pause for a moment, because again, I'm having this trouble deciding how big a threat is. Knight takes e6, I have rook e8, right? So I keep asking myself, how big a threat is it? And
Maybe
I want
it's
to play.
not. Go rook f. What about rook f8?
Rook f8 is another move. Rook f8 with the idea behind rook f8
Rook
is
f2.
I like
line up those
line up.
rooks on the second line. Yeah.
I was about to say I wasn't even that fearful of knight e6. For example, if I go, I just want to put it on the board for just a moment. Imagine we have a situation like this where you took the pawn on e6. I offered a trade of rooks. You accepted my offer. Takes, king up. And I was just thinking, okay, am I just hoovering the board? You know, just getting rid of so much pawns and material. In this
Yeah.
case, wait a minute.
In this case, the king can step up to e4.
Exactly. And you get, no.
You get
you
problems.
did-
But let's check out the lifetime between Alireza
How they
and
match
Gukesh.
up.
And of course, they played each other in the candidates. Who can forget those spectacular games?
Indeed.
And it looks like it's 2 wins apiece for both of these players and 1 draw between them.
Significant difference in the world ranking as well. They're 15th place for Alireza, and we know that he belongs in the world top 10. I mean, come on. I mean, that just looks like a typo, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, hello.
But, yeah, he did lose a lot of rating last year at the end of last year, because I remember there was a mad dash to get him to the candidates.
Yes.
But, you know, he's that kind of player where you feel like he could just go on a massive winning streak.
Which I think he did.
Which he did have to do, right?
Right, to
But,
qualify at the end. And
yeah, and incidentally, at the candidates, it was very much blow for blow between the pair.
he managed to
Defeat Gukesh.
Put the big 0 on Gukesh, because Fabi couldn't do it and Nepo could not defeat Gukesh. So very interesting. And what do you have, Miro, in the Wesley So game?
Nepo's game?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nepo's game against Wesley, if you remember Gari's words, so that's 3 results game.
Yes.
I'm afraid it's more of a 2 results game, because Jan is in a bit of a trouble. Seriously. So I don't know if it was the g4 move or the position was already not brilliant. So here perhaps my computer says bishop c1, and that's not the move you're willing to play. but Jan's alternative of rook a to b1 doesn't seem to be appealing either. Bishop e4, attacking the rook b to d1. Okay. And computer even has it as an exclamation mark.
Best move in the position.
But that's a best move, which still leads to black's advantage.
After.
Right, and Yasser, I know you'd
Yes.
You'd capture here.
I have to ask.
You'd capture here, which is good, but then at least white gets to d6. After rook e6, white starts going g5. And this is where you feel like maybe you won a pawn, but maybe you've lost a bit of control over the game. So the bishops come to life and everything. So instead, what you could do, two ways. You can go bishop f3, and then the rook has no squares on the d file, as funny as it looks. This doesn't look very appealing because black will take here. Okay, that's one of the options. Go knight e4. And
give me the pawn on c5.
We could argue how big black chances of winning this are, but black is clearly better,
Right.
So, bishop f3 almost forces white to go back, and this is where you go like h5 or knight e4, and just look, I mean, black pieces are completely dominant. Not only that,
their best square.
Not only that, there is also knight d5.
That was the move I wanted with bishop f3. I wanted to get rid of that knight, and I'm just feeling very, very comfy with black.
So after knight d5, so the only argument that I'm kind of having, how about the opposite color?
Yes.
Exactly.
Right. I'm just not sure in what way we are doing it. Say knight to d5.
Let me take with the bishop.
And you absolutely should, because pawn takes strangely kind of works for white. b3, knight takes, rook takes, and you're in no time. Okay, I mean you can pick c5, but then b4 happens, and the bishop from f1 takes on b5, and white at some point will have f3 capture d5. So that's not great. So after let me go here. Knight d5. You take with the bishop. And then white can capture, or white can play bishop c1. So if you look at this one, it's almost like black has an extra pawn. Right?
Indeed, it's like the Berlin ending.
The moment you play b3, there's always going to be captures, goes to a5, I guess? Not to a5.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. In this particular
case. Jovi will be upset when
I
you
agree.
Centralize your knight.
No, what I wanted to say, again, like, you shouldn't do this, just kind of in terms of structure, so to speak. I force the pawn to go back, I return, and white can't really deal with this 3 out of 2. 3 versus 2. But of course, sorry, not knight a5, but not knight e5, knight f3. Black is better.
No question. By the way, I remember some really great historical games where Wesley's getting the upper hand. I remember a Tata Steel, a last round of Tata Steel that Wesley won against Nepo to win the tournament. I remember an Olympiad in Baku where Nepo won 6 in a row, and then Wesley won in the Russia versus U.S. match. How do these players match up?
Let's
they played
check
a lot.
out their lifetime scores head-to-head, and there you can see. Wow.
I remember a lot of Wesley's wins.
Wesley's favor.
Big time.
1 win to Jan, whereas Wesley is 6 wins, and then we have 8 draws.
Wesley matches up. I mean, Nepo is an amazing, amazing player, and I think his blitz and rapid skills are really world class as well. But somehow in that style, the matchup style, Wesley done very well. Wesley captured the pawn, and you were talking about a little chaos maybe in this case. Explain this a little bit further. Why do we have to play rook e6?
Well, you have to play a move.
Oh, well,
right?
Okay.
You have to play a move, and this guy, as far as I understand, is somewhat not stable, so what would you do?
Bishop f3.
bishop f3,
and I'm trying to play knight
it
e4.
turns out, yeah, bishop h6 is an
Knight
option.
e4?
If knight e4, bishop c1, some weird tempo, attacking the knight, and then if you take, c takes, and d7's the threat, and the knight is hanging. Yeah.
Okay, I was way too. a3.
Yeah, but this one's already better for white.
Oh my gosh! I was going to capture on c3, and this is already better for white.
This is.
Okay, sorry. Continue. Oh, you've got rook e3. Knight takes c3.
Knight c3. Rook trades here. Goes to e3.
I was so proud of my pieces too.
And then, in order not to lose material, you actually have to go knight d5, not to lose a piece. And then white either can capture f3 and a3 or d5 and a3. So
fair.
The point is that, yeah, getting rid of this pawn, I'm no longer scared, right? So two bishops and everything's open.
But you have to understand, before you played the move rook e3, I was so proud of my pieces. The knight was on b2. Yay. Knight was on c3, bishop on f3. You think to yourself, I've got these great pieces,
right,
losing them all.
Yes, that's something that I think computer taught us a lot, that we all appreciate beautiful combinations or beautiful tactics where every piece, plays perfectly, everything's harmonious, but the ugly tactic, when your pieces are all over the place, but somehow it works for you, that's amazing.
Well,
guys at home, like the knight on b4 does nothing, and yet it works.
And yet it works with all the pieces on the back,
right? We do. So, sorry to interrupt you, Jovi. So, the point of rook to d6 is you got to make a move. Rook e6 was the computer's move, and then you went g5 and you said, "Welcome to my mess."
Yeah, there's also
chaos.
Yes.
Chaos.
G5, h takes, bishop takes, and then again the threat of capturing there. So bishop f3, and yeah, this one's less clear. That's still good for black. Still good for black. It's not like white all of a sudden equalized, but all I was saying that white perhaps gets a chance. The bishop comes to life via h3. The other one was on g5.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's I'd say unlikely that Jan's going to lose this one, because he's this type of player that he values activity, very much. So it was much harder for him to kind of shuffle on this first, second rank and wait. So now at least he has his bit of content.
He has a clear idea.
Well, let's check out the live ratings and see how those two players are doing. In fact, let's have a look at all of our tournament participants. And this has been updated today. Magnus Carlsen still at the top with 28.31. Hikaru 28.01. Fabi, yesterday he was at 27.99.
Right, he was just on the edge of 2,800.
On the edge, right? 27.98. And there we see Jan, who is playing Wesley, has 27.69. And Gukesh, 27.66. It's interesting that Wesley is just down to number 9 in the top 10 ratings.
And again, that feels like such a typo to me, because I'm so used to seeing Wesley in the top 5 of the world when you think about how he matches up with Jan. And as we've just seen in that stat, a 6-1 result in Wesley's favor. You wouldn't expect Wesley to be behind Jan in rating. Rook d6, we'll leave that on the board. Where would you like me to go, Jovi? Tell me where you find the action exciting.
Najdorf.
It really is just the Najdorf.
Najdorf. Okay, we left it the Najdorf, that is to say, we left Nodirbek and MVL after bishop to d2. Castles, very good move. Did you see that move, castles? Bring your king.
Yes, to safety.
Safety.
How many moves in were we when that happened?
What is the number over there? 17, 18?
17, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it. Knight back to c3, inviting rook takes b6. How would you like to sacrifice an exchange, sir? No, not especially. Knight to b6, rook to c1. We've caught up with the players. Extra pawn for MVL, but maybe some decent compensation. Somehow I like this knight on
Certainly.
G5. Yeah.
Well, also, we were looking at putting a knight onto e5.
Yes, well, that was your E4, knight E5
Yeah, I was thinking
idea.
E4, but there was also...
You know what? I think we all missed that rook c1 and knight d5 to follow is actually a very serious idea, because I was checking that after e4, let's say computer says rook to c1, white slightly better all of a sudden. Being
Because knight e4?
Because knight d5 is a big idea, or b5 is another thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because the moment, say, you go knight e5, b5, right? You want to be capturing on b5. You don't want to take on a6, have a passed pawn. But
correct.
This way, you'd be opening the file. Yeah, c,
And
b5, and then some jumps, a tempo on a queen, and white's already much better.
Gotcha.
And knight b6 allows the same rook c1, which is less clear. So there is no immediate breakthroughs, and black can play queen b7.
Okay.
Again, from the set of moves that computer recommends, I suspect black is not doing that great. I mean, a move like rook a8, for instance.
I saw a big fat orange question
mark
over
knight
rook takes
b6. And it wanted rook takes b4.
Yeah, it did want to go for
Into
this
the exchange
sacrificial line, yeah, and would claim that this is very close to equal. Yeah, by the way, I'm learning that you could also sacrifice an exchange this way. And takes d5. Now, if pawn takes, you don't need to sacrifice anything.
Right.
So white has to collect on b4 immediately, and bishop back to b7.
Not even capturing the pawn on c4 and just saying, I have got a good outpost, knight c5.
Probably not enough now that it thinks for a little bit and starts giving white the advantage. So that means knight takes, pawn takes, bishop b5. Our original idea, bishop here, and this one it still has as equal. And that was the position where I said, like, you can't really stop, you have to go further on, because the moment you move the bishop, knight e4, white's better, so you have to continue being tricky, queen c4.
I like it.
Guarding the bishop, bishop d2, then bishop goes to g4, has it as equal, and the fact that white starts trading the queens, and this is the moment I think, as black, if you calculate it that far and you see, okay, he starts trading the queens, then I'm not worried. Not worried. I should be able to win this one. It's all on one flank. He won't have passed pawns, so I'll survive.
Correct.
That would be my train of thought.
Yes,
I absolutely agree. Thank you, Mira. Very, very nice piece.
Sharp
analysis
there.
And maybe MVL's going the wrong way.
Yes, but I was going to say,
Please.
one of the great things about this event and the Grand Chess Tournament especially is that there's a live audience.
Yes, indeed.
And there is a nice atmosphere at the tournament, and it's getting close to the summer holidays. And what do? You take your kids to the chess tournament.
Exactly.
Where the best players in the world are just casually playing in your home city. And here are some of the observers.
You told me the story that your father had taken you to a chess tournament, right? And you saw Jonathan Spielman and the candidates and how excited you were.
Yeah, we were absolutely buzzing, and here you can see the excitement on the children's faces. Now, there was something special about that, actually. It was very inspirational to see the grandmasters at play and also to hear them analyze afterwards. Because I remember when there were the demo boards, the magnetic demo boards at the time, and the players were invited, or the top grandmasters were kind of asked to give their analysis. And I remember I thought it was amazing that they could recreate the moves from their mind. I was like, what kind of mind magician are these people?
They memorized it.
They memorized everything, and they were so articulate with their thoughts, and they kept just recreating the position, and I was like, whoa.
Wow. Bishop b7 by MVL. Your rook a8 was intriguing, but here we understand what it was that attracted Maxime to the idea of knight b6. He thought he was putting pressure on c4, but doubtlessly he didn't understand a knight d5 was going to...
I can tell you it's a knight move. Yes, try to guess.
I thought it was knight d5. I thought the knight was jumping.
I would think so.
Yeah, because...
Computer thinks the other way.
The other way, just get rid of the knight?
d1.
No.
Knight to d1. Knight to d1, so again,
The
perhaps
computers are
D1 to
good,
E3,
right?
yeah?
To F5.
And
suddenly, just like that,
Oh, no,
it
no, no,
makes
no, no, no,
perfect
no.
sense.
Kind of the only but very strong move. So the only move to keep an advantage or to achieve the advantage with white. And let us check what happens after knight d5. It's not threatening enough. It's knight takes, pawn takes, queen d7. Black's happy. Yeah.
Yeah, d5
It probably
is
doesn't make much sense. Yeah, the d5 pawn's weak. But after knight d1.
Oh, but come on.
Knight e3.
You can forgive MVL for this. I mean, you play knight b6 and your opponent plays knight d1. And now you start to understand that it's a strong move. But at the time that you're encouraging your opponent to retreat, come on. You can't be angry with yourself for misjudging.
And there's no way to
one.
stop that knight coming.
It's getting there, but you'll meet it with g6, right?
Also, the queen on c8 is doing some defensive work.
Useful.
For the time being.
Useful defensive work. But okay, the problem is d5, I'm encouraging c5, I wouldn't want. So what should I do? Let's imagine just a move. Yeah, I'll play queen d7. Let's imagine knight e3.
Can you...
Let's imagine...
Yeah, I thought queen d7 as well, but then I was thinking...
Rook c8? Oh, what would you
kind of want to...
Tell me.
The knight on g5 is annoying.
Truly.
At every single level.
So you want to play g6, defend the pawn, and get rid of the knight. Or knight e4.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to go in the knight e4 direction, again, just to trade off some pieces. But at the time being, I cannot do that because I'm going to get problems, right? I thought
yes,
bishop takes h5 and...
I do see c4 as well as hanging. Bishop takes h5. I like that, Joe. I like this idea. I think I want to combine it with g6, but I mean, I hear what you're saying. This knight on g5 is irksome. Yeah. It really is. Can MVL get rid of the knight with some knight e4?
Not
jumping?
Immediately, because you figured out that this one's annoying, c5. Yes, in this case.
I accept that.
Honestly, the feeling is, okay, forget about the engine. I don't remember who taught me this concept, but look at the position and we can agree that black has less useful moves, strangely. So after, knight d1 and so on, we are struggling with black all the time to find moves, and white has so many ways of improving the position. So white is pawn down, and he's happy with kind of a slow play. He has more quiet, slow moves to improve the position, which suggests that perhaps white does okay, and even more than okay.
I always like those positions where
this is something.
My moves are easy, my opponent's less so. But let's analyze that carefully. Knight to d1. Yeah. Let me play the move g6, just to put g6 on the board. Knight to e3. Now, most Sicilian players, Gary Kasparov included, rook e8, bishop f8, bishop g7, those are very standard maneuvers here. But just, how worrisome is the play?
Well, I'm worried about c5 as well coming.
c5, okay.
Yeah, so if you just kind of go rook e8.
Let me go back with the knight. Oh, knight f5.
Then there's knight f5, yeah.
Oh. By the way, queen g3 to d3. I'm seeing another big fat orange. What was that mistake graphic that you had produced for
I can
us?
tell you. Let's have a look. Nodirbek's. So before
the
move
mistakes
40,
are going up through the roof on this one.
Nodirbek's mistake rate was 3.95%.
Okay, 3.9.
But I think in this type of position, it's very understandable. It's very sharp.
Of course.
And MVL's was at 2.34%.
Let's have a look-see
Let's
again.
remind ourselves of that. So MVL scoring quite well in these mistake rates charts, whereas Nodirbek, 3.95 at the higher end of the spectrum. And it's quite funny because after move 40, well, Nodirbek retains at 4.59%. And MVO, 7.1%.
Whoa.
So the numbers are saying that MVL is making mistakes in the endgame.
Wow. Well, he did let Firouzja off the hook in that Berlin ending. By the way, it's kind of funny to see the queen returning to the d3 square. Miro, I mean, white made this great effort to prevent black from castling. Black castle.
Yeah.
Now that you've castled, the queen's not doing enough on g3. So
we understand the intention, right? So get rid of this knight and go queen h7.
Or to play bishop takes h5. And
bishop takes h5. Yeah, but right away, Yasser, that after knight d1 and whatever we were trying, it was hard, seriously. g6, knight e3 you were looking at.
And I was going to play a move like queen c7,
it's not
knight
even
b7,
yeah, like
rook
queen
e8.
c7, I think knight f5 kind of destroys black entirely.
Clearly.
Because knight e6 then discovered check. And to highlight one more idea, let's say if you would go back to d7, c5, and if pawn takes, bishop c4. And if you look at white pieces, like knight f5, this rook shifts over everything against the king. Everything.
Yeah. It looks gross, actually.
So knight h7 to try to exchange this guy. And one of the options is, once again, just go c5 sacrifice. Knight f7, rook f7, c5. If this is what computer sees as better for white, that means the position is better for white. You casually give up the piece, you go c5, and computer says you're better.
Michael Tal would be smiling.
Yeah.
I mean, just a very intuitive, flowing
knight
sacrifice.
to d1 is such an important move, and queen to d3.
Queen d3 is quite natural, right?
Queen to c6.
Well, queen c6.
Queen c6 is strong. White has to play.
Bishop F3.
Well, he probably won't play bishop f3 though, because this leads to. Okay, that's actually funny. Knight to d5. And you have to sacrifice the queen.
e7 is hanging.
That's beautiful. Yeah, because let's show. Black's queen is attacked,
right?
And if you try to trade the queens, there is a
intermezzo.
Little. But very important intermezzo, and white is a piece up because
and b6
e4 rook takes d6 and the b6 knight is. It's not so obvious once again, right? We've seen easier tactical sequences, but anyway. So bishop f3, queen c4, knight d5. Black has to sacrifice the queen.
Okay.
However, bishop takes, rook to c4, bishop to c4. And say queen c2. Let's look at the material. It's not for nothing.
Rook, bishop, 2 pawns.
Rook, bishop, and 2 pawns. So on material side of things, black is very happy.
Right.
The only worry could be that the king
safety.
is still not very safe. So g6, something like this.
To stop bishop h5.
And yeah, it's hard to judge. Say computer does this as positions equal. And seriously, it's hard to tell. From my experience analyzing these kind of things with computer, back some 10 years back, I would say it turns to overvalue queen. No, it's not overvalue. It's just so good with the queen that these positions, let's say, if computer says it's equal, it would be able to prove. But if two chess players, like human chess players playing, usually the pieces would take over.
Right.
Yeah, because the queen you have to like really be very precise, create some threats on both wings here and there. So for me, let's say, as the human player, I'm much more, say, comfortable
putting the
with the pieces, like defend everything 100 times and slowly but surely surround.
Yeah, no, in this type of position, if that knight ends up on a good anchored square, so, I love the pieces as well. It's not so easy to play with the queens. Once again, queen to c6. That was recent. That was the last move.
Yes.
And by the way, what are the clock times in this one? Because this was a
Well, they're not a factor for the time being.
It's not.
Nodirbek with 1 hour. And Maxime with 48 minutes and 27 seconds. Maybe we can turn our attentions to Alireza against Gukesh, because we got it right with our predictions, yes.
What?
And I just wanted
this looks very familiar, doesn't it?
This is almost where we got to, but we kind of stopped. So rook AC1 was played,
Rook
and then rook
F8.
F8. And here, Alireza just calculated that it was fine to allow the rooks to double up on the second row, but he threw in that beautiful tactical shot, knight takes E3. That was from Gukesh. And the point, you cannot touch that knight, because now rook to B1 check. And there's no place for the king to
The software is
hide.
not allowing me to play king of 2.
I know,
I'm losing.
unfortunate.
Back rank checkmate.
So instead, rook takes C7 played.
Yep.
And this one is definitely fizzling out into a draw.
How come?
How come? Well, we're going to have to cover rook takes G2.
Okay, so first of all, I mean, I'm threatening G7, I'm threatening knight takes F8. I'm not threatening, as we saw, rook takes E3, so I'm assuming you have to play rook G2?
Yeah, king
H1. Now give me your rook. Maybe now I can take your knight. How about that? How about...
Well, rook F2.
Okay. Pause, pause, pause. So, rook check,
King F7.
Oops.
And this is where we need the other rook to be on B1.
Yeah. Okay. So that means I have to take... No. I have to take the knight.
Yeah, you have to take the knight,
And then it's
this
a
is where we
perpetual
get
check.
the perpetual check.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's how the fizzle... Well, it was a
short
burst
but
of
sweet.
excitement there in that one, as a draw seems to be an inevitable result. And
Well, we've had a lot of people speculate as to what our co-commentator Cristian does in Bucharest when he's not on camera.
I bet he goes to the snacks. Oh, look! Boy, did I nailed it. he goes to the players' VIP room. He says, "What's the best snacks that you guys got?" Oh, that's a pretty good. Wow, that's a serious water bottle. I mean, guy works out, obviously, with a water bottle that big. But no, those snacks that the players had, they never had snacks like that in my day. How about you, Miro?
It seems like we caught Cristian
You busted.
Surprise.
It's called a reveal. Sorry.
It was just too good to resist.
Christian. You know what I'm talking about, Miro. I mean, remember in our day, we were very happy if we got a coffee. You know, now the players have sushi and...
No,
I didn't think they have sushi. What?
They don't.
What?
No, they don't. I can tell you. So, last tournament I played in, I just got water. That was it. Not even a hot drink. And so I was privy to the players' room. And
that's what I'm talking.
Yeah, they get so in the really elite events.
That's
they get,
what I'm talking.
They get sandwiches, crisps, chocolate. All the drinks that
all
they
the
want.
Goodies.
Yes.
So that's what Christian was rating.
But no sushi.
No sushi.
No sushi.
Christian, you get a rebuttal. Final word in the debate.
I cannot believe that you guys did that to me.
I
Not
didn't do
you.
it.
Maybe it was your idea, Yasser.
No.
But I have to blame the producers.
We love you. We would never do it.
I was just having my pretzel.
That's
that
the
was my
production
favorite
team,
pretzel
man.
of the day, my favorite moment of the day as well, and you guys
spoiled it.
Made a buffoonery of it. Incredible. I'm truly disappointed.
Tell us about the pretzel. Is it the salted
The pretzel
one?
was great.
Does it have the Himalayan pink salt, or do you use the sea salt?
No. It had cherries in it. It was a pretzel with cherries. Yes,
Wow.
I know. You would love it, Yasser. I know you would love it.
Wow. Boy, I'm missing out.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Definitely
Rebuttal
missing
work.
out, Yasser.
Very, very nice. Miro, take us away. Where's the action?
Where is the action? So Firouzja and Gukesh, I think, can still continue.
How so?
So rook f2, correct.
Yes.
And by the way, the only move to stay in the game, otherwise white wins.
Okay.
And white has this rook g7, knight g7, and I understand it does not change the outcome, but technically
You can play.
white's the pawn up. Right? So after knight c2, there is rook g1. However, after king f7, you know, black has threats like this, and realistically, it will be a draw. And
Gotcha.
I'm just, you know, kind of making stuff up to, not to allow you to finish with the perpetual. But yeah, like there are, you can go knight f4 as well. Knight f4, rook h2, king goes. Let me find it. Oh well, actually, there is a bit of a sharpness here. To g5. Rook b1, I can threaten the checkmate.
Whoa, wait a minute, what's going on?
It's getting spicy here.
Yeah, it really
exactly. Yeah. So say after rook b1, you have strictly only move, which is rook b2, not allowed. Yeah, and I can trade and go to h5 and
Arabian me.
Somehow, and you go here and you have a check and you take the pawn on e5, and then white collects the a7, the h7. So it will be a draw nonetheless. It's just that, the game's not over yet. But what's interesting in Fabi's game, and bishop g5, and it's not the first time that Fabi's game develops the slowest.
Right.
Right?
But then the battle flares.
Then when everywhere else it's over or clarified, the end game, and we discover, Fabi made 20 moves only.
Right, it's exciting.
It's move 16, by the way, in Fabi's game. Bishop g5, the one that you, Yasser, liked, over my bishop b2. And Deac played a very creative move, rook to e5.
I like it.
And wasn't the moment where we could go, I'm thinking, you'd be laughing, but it wasn't such a bad move.
Right.
Rook to b5, and point being, if you go here, go here.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
Attacking the rook, because the justification for rook e5, why rook e5 exists at first place, is that after f4, which is very tempting, and if the rook has to go back, I'm happy playing e5, saying I'm winning. After f4, this is what black had on his agenda, to sacrifice
for
the exchange for either winning it back or a fantastic square on e5. And I took a look at this one, and it could have been very, very sharp after white playing e5.
Wow.
So white could play e5. And computer gives it around equal. Again, evaluations around equal, but it's not always easy to navigate. Like say, bishop e6, bishop e4. So that's a real exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, and just to interrupt you, Miro, because we are seeing a repetition between Alireza and Gukesh, and they did decide to settle the game with this particular rook checks.
The Queen's Gambit Accepted has been doing fantastically well for Gukesh. People really are not making a dent in his go-to defenses. There we see the handshake. And our first result, there has been, well, we call it cautious play. It wasn't really cautious play, just a correct game.
It's very correct, right?
Right. But I like this rook e5 move very, very much. That's the players have already made the handshake.
As of now, we have fantastic round development. So we have this rook e5 with potential of sacrifice. Everything. Fabi, by the way, dropped the bishop back. He didn't want to accept the sacrifice. Deac goes queen e7. Mm-hmm. So once again, potential for f4 and maybe e5 breaks. Computer, once again, materialist, wants to go bishop e2 in order to get the pawn back. Then in Abdusattorov's game against MVL, we have this queen sacrifice that we were talking about.
Oh, we do.
So it's an exciting round in development.
Oh, very, very nice. I'm just going to put that on the board.
And we see it's over. between Alireza and Gukesh, and that means that Gukesh moves to 2.5 points out of 4.
We can
Still
just see
only 3 victories
Yeah.
in the tournament so far.
We started with a bang, and it's been slow ever since. There was 2-1-0.
And here you can see how that draw impacted the current standings. So Gukesh in the sole lead just for now with 2.5 points out of 4, and Alireza moves to 2 points.
Fabi could potentially leapfrog Gukesh with a win. And I see that MVL with a win, should he get it, would also join the lead there with Gukesh. It is that queen sacrifice as prescribed, but I don't think it was queen C2. I thought...
well, it was.
Was it?
It was.
Was it?
It was.
Was it queen C2?
Yeah.
Apologies.
All
Takes.
correct.
And now G7, G6.
G6, rook b to c8. Now it's kind of any move. Well, maybe or perhaps you have to take care of bishop takes h5.
That was
Hence
the one.
G6 or
Yeah.
create a counter threat, which probably this move does. Yeah, so after rook b to c8, white does not take on h5. But let's just play G6.
Right. I just showed that to the audience for a moment. I like somehow tactically, I like this move, rook on b8 to c8. You're anchored
So
the
rook
bishop,
b8 to c8.
and if you take, I do have this funny move.
Bishop to e2.
Bishop to e2 with the discovered attack on the queen as well as the bishop. So that's why you're tactically defending the pawn on h5. But okay, queen, g7, g6.
Yeah,
safe,
we all went g6.
safe, solid move. Now, from black's perspective, you let black just play moves like d5, e4. Black could take over the game. What is white going to do about this?
I think 94 was what computer was saying back then, and yeah, and it is still a move. Yeah,
It
94.
stays on knight e4.
Which is I wouldn't call the first move I want to play.
No,
Because I like my knight on g5.
we found it
Yes.
I
irritating.
like my knight on g5, and also I'm thinking kind of my chances of, say, winning this game could be connected with some sort of an attack, right?
Right.
While
Right.
black is not perfectly coordinated yet. But
you
yeah.
can't get at black's king without making those trades. Because
Yeah.
I was also itching to kind of either push for g4.
Yeah, like
at
go
some point,
bishop e4 and take.
bishop takes g6.
Right.
Because
It
really,
doesn't
if you
take,
don't do
doesn't
anything
win.
like that, then as
So-
Miro mentioned, black is just going to solidify, and they're the ones that can push the pawns in the middle.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it starts to be like very, very. Wait a second. So rook f8, which was recommended by the engine
For
a
a
few
moment.
seconds ago,
Take back.
all of a sudden it realizes that white does have an attack.
Yeah.
Bishop
rook
h5,
g3.
and we still have this rook on the third rank, which probably gets very messy because it's not. It doesn't say white is winning. It doesn't say black is winning. So
King
it's
f8.
King f8.
King f8, and okay, I don't believe it.
Queen.
Bishop e3.
What?
Bishop e3.
Jeez.
Typical engine stuff. So to take here, in order to take here, you can go d5 because bishop c5 and, things like this. And now everything's equal.
Wow.
I hope it won't happen.
I can see bishop e3 happening, but yeah.
It's quiet
the
moves.
onus will be on Nodirbek, actually, to generate some play.
Bishop e3 has been played, by the way.
Bishop e3 immediately.
Immediately. And
well-
this is where I was thinking that if I'm black, if I can play d5, I don't know, bring my knight back, my pieces start to... By the way, the pawn on b4 is
You
hanging.
can,
D5.
and again, according to the machine, you also should.
Yes.
D5 is good move. Now, pawn on b4 is
It's hanging.
Bishop c5, rook e8, and now, unlike the previous line, the king would be absolutely safe.
Right.
Yeah, and once again, it's not the move recommended by the Anish, just to show that if something like this happens, black is jumping for joy. King g7, it's like
Super
everything
safe.
super duper safe.
Right.
Well, one of the pluses of having more pieces on the board, right? So it's queen versus rook and knight, or rook and knight in this case, but rook and knight make it 2 pieces. So
right.
If you attack a weakness, you can attack it twice. You get a chance to attack it twice.
Right.
So this b4 pawn is not here for long.
Sensitive, yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, we're looking like Nodirbek
On the back foot.
Definitely.
I don't like my pick anymore.
And well, someone else who is on the back foot is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's go to his game against Wesley So. So we left it when Jan had put the rook on d6.
Yes.
As you can see, there's
Rook
actually been
e6.
a trade. And Miro was showing us lines where White was being more or less forced to go g5.
Right.
With the intention of then
H4.
backing this up with h4 in order to mobilize this bishop on f1.
To h3.
But as you can see, that didn't happen. Instead,
After rook e6.
rook e6.
Take, take.
And this looks all normal, right? You double black's pawns, but...
Now, we do have a threat.
Right, you do have a threat, so you have to move the bishop. Unless there's some... No, there's nothing, so move the bishop.
Where should we... d5? If
Yeah,
I go bishop,
let's go d5.
I'm eyeballing this pawn. Okay, shall we take?
Yep.
And it's time to jump, right?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
It's I'm pausing because our knight on b2 is not a happy camper, and I was just thinking for a moment there I could play knight to d1 and try to...
Also wondering whether you should go knight to c4 as well.
Knight to c4. There are alternatives, but all of this jumping, I'm kind of liking it for black. I mean, this bishop on f1 is not frightening me, and quite the contrary. I'm seeing a couple of weaknesses. We think that Wesley's for choice in this one.
Yes, Wesley is for choice, as he already was in the previous version.
Okay.
And yes, right, you are capturing on e6 isn't very good.
Yeah.
Probably should be called a mistake. And specifically for the reason that d5 square is now available and safe.
Right.
Right, because in the previous line, we could compare. Let's say here, if we go g5 and black tries to go knight d5,
b5
we can
is
take
hanging.
there.
And b5.
G takes, we can take on d5.
Right.
And it all gets messy again, because if you dare to trade, think,
whoa,
you just lose. It's
97.
97 check.
that's
Yeah,
your
so you can't.
intermezzo. Yeah.
So knight d5 you'll have to take, and rook takes, and yeah, so white starts to capture some pawns himself.
Collect.
So now, after bishop g5, bishop d5,
We were looking at rook e5.
rook e5, and let me double check. Yes, knight d1 is something computer likes a lot.
Getting from the...
Knight d1, and not even capturing it immediately. After h4 it goes king to f7. But the point is that, yeah, this guy will be lost sooner or later,
Yeah.
because bishop d2, there's always going to be knight e4.
That's the jump we really
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
I mean, into the center and with relish. Again, I want to say that I have witnessed
actually-
Wesley winning with the black pieces on
But wait one
multiple
second,
occasions.
he went
What?
in one
Wesley
direction.
went bishop f5, which is far less convincing,
Bishop
because after
F5?
rook e5, I'm trying to understand. So say knight to e4,
Well,
and
as
that's what
played?
he has done.
It's already on the board.
But yeah, but now it doesn't work. Bishop e3, and
Knight
there must be
d1.
some tactic. If knight c3, bishop d4, wow.
Okay.
And you'll have to put one of the knights to d1.
well, let's start
And then
with
you
knight
won't
to
be
d1.
able to get it out of there ever.
Yeah.
So let's go knight to d1 first.
Bishop to d4.
Yeah, but now we can't take on c3 because of f3.
Knight e4, bishop e3,
Oh, is that true, though?
knight d1, bishop d4, yeah.
Takes... sorry.
Which knight you want to take on c3?
I wanted to
Okay.
use the d1 knight. And
D1
here
knight,
you sacrifice
f3,
nicely.
knight
Gotcha.
g5 or whatever, yeah, and bishop c3.
Yes. Yeah, that looks like a big goof. Oops.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a
of a
sequence
miss.
of moves, yeah? Bishop b4, knight e4, bishop f5, knight e4.
Bishop. So once again, we have the current position, knight to e4. We're expecting bishop to e3, which Jan has played. And that's allowed Jan back into the game. That's actually huge because I'm looking at this bishop on
G2, right, yeah.
This bishop on f1, which really was playing a very passive role.
Yeah, well,
is going to be an active
really
role.
interesting position at the minute. But we are going to go to Bucharest, to Cristian, who is with Gukesh.
Gukesh, a fairly smooth, peaceful draw with the black pieces, but it was Garry Kasparov that made the first move for your game. Did you get any hints from him? Did you guys get to exchange any words?
I know. He just joked that Alireza is getting old, so he wants to protect his pawn in the first move. But
Still,
that was d4.
That was the youngest board.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you take the ratio. Well, tell us about this game. He was mentioning, by the way, that this is some old school theory, and then bishop to d7 was played in...
Gary mentioned.
Gary, yeah, he was on the show and he was talking about it. And then this queen to d5 is kind of newish, let's say.
I'm not sure which is the new move, but yeah, surely queen d5. At least he didn't know, so it was already nice.
Mm-hmm.
And what he played, it's... yeah, I did not know about this knight f5 move. And I soon realized that it should not be very dangerous because I get c4 and I always have queen d3 with a lot of play on the light squares.
What is the main move instead of knight to f5? Knight to b5,
I guess
perhaps?
knight b5. Yeah.
Maybe some queen c6.
Yeah, something like this, and okay, some crazy lines happen, but...
But at this point, you were also blitzing your move, so probably he wanted to get out of theory.
Yeah, maybe that was a reason. But yeah, I was in my prep, and although knight f5 took me out of prep, I was happy to see this because after c4 I just couldn't see what he could do to create any kind of challenge.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It seems like we're having some difficulties not seeing this game. Let's try to see whether we can fix that. If not, well, unfortunately, I don't think we can solve this technical problem for the moment, but still, you must be happy with the result. You're getting close to that midpoint in the tournament. You're still co-leading the event. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, so far it's been good. Yesterday I survived a scare, but overall I'm happy to be here. But yeah, it's just starting and there's still a long way to go.
I was actually talking with your trainer, Gajewski, about yesterday's game. Your game with Prague, always there's something crazy going on. In Tata Steel, you repeated the position. Now he kind of returned the favor, let's say, a little bit. But that endgame was so difficult. When did you spot the win for Black? After the game or during the game?
It was right after the game, I think, because when I went for this endgame, I saw that, I thought that this was a draw. But yeah, as soon as we finished, we were discussing and we found this plan where Black can go h5, f6, get his king to d6, and he has like f4 and king d5.
Yeah.
So this is what we missed, and okay, in time trouble.
It's a very instructive endgame for sure.
For sure, this king d5 was quite a beautiful idea.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Gukesh, for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, for the moment, we're going to go to the standings. Let's take a look at what we have after this result. Of course, we have Gukesh with 2.5 points, leading the tournament, but with an extra game. Fabiano, Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So, Anish, Giri, and so on are still playing their respective games. We will go on a short break, and we talked strategy with the players. Take a look.
What are some key strategies you use to prepare for your opponents? I have no basically have no strategy. I just check the games and I don't know. I try to avoid the lines my opponents are really successful at, and vice versa.
I mean, it's very basic. Just look at all the recent games using a computer, preferably no engines, and just replay them. It's very easy these days in Mega Database. You can compile. But I'm still not sure whether it makes sense to study blitz games. I mostly look at classical and some rapid. Like before coming to the tournament, I look at some games from the Canadas, and the games were just crazy. But one thing though, chess become very computerized, so you see some brilliant moves, but actually it's all the preparation.
I can't say too much about it, but I think a lot of us have the same general strategy, which is a lot of work is opening based. And so you're looking at what your opponents have done recently in the opening to try to guess what they might do, and maybe where you have a chance of getting them in an uncomfortable or unfamiliar position. And things move so fast that you have to kind of look at their very recent games, because very often people are changing openings even for one tournament to the next. Information is so available that players pick up openings in a few days or a week, and preparation is just moving very, very fast. So you might also think a little bit about like what your opponent maybe is uncomfortable in, what type of position. And yeah, it's sort of some guesswork, because you don't know exactly what will work and what won't. Like you might think something is like a great idea, and then it doesn't work so much. And I've even had some times when I'm really unhappy with the choice that I make before the game, but then suddenly it works very well. So you never know exactly what will work out.
I try to look at some of my opponents' games, and by now I've played against my opponents a lot of times, so I already have some ideas. And I mean, it's normal that we try to strike a balance between my strength and his weakness, somewhere in between, and yeah, somewhere to just get a game and try to outplay.
In general, when I prepare, I try to understand my opponent plan. I also
What are some key strategies you use to prepare for your opponents?
I have no basically have no strategy. I just check the games and I don't know. I try to avoid the lines my opponents are really successful at, and vice versa.
I mean, it's very basic. Just look at all the recent games using a computer, preferably no engines, and just replay them. It's very easy these days in Mega Database. You can compile. But I'm still not sure whether it makes sense to study blitz games. I mostly look at classical and some rapid. Like before coming to the tournament, I look at some games from the Canadas, and the games were just crazy. But one thing though, chess become very computerized, so you see some brilliant moves, but actually it's all the preparation.
I can't say too much about it, but I think a lot of us have the same general strategy, which is a lot of work is opening based. And so you're looking at what your opponents have done recently in the opening to try to guess what they might do, and maybe where you have a chance of getting them in an uncomfortable or unfamiliar position. And things move so fast that you have to kind of look at their very recent games, because very often people are changing openings even for one tournament to the next. Information is so available that players pick up openings in a few days or a week, and preparation is just moving very, very fast. So you might also think a little bit about like what your opponent maybe is uncomfortable in, what type of position. And yeah, it's sort of some guesswork, because you don't know exactly what will work and what won't. Like you might think something is like a great idea, and then it doesn't work so much. And I've even had some times when I'm really unhappy with the choice that I make before the game, but then suddenly it works very well. So you never know exactly what will work out.
I try to look at some of my opponents' games, and by now I've played against my opponents a lot of times, so I already have some ideas. And I mean, it's normal that we try to strike a balance between my strength and his weakness, somewhere in between, and yeah, somewhere to just get a game and try to outplay.
In general, when I prepare, I try to understand my opponent plan. I also check his games from database, and I check something with computer.
Mostly I just check the games from the last tournaments they played and see the openings they played lately and That's how it all starts, and then you have to guess which openings he will play, and that's how you start the preparation.
The thing about chess is that you start always from the same position, and that makes the game very special. So you can try and anticipate the first few moves. Some of the players I already played so many times, I sort of know them, I kind of feel them, I try to anticipate, what kind of thoughts they have, and it's very rare that they can really surprise me because I sort of, I can sort of profile them in some way. Some players are very different, some I played less. There are some guys I have a feeling like I have very big trouble guessing openings of some players, and I have a feeling that some of them they use like a random, number generator. So they do a coin toss on which opening they choose because I cannot find the system behind it. Like there is no system at all. It depends per person, but you always try to prepare because it would be a shame not to. You know the starting position, you know who you play, and you want to be a step ahead.
Generally, when I prepare for the tournament, I look at some games of my opponents, but in majority cases I just prepare, some openings, and I try to prepare not for the opponents but for the tournament. But yeah, in specific cases I do analyze my opponents' games. To looking at their games, you kind of feel their playing style, you understand how they approach the game, and yeah, it's always useful.
Yeah, nothing in particular. I'm just looking through their games, and at this level I know most of the opponents because I've played them a bunch of times already, and I already have an idea what they play and what is their style. But still I'll try to look at the recent games and what's going on there, and try to see where should I go and what should I try.
First of all, know most of the opponents I've played many times, but when I discover new opponents, first of all I will look at what he plays, especially depending on the strengths of his opponents, like what he might be more likely to play against stronger or weaker opponents, and take a general look at the games, of course, if there's some mistakes in the end game, if there's some mistakes early in the middle game, to find where I can try to hit him. Anyway, like I said, most of the players I play against, I've played them tens or sometimes hundreds of times if you count online games, so of course I will have natural feel for where to look for a weakness.
Welcome back. It is round 4 of the Superbet Chess Classic, and we have one result in the bag. It was a draw between Alireza, Firouzja and Gukesh, and let's remind ourselves of the standings so far. So Gukesh started this round going into the lead with 2 points out of 3. He now moves to 2.5 points out of 4. Alireza maintains his 50% score with 2 points out of 4. But we have 4 other games in progress, and we have
the divergence of games.
I was going to say they're very in great length, because some of them are very sharp. Right. Others are just simply all about that slow grind.
Strategy, and others are very, very tactical. You've got a slow grind going on in the game.
The slow grind is about to become less of a slow grind.
Because?
Because Anish, with his last move, allowed Pragg to come up with a very interesting tactical idea, and I'm wondering if Pragg is going to play it. So Anish's last move, and indeed before you were absolutely right, it's a symmetrical structure, it's, pretty much Black's task was to carefully exchange all the pieces and hold the draw. And Rook d5 seemingly does that. You plan to double on the d file. However, White has this b4, which was already seen a couple of times. It is the key idea in this setup. So this time it works like that. So in case of bishop takes on f6. You can't take with the queen because the bishop is hanging. So g takes. Relatively simple. You go to c7 and...
Stop.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Queen to d6. You can just trade and take on b7, but computer insists on this being even stronger. But anyway, we can see that at the very least Black loses tons of material.
Gotcha.
So that means b4, black cannot take. What are the alternatives? Has to go bishop d6.
Only move.
Queen to h4, and now we are starting to see these patterns that sometimes you have in the Meran variation and so on. Bishop on f6 and checkmates on h7. Turns out it's not so easy to defend because h6, white's going to have e4.
I was going to say that. I got very excited about
e4,
that.
E5. You know,
and why did you put your rook on d5?
Yeah, exactly. So
wasn't you,
what
Yasser.
computer does
is play e5.
Yeah, plays e5, and after e4, sacrifices an exchange, which might be playable.
I can bail out,
but not great.
No, I mean...
Because bishop takes e4?
Bishop takes e4. Isn't there ideas of going...
e4
I'm looking at
and
the rook takes
rook
bishop.
e3.
Rook e3.
Rook e3, and it's a huge plus. Because I don't even know, but the computer captures on f3 and says it's +2 for white.
Wow.
So apparently, go to b7. Let's try to keep the pair of bishops. No, then white just captures on e5, and there's nothing.
Oh, and
There's
guess
nothing.
what?
B4's on the board?
Play to Praggnanandhaa,
Wow.
b4 on the board.
I have to say, from this graph of mistakes before time control, mistakes after time control, we do not have the aggregate statistics, but I think Prague is one of the best.
We're going to have a massive readjustment
of our statistics right in front of me,
graphics,
and I'm sure we can pull up the graph as well.
Right.
But Anish Giri was the one on the lower side of mistakes. You know, here you can see 2.09% making mistakes, whereas Prague, okay, it's 2.94%, but on the higher end of the spectrum.
Wow, but past move 40,
Past
you
move
remember,
40,
Prague's
accuracy goes through the roof. And whereas Anish actually stays pretty level, actually. It's very rare to see Anish make mistakes like this.
He is a very accurate player. And that's the shocking graph there with Fabi going so high. I mean, he's #3 player in the world, was #2 player in the world. You don't expect his play to be inaccurate towards the end. But b4, what you're telling us is that Anish, well, he caught himself unawares. This move b4, definitely he hadn't foreseen it. And after bishop to d6, queen h4, it's rather shocking to me that there isn't a bail. How
No, it's LOST. Lost.
No bail?
Both lines, h6 or e5, involve sacrificing on d3 after e4, which is an exchange down in a position where, say, we could look at this. You're an exchange down, but in a position where white attacks. White initiative continues, and all the white pieces are perfect. Because sometimes we sacrifice an exchange and then our opponent's, I don't know, bishop is out of play or the knight misplaced. Here, white's perfect.
Right.
And an exchange out.
Well, it's kind of shocking from this position where it doesn't look like anything in particular is happening. And as you were saying, you know, carefully make sure you're trading the pieces. If you want to play h7, h6, I'm not going to disagree. If you thought about bishop a3, I'm not going to disagree. And then it's strange that after rook d5, b4, it's lost in 2 moves. It's just like
b4 is just one of those invisible moves, and just somehow
that's a shock.
Black's pieces are all unfortunately placed. Like if the bishop has to go to d6, it's vulnerable to this e4, e5. The rook on d5 also vulnerable. Even the bishop on b7, that's also vulnerable because of rook c7. I mean,
that was a shocker.
It's unfortunate.
But I mean, you know, you say all your pieces are misplaced, but excuse me, I'm used to having a bishop on b7. I'm used to having a knight on f6. I'm used to having a bishop on d6.
So
a
it's your rook, Yasser. Then it's your rook.
That is the one that should be on d8 and is safely at home.
Indeed, pretty much any other move, but not rook d5.
Right.
Because bishop d6, you could play yourself and allow the queen to go to h4 and go h6, and e4 in these circumstances doesn't really work because you don't have the rook here, so you can take.
and say, let's
That's
trade.
a big, it's a subtle but very big difference at the same time.
Huge.
Knight e4, queen has to take queen, and black is just up a pawn.
Lovely.
I presume nothing like this works because, knight to c5. And there is a feeling like this kind of tactic already never works.
Clear.
Yeah.
So, it was one move.
One move just
rook
wrecked the
d5,
position
a4.
for black. Well, it's a lot of action and
still-
fun and games in the studio, and we like it when you're at
I'm
home.
stunned.
Join in the conversation, sending us your questions. You
Uh-oh.
can-
Are we gonna be tested?
We are going to be tested, and here it comes.
Okay, I'm braced.
Yes,
Question
from
from
Nate. Yasser, what are your memories from playing against Gary Kasparov?
Oh,
What's
my.
your record against him?
Sorry, we're going to be here a long, long, long time. I mean, Nate, you got like 50 minutes to... my record, I'm 1 win, like 4 losses, like 12 draws, something very, very high. And I was successful against Gary with a negative record, what I've just said, because what Gary did to the world of chess was just incredible. He just beat everyone, and he was a very, very, very dominant world champion. Much what Cristian just said when he was interviewing, there was an aura. He came into the room, he came into an Olympiad, and people stopped. They just wanted to see him. And there's a marvelous documentary on Magnus. I think it's called Magnus. And there's a scene where Magnus comes off the elevator in India, in Chennai. He's about to play Vichy for the World Championship. And the elevator door opens, and there's 1,000 reporters going, and cameras everywhere. That was Gary Kasparov. That was Gary's life. And I remember in Tata Steel, the great tournament in Vaikonzais every year, there were literally, I'm not joking, like hundreds of school children with their autograph signature books. He just spent hours signing all of these books. And I remember coming into his suite, and we're having a conversation, and I'm trying to engage him. And he's talking to me, but he's not talking to me. He's actually sitting down, and he's got like 100 posters, and he's signing his names while he's saying, yes, and what we have to do at the GMA is we have to do this. And I'm like, what are you doing, Gary? So, well, my responsibility to the organizer was I had to do 1,000 posters, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So my memories of Gary was that, he was an ambassador for chess. He was pushing the commercial envelope. He was trying to get chess on TV, on the news. And he was a lightning rod, very much like Magnus is today, for celebrity chess and everything.
Yeah. But the question, yes.
I won 1, I lost 4, and lots of draws.
Okay.
And lots and lots of games.
Lots and lots of games. And here it is, 3 wins for Kasparov, 1 victory for you, and
Right.
2 draws.
No, they're missing tons of
classical,
games.
no?
Yeah,
This is just your classical,
We've played in the GMA so many games. Nixich, the database is that was before records were being.
Our producer is trolling us big time.
And by the way, show the graphic again, because we were just having a conversation about the Grandmaster title and the ratings for just a moment. You see that peak rating on for me, this 2658? Well, world champion Anatoly Karpov was like 2680.
Right.
And
you
he
can
was like
see-
the world champion, and it was like,
Well,
wow.
You were 10th in the world with this rating.
Yeah, exactly. And today, 2850 will get you number 1. I mean, but at my day, 2690 made Anatoly Karpov the highest rated chess player in the world. Thank you for the question, Nate. Definitely a stroll down memory lane. Where do we stand in the current situations? Over to you, Miro. Games.
Fabi? let's check Fabi again.
Okay.
So there've been a lot of simplifications, and I didn't expect it to, to simplify that fast.
But
Rook e5, as was pointed out, very interesting idea in order to sacrifice an exchange, perhaps.
Right.
After bishop h4, that's one thing a computer points out, that rook h5 possibly. Again, to continue getting rid of this bishop, of this pin. Yeah. So queen e7, bishop e2, rook a5, what Deac did. So he tries to... Well, it's an interesting attempt to activate the rook this way, right?
Right.
I've never seen it, to be honest. Like, people do shift rooks on the fifth rank, but usually this way around, towards the king, not to attack the a3 pawn.
Right.
Did he take the pawn?
This is somewhere where engine all of a sudden starts favoring white. And there's a bit of a mystery, because, say, here, after rook e5, it hovers around equal evaluation, and without pointing at kind of big mistakes.
By black?
Yeah, it's already... We are getting here, so, pardon me, bishop a6, queen d4, white wins the pawn back.
Queen e5.
The queens are traded, knight e1, and we are talking almost +1 for white.
Wow.
In various lines, like to knight e8, there is a funny piece of maneuvering. You go to e1, attack the rook. Rook returns to like c5 or e5, and then I'm not even sure, like some moves like bishop d3, rook e3. So it perhaps is important to put the bishop on e1. It no longer does a lot on h4. So to attack the rook, to get rid of the rook on the a file. And then whenever you need, you can go to g3 or b4.
Is it just to do with this rook on e5 that doesn't have any good squares?
Because the pawn.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's also
the c4
the c4 pawn that's weak.
Okay, let's try to attack it and compete with the machine. Yeah, so I'll deliberately play king f2, even though it's not the strongest move. Rook e to c5, bishop b4, rook c7. Even this, computer sees as better for white, which I find hard time to believe in.
That's kind of challenging,
to be honest.
Right? Why is...
Black's not very active, let's put it this way. So but at the same time, the moment I'll be capturing this, I'll lose c4, right?
So rook
c3 and... No, I refuse to look at this. I mean, if you have to play a move like bishop b5, to keep it. Bishop b5, and then the line goes on, f4, h6. So you very much needed this bishop b5 just to show off.
Maybe to stop a4.
This is the essence of white's advantage, actually, now I look at it. That is to do with the potential to expand on the king side and this constant pressure on d6.
I like the two bishops.
So this was a clever move, because eventually it forces me to go for
d6.
To go for this, right? And if I go bishop d6, knight d6,
what a relief!
Rook d6, bishop c4. Yeah, all of a sudden it's closer and closer to equality.
Right.
Anyway, so that's the present position. White's not forced to go for what I was showing. So we shouldn't argue white is better here. Yeah, how much better, that's the other question, but good chances for Fabi.
And can we revisit the game between Nodirbek against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave? Because I've been eagerly anticipating what's going to be happening, because we have piece imbalances in the position. White has the queen, but black has the rook, the minor piece, and some pawns.
We left it after bishop e3. I was kind of just saying, anchor the bishop. Protect the bishop, play d6, d5, take away e4 square from white's pieces. No, Maxime had a different idea. He anchored his bishop, all right, but at the same time, what he wanted to do was bring his knight to c4, and after bishop takes b6, rook takes b6, knight e6. Look at this, check it out. We've got a check in the position. If you take the knight, rook slid over. Whoa, knights. I like it. I like it. What white is trying to do is fight for squares in the center. If he can put his bishop on d5, then it will be a good blockading bishop. King g7, and we've caught up with the play. If black had a pawn on d5 already, I think black would be close to winning, thanks to e4 and the pawn on d5. With the knight coming to d5, I'm less sure. So I think we start with knight d5, Miro?
Well, computer starts with knight d5.
Yeah.
And say,
Takes.
let's just go for this line.
Taking a
round equal, and yeah, I'm just debating like how serious in the real game that you manage to win this.
As black.
As black, yeah.
Yeah.
Because b4 is hanging, h4 is
Right,
hanging.
I was going to ask, why not grab h4? Can we establish that?
Okay, can we, yeah.
Can I steal that pawn from
Queen
the board?
c7, bishop e8, and rook takes. That's perhaps the trick.
Taking the pawn.
That's perhaps the trick.
Back.
Yeah, well, to my surprise, look, guys, to my surprise, I say rook b4, queen d6. I understand we might not be winning this black, but I would think we are always safe, yeah? But over here, there are some variations popping up that it's actually black who is in a bit of trouble. Believe it or not, yes, perhaps, yeah, white shouldn't be let to coordinate the pieces in such a way, yeah. So knight takes, bishop e8 is what it's doing. Queen c7, bishop d8, queen a7, then I guess takes on b4 first. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, not b3, but rook f3.
Rook f3.
Rook f3, bishop f6, rook c3. These are the moves that I'm just blindly following the engine.
Right.
And if you'd ask me, it'd be very hard for me to explain. Right? On a pattern level, I understand one thing. Like, I do not want to take the bishop on b5.
Right.
Right, because something like this very often would lead to the position where my bishop on f3 doesn't do anything.
Yeah, e4, d5, and you
so, well, very, how to say, traphretic thing. Yeah, bishop better than knight, I'll exchange the bishop. No. Knight d5, bishop d5, that's, I'd say, white's only hope of, first of all, not losing and possibly even having some winning chances. Black's better, though.
Thank you, Miro. And a game that we need to keep our eye on because these are players at 50% looking for victory, and that's Jan versus Wesley. Now, when we left it, we were pretty sure we wanted to play Wesley's position, but it was this move. We judged bishop d5 as the best move, but it was this move bishop f5 that was off-putting, and very quickly the players achieved a position where Wesley won a pawn, but may regret his decision. Let's check out what has happened, because this, I have to say, this knight on b4 suddenly is getting better and better and better, and it's because the pawn on c6 is so vulnerable, right?
Yep.
We're gonna, like, the British have the word shift. If we could shift.
Do you not have that word?
Well, we do, but we don't use it as in the sense that.
And yeah,
Brits
indeed, the rook moves to d6.
If we could shift the bishop to d5, then we're all happy. But in this particular moment,
and a quick a3 from Wesley, bishop b1 on the agenda there.
Absolutely. So you're welcome to take this pawn, but bishop b1 is a source of counterplay. Shall we have a look?
Yeah.
Let's just see what's happening. No, I'm trying to promote my pawn, right? Rook takes.
Rook takes. Rook moves.
Takes. Knight takes.
If that happens, bishop goes b1, then knight to b4.
Or a7. So I'm still dreaming. Maybe I shouldn't be dreaming. I'm dreaming to promote my pawn. So you have to go king e7? Yes. Yes?
Yes, king e7.
Okay, king e7, knight to... So now I want to go c6.
Okay, but then king goes to d7.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything. Good. The move a3 was actually a very good move. I think to
Knight
make
takes-
sure you have bishop a2.
Yeah, but he captured with the knight. He did not take on c6 with the rook. Jan
Okay,
Nepomniachtchi.
so now we can expect bishop b1.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually, that's a kind of inaccuracy, right? Because I wanted to actually, in this type of position, go knight b4.
Knight to.
Yeah, but here he has knight
Yeah.
d4, so he plays
Rook
for
takes c5.
kind of different setup. So it's knight
So-
d4 what he's planning.
And rook takes
Rook takes.
e6 and
rook a6. Yeah.
Right. So
and
if
I think it's just a draw.
Right. Yeah, it feels like it. So the advantage, Wesley, our most accurate player. What a time to bring up the mistake-free games. I mean, commentators curse.
No.
These are the most flawless, accurate players
But
in the
look,
universe.
They're getting very low margins. I mean, we can point to maybe 2 mistakes out of however many moves.
I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of orange question marks in today's broadcast. Rook takes and rook takes a3, and that looks very, very safe for white.
Right.
I wanted to go to Prague's game because
Yes,
Prague
let's
may
head
be on the
there.
verge
He
of
is
doing
on
something.
the verge of doing something very good. The bishop went back to d6, but take a look at the clock times because we see Anish with 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And remember, there is no second time control, which means that it's very difficult for the players to pull themselves out of time trouble once they're in. They just get that 30-second time bonus per move. So here is where we were looking at the
H4.
queen
Oh, bishop
reaching
f6.
over to h4.
Bishop f6.
And-
Maybe that's the reprieve he need. You see what I mean about the question marks? Every time I look at Miro's board, there's a nice orange mark. We were expecting queen h4 followed by e4.
Yeah,
e5.
but okay.
Okay.
Okay. I have a question for like normally you're asking me, so now I'm asking you, Yasser. What is possibly the reason you don't play queen h4? I don't see it. Seriously, I mean, there've been examples
very
where
seriously, if I can force a win of material by playing bishop f6, bishop h7, I do it.
This wins material. Okay.
That's true.
Bishop f6. So now
you're going to go queen.
I
takes.
say queen f6. The only way to keep the advantage would be this and this. Where, by the way, as it turns out, I still have to take on d3. Which I don't understand at all.
Well,
I say h5.
Okay. a6 is hanging. Bishop takes a6. That's
Bishop
an extra
takes
pawn.
a6. Bishop takes h2. Knight take h2.
Not an extra
Bishop
pawn.
a6, a4. And this is almost +2. But again,
that's big.
You have a choice. Like you have that one, the previous one, with an attack and an extra exchange. Or this endgame, which is +2 but equal material.
I'll take the attack and the extra exchange.
Yeah, that's the feeling like intuitively that other one, the previous one, looks
Was
much
more.
more appealing.
Yes.
Not only that, because apparently black can take with the pawn. Black can take with the pawn, and in
How
this
is it?
case, it will be much harder to prove the advantage.
Really?
Well, I was going to take with the pawn.
So a
I was going to
check,
go queen h4.
Yeah,
a
king
check,
h8.
king goes.
And
Queen
then
eight.
you've got f5 covering
And your
everything.
advantage, well, like according to my not very deep machine, is that you do this, and you go rook to c7, and black goes rook f to d8, and you take one of the, specifically this bishop, rook d3, rook d3, rook d3,
I'm better.
g3, bishop b4, but no, come on. I mean, you're
Yeah,
better.
better.
I
95?
do not
95 and
anything, but again, we are comparing the better endgame, which
With an
might be
exchange.
winning, with the position which is like resignable in 5 moves. So
Right.
again, I stay by my
Well,
original claim
we
that
do-
queen h4 was much stronger.
We do see
Agreed.
a quick
Queen
recapture.
takes f6.
Queen takes f6, which is
So,
very normal.
once again, let's go down that pathway that Miro prescribed. Queen takes f6, g takes f6, e3, e4, looking to take advantage of the fact that this bishop is about to be exposed. The rook has to move. Doesn't have that many moves. It has to go to h5. Bishop takes a6, bishop takes a6, rook takes d6. We don't like that. We have to take on h2.
Bishop h2. Yeah.
We go knight takes h2, and though we're not material ahead, the computer says nice advantage for white. So the computer was about to suggest that we have to give up
rook
the
d3, bishop b4 is what computer says, well,
and
kind of claims to be the best line.
Now we have a bishop and a pawn for the rook, but hold on. Should we continue with our plan? Okay, a5. This is good. Now I'm ready. I'm ready for you to drop your bishop back to c5.
I saw
And,
that, yes, but the
I
bishop will
think
drop back to d6.
Bishop, no.
Oh, no, it can't. No. Yeah,
You're
so
s-
bishop
well-
a5 is the only move.
Right, bishop to a5. But now here, oh, I can't. Sorry. I was about to play the move e5 and try to
And you should have
wrong step you.
But a move earlier.
A move earlier.
Not playing rook b3. You've spotted it. Yeah, you've spotted it, yes.
And
rook d3, bishop takes b4, and
now
e5 is in
immediately.
fact very important.
Okay.
Because the
Otherwise-
second best move, be it rook b3 or knight d2, is not convincing at all, to be honest. But e5. And again, it's not that easy for me to understand why, but it's just crushing. Crushing, yeah. Bishop f3, rook f3, f takes, check, goes here, rook c7. So two
That
pawns for an
king.
exchange, but perhaps this
Terrible.
rook will never, ever get active,
And
right?
terrible king.
And the king on h8 is really bad.
On a horrifying day, you go h4, h5, h6, put your rook on g7, and
So I'm wondering, will he win nonetheless, despite not playing queen h4?
Wow. Quick question for you here. In this moment, you wanted to play e5, and I think that's a really good move. Could I be greedy? No, I can't be greedy. Rook c7, bishop e4, rook to... No, here you'll take my...
Bishop takes knight, yeah.
Yeah, and you'll kind of save yourself. Current position, and how is the clock times of the players?
Anish is down to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And how's the decision, right? To go rook to h5 or go rook takes bishop. You can't get away from rook takes bishop. Once you've taken that decision to exchange, then...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Prague was very, very close to defeating Gukesh yesterday. It was a very tricky king and pawn endgame.
Played with seconds left on the clock.
Exactly, but this is one of his best chances. And look at this, Anish with almost no time plays the best.
Yes, and incidentally, Prague is one of the best players when it comes to the player mistake rates. I mean, it's such an interesting graphics.
Right?
2.30%.
And I was talking
mistake
to Ben
rate.
about this, and he said this is based on their last 1,200 moves of classical chess.
Okay.
That was his data set
I still
for
can't get over
generating this
that
graphic.
after move 40, Prague is down to 2.30%, whereas Fabi, 9%.
That's strange. I would
Still
never guess
sounds
that.
ridiculously low to me.
I know,
if
but
you think about it, you just make mistakes 9% of the time.
and your clock is going down,
Exactly.
down, and you're tired. Sorry, we didn't get the computer evaluation. I know E5, the computer loves for Prague. How big an advantage did the engine go to?
1.3. So E5 is important because otherwise it goes down to 0.70 in case of what it was, rook d7. Now we are trying new stuff.
Right,
Yeah, well,
rook
in fact,
b3.
I think you were trying rook c7, which probably is kind of the same. Yes. So
Right.
you can have this. You can
Right.
have this, and this one is also probably better for white. But will you win it? Big question.
Yeah, that's not
Right?
as good.
E5.
However,
if this happens, is much better for white. 1.3, 1.2, something like that. Still, I'm not convinced, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is it enough or not? Because we've seen the way the weaker side makes a draw is usually a fortress, right?
Yes.
And I'm not too far from the fortress, like
That
putting
is-
the bishop on
put the
c5
bishop on
and
d4.
possibly d4
Right.
later.
But then Yasser was saying that you just go h4, h5, h6,
well,
rook g7. There's a pawn on f7
Yeah.
that we want to grab.
So you almost like always have piece up, right? Not the exchange up, but this rook never moves.
It's terrible.
This rook never moves. Yeah, so you go h4, you go h5, and I feel like at some point black will have to react.
And go h6.
And
yeah.
go h6, let's say. But that means that you'll never be able
Never.
to move the f.
Yeah, and you'll be at like a piece down. By the way,
We'll see.
In
We'll
the
see.
current position after the move e5, it just occurred to me that white has a really, really charming idea. If you played king g7, which is a terrible move with the idea of trading, there is this sudden and very unexpected rover. We were talking about rooks to the third rank and coming over, and then rooks to the fifth rank and coming over. But rook c4, that looks tremendously strong to my eyes. And has he played e5 yet? That's the question.
No,
Not
he
yet.
hasn't played.
Not yet. Miro, as we keep a close eye on this one, where's the action in the other games? How's Fabi doing? How's my pick?
Ooh, Fabi's game. You'd be surprised, but we've reached something very similar
It looks identical, actually.
very similar to what we were talking, and moreover, so last Deac's move, rook 8
Indication.
to c7. Believe it or not, but the computer really loves
Bishop
its
b5.
bishop b5 move. And now I kind of start understanding why, because yes, a5 is maybe, it doesn't win any material, a5, we have to understand, right? Because at the very least, there is always c4 takes b5. But the whole idea that at some point,
A5
I can
could be
force you to start simplifications, right?
Yeah.
So bishop b5, and also stops a3, a4, which might be important. So rook 8 to c7, and now a4 is what computer likes for white.
Right.
a4 stopping b5 ideas, or bishop b5 for this matter. And then, as Jovi pointed out, the main plan is probably just to improve the setup of it. Get the king to e3, move these guys, g4, h4,
Expansion.
and so on. And it gives white a pawn +1 of advantage in pretty much every line. And there is nothing forcing, like let's say after h6, white's not capturing on d6, white's not breaking in the center, white goes king
Slowly
f2.
improving.
So we are...
For Daniel, this is a nightmare.
But we'll see.
You
Fabi
don't want to defend this.
Fabi reaches move 40, and his mistake rate goes through the roof. So he'd better finish this game, you know.
This is going to be a flawless performance by my pick. You both you guys are in
Through the roof, 9%. guys.
9%.
Let's calm down. Okay.
Astoundingly bad.
Can we
Horrifying.
revisit the
Please.
game between Nodirbek and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
Of course, that was a wonderful
Because I
game.
just saw that bishop takes h4 was played.
So when we left it, we had just seen this really neat knight maneuver by Nodirbek, where he very cleverly was able to bring his bishop to d5, where it blockades these two pawns. Again, had black ever gotten in the d5, e4, the pawn on b4 is weak. Here, the bishop on d5 is really fighting, but you were about to tell me, at the cost of a pawn, bishop takes. Whoa! Wait! I see a
A queen coming into
queen
C7, right?
Yeah, right.
There's also bishop takes F7, so there's
I was
a few.
thinking about that as well. I paused on bishop F7 because I saw bishop F2.
Yeah, I also was
Kind
looking at
of
rook F8 as well.
Yeah, and
Those
bishop
type of moves.
F2. But queen C7 looks a lot more natural.
Exactly, it's what the eye is drawn to.
Queen C7, rook
Yeah.
F8.
And let's grab that pawn on D6 before black can defend it.
And I'm assuming we go back.
But how is black going to ever untangle after queen C7? Yeah.
It's going to be closer to a draw than anything.
Isn't this...
This would be a
I
great
mean-
success, I think, for Nodirbek. If our
resident oracle here
yes.
has a different idea.
Yeah.
Heroes teasing us
So,
with this.
Let's start by saying the bishop f7 kind of works, but only for the engines. Because what happens there, it's either rook f8 or bishop f2, and I took a look at bishop f2, and you can take. Rook goes here, queen d2, let's believe the engine, and king goes away. An engine has this as almost equal, which is ridiculous in our understanding,
Of course,
right? So
we'd rather
black
play
can
black.
never, ever, ever lose.
Right.
I don't know if the engine is right, but that's based on the evaluation of this being equal, it evaluates, say, a cluster of other positions. So, yeah. A human move is, of course, to go queen c7, so we want the
played.
pieces to be active and so on, right?
Incidentally played.
Rook
Yeah.
f8, queen takes, and here we have a choice because the position you looked at, I think you're absolutely
stuck.
right. You're absolutely right. It's pretty much impossible to win.
Put the rook
So
on the
the only thing I could think of was to go g5 to get the bishop here. But then a6 pawn, which is, yeah, you'd lose at a6 pawn, but more important, white still has the b4 pawn, so there'll be a possibility.
Let's
This
not
we
do
cannot
that.
accept.
Right.
Right, so after queen d6, black has a choice of two moves. You can try rook e8,
Which
to put it on e7,
Looks good.
to return the bishop back to f6 and somehow hope to crawl out of the corner.
E5, E4.
Or there's also this. There's also this, where you don't have that much material, but all of a sudden you have an annoying initiative. Because d5 bishop is hanging, so this is the only move not to lose. And then it's rook e8. And then it's rook e2. And it's not you attacking f7, it's me attacking f2 all of a
Yeah.
sudden.
So, hang on a second.
And it's kind of around equal, but I
In
don't
light
know.
of this,
Yeah.
is it therefore a mistake to capture this worthless pawn on D6?
Worthless?
Let me see.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it doesn't take.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
right,
Don't
it doesn't
take
take. It's amazing. It doesn't take. It goes g3 or bishop b3 or stuff like that.
Worthless.
And it says you can't
But I
improve.
think it's like blockaded by the bishop.
Worthless pawn.
No, seriously.
Sacrilege.
Because I'd say to believe in this one is hard, but
my
here I
last
can see the
broadcast.
potential. Rook e8, bishop f6.
Gonna take away her mic from now on. G3, bishop f6, and the computer just wants to go back and forth then, and not to take the pawn on d6. King g2, bishop b3, king
This
g2.
This one. Yep.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Guess what?
What?
Nodirbek. He's a classy player.
What has he done?
He played G3.
He did not touch
He
the
did
pawn
not
on
touch
d6.
the pawn.
That's impressive stuff right there. Wow. Now, bishop d8. I insist you take my pawn, you dirty rat. Wow. Wow, that's a shock. What are the clock times, by the way, between these two, MVL and Nodirbek?
Yeah, so Nodirbek has 28 minutes and 41 seconds, whereas Maxime is 21 minutes and 26 seconds.
Maybe we should
ticking
take a
down.
break before
I
they
think
get
it's
into
the perfect time for us to take a break before everything heats up, both on position and on the clock. And as we go to break, well, Anastasiya had a chat with some interesting people in the playing hall, so take a listen.
I'm here with Mihaela Sandu, Romanian woman grandmaster and the winner of the tournament which happened today before the round 3 of Grand Chess Tour event. Congratulations, Mihaela. Tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here, as usual. The Grand Chess Tour gives a good vibe to all of us chess players. So I'm very happy about this tournament being here, and probably this is also why I was so inspired today. And I won the tournament in a convincing manner, 9 out of 9. I was really surprised myself with it. Yeah, because it's the usual crowd playing against my colleagues in the national team. So yeah.
9 out of 9. I mean, really, really impressive result. I mean, did you really enjoy playing on the same chessboards where the big guys are playing?
Yeah, that felt quite nice. Yeah.
Whom are you rooting for in this event? And let's say, are you enjoying the fact that Grand Chess Tour came back to Bucharest one more time?
Yeah, I'm very happy about that. Can I have two wishes? I mean, of course, I will always root for Bogdan. He is our top Romanian player, and yeah, I hope he will come back and have some very nice wins. But also Fabiano, I notice he plays a very interesting chess, like the way he took these risks with Alireza, and even yesterday he came very close to winning. So I'm quite impressed with his tournament so far. So yeah, I'm rooting for two people.
I hope your wishes will come true. Enjoy the tournament. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm here with Pavel Pahomov, chess fan from Bucharest. He's Ukrainian, but he lives here. And last year, actually, he met Anish Giri, and then he came for GCT tournament. So, Pavel, tell us the story. What happened last year?
Hello, everyone. Last summer, I walking in Old Town Bucharest, and I met Anish Giri, and wow, I takes a photo with him. And I question Anish, what you doing this? I'm playing Grand Chess Tour. Wow. And I go to hotel and I meet Garry Kasparov. But Magnus Carlsen not playing in Bucharest. I bought tickets in Warsaw.
Yeah, because I remember the tournament in Warsaw was right after, yes, Bucharest. Yeah. So GCT event, the second one was in Warsaw. So yeah, you bought the ticket, and what did you do?
And I fly in Poland, and first day Magnus lost a match, and I met she and not photographer. But I not give up, and next day I near hotel met Magnus Carlsen, and it's a very moment happy.
So there was a really, really great moment for you. Yes, so you met Magnus and took the photo with him. Wow, what a cool moment, yeah?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, unreal moment in my life.
Yeah, and I see you also have a very nice chessboard. Can you show what's going on this one? Yes, many photographs.
For champion chess player Garry Kasparov, Vishwanathan Denlizheny, Magnus Carlsen, and many more. Aranyan, Firouzja, Wesley So, Kirill Shevchenko, Ukrainian player chess.
Yeah, I see many autographs here. It seems like you're a big chess enthusiast, and wow, cool. Are you happy to have all of this picture of these autographs? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. So enjoy the Grand Chess Tour.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid & Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid & Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid & Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back. It's day 4 at the Superbet Chess Classic. One game already finished between Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa. Gukesh, my apologies. And let's have a look at how that draw affected the standings. Gukesh began the day with 2 points out of 3. Well, he's finished with 2.5 out of 4. Alireza, there with the draw, he's still on 50%. But 4 games remaining, and we have 4 endgames.
And very good games, but Fabi has an opportunity to surpass Gukesh, so Miro jumped in on Fabi's position. When we left it, I felt it was a position that Daniel absolutely didn't want. There's no play in the position for him. He has to react.
And his attempts to organize some play, aka playing h7, h5, maybe only add to the problems.
Right.
So Fabi's the move, and like more natural g4 is good, but also f5, which you'd be cautious playing because it, weakens some squares, anything, but computer's very happy once again, goes f5 and king h7 goes G4 again, or just waits. Well, something that to keep in mind that despite computers like really big favor for whites here, so that like evaluation is more than one pawn in white's favor, there is no clear path of winning material yet. Okay. So you have to keep playing. But as you said, for Bogdan Daniel, it's such an unpleasant scenario.
Right. You just
defending this d6 pawn, having no active play whatsoever, and we all know by that point that he's like pattern of spending time. At some point, he will be playing on 30 seconds increment, which is very hard to defend such positions.
But I'm looking at this position, what you have on the board, and I'm seeing for white king f4, g4, and I'm thinking, for Fabi, he's in his element right here.
I'm also seeing checkmating patterns after g4.
Right, rook h3.
Rook h3.
Checkmate
the
on
bishop
h8.
on c3.
Absolutely.
Right.
So this feels like Fabi could leapfrog Gukesh at the moment.
Absolutely, and that's one idea that you've mentioned, and I'm thinking of the other one, that at some point you bring, say, the pawns forward, the king very active, and then you can transpose into this endgame. You can capture on d6, let black exchange this passive knight, take on c4, but then in the resulting endgame, every element of the position will be better for you. Like the king your king will be on f4 versus black's king on h7, the bishop's somewhat better, and so on and so on.
Also, is it ever possible for white just to hold firm on the c4 pawn, just march the king over to b3?
Wow, that's an interesting idea. So let's check. Can we do
F5
king d2?
In that case, without f5.
F5.
Of course, So let's just go king d2 and say black's waiting.
Okay, so
king h7 and king c2 and black's waiting, and we go king b3. Oh, well, and we just allowed him to some jumps, perhaps. Yeah,
because if we
take on d6, knight e6, and then some knight c5 or something, and if we take on d6 with the rook, what's wrong with that? Some a5s, then e4 king.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, that was just
no, seriously, the king. I liked it.
A long-winded plan, but I actually really like this plan of going f5, g4. To me, that was the one that kind of feels more natural.
Oh, it really does. And your king is so powerful on f4 as well.
Fabi's in a perfect position, seriously.
Yeah, he really does have a good situation. You were about to say, where would you like to take us,
I would like
Genevieve?
us to go to the Praggnanandhaa game. Okay, but before we do that, we are going to check in with Romania, where we have Cristian.
Well, just because you guys were focusing on that game of Fabiano so much, it does feel like he's in pole position and he knows exactly what he needs to do. That's the key to this game. He knows that what he needs to do is wait for the moment, get Bogdan all the way down to his last 30 seconds, a minute, and then try to create some chaos on the board. The thing is, he has all the time in the world. He can do whatever he wants. King d2, king e3, he can shuffle the pieces. Black cannot do absolutely anything in the position. All he can do, Bogdan, is sit and wait. And the worlds are definitely closing in on this one. I have to say, Fabiano is looking primed to get perhaps his first victory against Bogdan Daniel Deac in 5 tries. That would be quite a feat. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. And it's true. All Bogdan Daniel can do is just sit and wait for Fabi to improve the position, which is actually really difficult to do, to sit and wait and do nothing.
That's the worst.
That's one of the hardest things to do in chess. Now, before we just jump over to the game between Praggnanandhaa, I do see that the players are repeating moves in Jan Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So. And indeed, they have repeated the position 3 times. I just like to catch the handshakes.
Exactly. Well, we had the very expressive, always expressive Jan there, kind of, did do this well, or, okay, this is what we're doing, he says to the arbiter. I'm going to give him another check, and he's going to go there. And
Slightly disappointing for Wesley, though, because Wesley had a great opening position, and then we saw that in the endgame,
he squandered it.
It was just putting that bishop on f5. If he'd centralized the bishop,
which was the most natural move in the position too.
Good position to nurture an advantage.
A draw. That will be our second draw. And again, finally, I think we're going to get to the Prague game, because when we left it, we saw this moment of the exchange sacrifice, bishop takes b4, and Miro and I were both, and there's the handshake. Sorry, I thought that they had made that handshake a little bit earlier. Anish was forced to part with an exchange. We got to this position. It was a very, very powerful move in the position, which was e4, e5. There was a stutter step, rook c4 and rook to d7. And we have bishop to c8, rook to a... You know what? I'm looking at this position, and this is really nasty. This is technically, I think Anish is just lost here, because you never want to play e5. Then the knight will find the square f5. But if you don't, I'm going to go put rook c6 and just run you out of moves. This is terrible.
Can you go e5?
Okay, let's see. Hold our nose, if you will.
Yes, okay, so I'm giving up on the b6 pawn, but instead I want to clarify. Bishop
Bishop e6.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Okay, fair, because that makes a lot of sense.
Conceded a lot of squares. Rook takes b6.
Well,
you can't go bishop c5.
Yeah. I was going to go a4.
A4, yes.
Just hanging in there for a moment. You can't play king g7. If you want to go after my pawn, you can go bishop to b3. I'll take on f6. King g7, rook
bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Good move.
Hang
pause.
on. Yeah. No, yeah, it's fine. h3.
Oh, wait a minute. Now your rook can move.
Yes.
I thought your rook was tied to...
No.
Okay, sorry. Then I've misplayed this. Let me just refresh the current position, because, yes, we do have rook c7, and you have to play e5.
And e5 indeed played.
Okay, then in that case, I should go like knight, bishop, rook c2, and force you one day to give me one of your bishops.
Okay, let's quickly head back to Cristian in Romania.
Well, about this game, I was in the playing hall, and I have to say, Anish is not looking very confident. He was a bit fidgety, and it's pretty natural because he only has 5 minutes left on his clock. And we know nobody likes to be in time trouble, but I cannot remember the last time Anish was actually in such a deep time trouble. And why am I saying it's a deep time trouble? It's because the position is not easy at all, and it's not going to simplify anytime soon. I have time to build up my position as white. I can go knight to h4. Now that you just played the move e5, I have this jump at my disposal. Knight h4, knight f5, and I can prepare that. And you don't have an active plan. This is, again, one of the most difficult things to deal with, especially when you're in time trouble, especially when you know that with any move that you make, you might be creating a new weakness. That is the key in this position. Pragg knows he has a golden opportunity to potentially get the full point.
A golden opportunity indeed. Thank you for that, Cristian. Yes, we're totally agreement. Another golden opportunity. Who's holding the gold is Fabi. Now that Daniel has captured on f5, clarifying the situation, it really feels like the two bishops are really flowering into their own. First of all, h5 is on pre. Don't forget, that's a very, very good pawn to capture. Second of all, we've got these nasty, nasty ideas of rook sliding over to 8, and you were mentioning checkmating on h8, and this feels like the advantage for white really moved up a great deal, Miro. Am I right in that assessment?
Right you are, yes. Plain and simple. After f5, to f5, g takes f5 was a big mistake.
Yeah, that just helps.
Gf5, ef5. And if you think of even like in terms of structure, right? So white clearly gotten 3 versus 2 there.
Right.
And yeah.
What's going on?
And all the rest, so to speak. So after king h7, you could, perhaps there is a reason you don't want to be taking here, because computer goes g4 is one of the moves. Okay. But also, if you look at g4,
not bad.
Like if you have to take, I'm sorry, my friend, but you are getting checkmated in a few moves, right?
Yes,
king f4, no, that's terrible. That's no longer +2, but +3 almost.
And growing, yeah.
So I think that was perhaps the final mistake, and now it's very hard to imagine Fabi
and
kind of not winning this one.
4 minutes, and if Fabi were to win.
And just to remind everyone that if Fabiano wins today, he will leapfrog Hikaru at number 2, and he will then pass the 2,800 mark
back
and get back there to his second
spot. Don't forget that in his career best, Fabi, I believe, was just above 2850, maybe 2852, and he was very, very close to Magnus. Remember, in 2018, they played that World Championship match in London, and they fought to a standstill, but Magnus won it in a tiebreaker. Mm-hmm. Very impressive.
And yeah, you're right. Yasser, the best for Fabi. Well, his 2851 was back in 2020. That time when he won 7 games in a row.
The streak, as we called it here in St. Louis. Down to 3 minutes is Bogdan, and I have no real suggestions here for him. I want to check with our Najdorf ending, because when we left it, I was thinking that MVL still had harbored hopes, let's put it that way. But is that still the case, Miro?
Honestly, zeros in all the lines, but as I told you,
I'm not feeling it anymore.
That's the problem with the computer, that in human play, there's still room for mistakes, right? But on the other hand, how do you continue? Well, he went rook c2 just yet, and that means he accepts a draw. So the only way to keep the game going would be to play bishop e8, defend the pawn on f7.
And is there no possibility for the king to snake its way round to g3?
No.
So you want to sacrifice f7? Well, how do you do that? That's also a question, right? So rook to c1. I feel like I know Maxime, but okay, we will see. I think the perpetual is
going to happen, where we'll see it now.
Yes, this is
king g2.
King g2.
Check.
Rook c2 check. King g1. And yeah, this is where you want a teleporter in your game, right? And you just want to pick up the king on g7, put it on g3, and then
ta-da!
It would be a miracle, and white would be in big trouble.
Made it. Absolutely. So
you don't want to be running to h3.
Yeah, going to h3 is not very clever.
No. Here, if we go to h3, we're inviting check. What's our favorite mate here in this position?
And we've never had a mate in the classical Grand Chess Tour event.
That is the strangest thing in the world, to say that the goal of the game of chess is to checkmate the opponent, and we've never had a checkmate in the Superbet. I mean, what's going on? Like, how is that possible? And this is the checkmate. I was just saying, a checkmating pattern. Instead, what we're about to experience is a perpetual check, king going back and forth. The players are carefully waiting for that opportunity to call the arbiter over and say,
So
we agree to a draw.
Means yet another draw.
Maybe just if we go back before the move bishop f4 was played, just back here, I liked what you were saying, Miro, about that opportunity of playing bishop to f6. So if you ever do capture the worthless pawn, then we have the rook to e7 variation. But he played very quickly bishop to g5 to f4. So had he played bishop f6, was the computer still all zeros?
Well, slight minus, but not for the bishop f6 reason. There is a trickier move. You could go bishop d8. In fact, not forcing, but inviting to take the pawn.
And then?
After, wait a second, we are talking different positions. So there was a position where white king was on f2. Yeah, so you captured h4 is good. Yeah, f3, go back. And here, instead of bishop f4, go bishop d8.
Gotcha.
So now if you take,
now we're
computer goes check and goes rook d8. And once
rook
again,
d8.
rook d8. Yeah.
Not rook e8, rook d8.
So you have to capture bishop f6, you have to go queen e4, it goes rook e8, and at least some initiative. I presume white holds, but then again, you are getting a chance. You never ever lose this one with black, and you are the one attacking.
Okay.
Well, let's head over to Romania, where Cristian is with Jan.
Thank you, Jovi. Jan, first of all, tell us a bit about how are you feeling right now. It felt on the camera that you were a bit disappointed after the end of the game.
No, I mean, I was very much disappointed during the game because at some point, like, I felt really disgusted of my play. It's hard to imagine, like, in this position, okay, you get in real trouble, yeah, like after this, after the opening. So, I mean, I wasn't really prepared for this line with a6. So I sort of like tried to freestyle a little bit. So I got the endgame, which I analyzed out of another move order. Yeah, like let's say the similar one appears to be topical in Arkhangelsky, like Miller variation. Yeah, so here bishop b7. I mean, okay, it should be fine for black. Like, I'm not sure. Of course, bishop e2 was here like more smart than knight c2. So after knight c2, I let him play knight e5. I mean, okay, I made a lot of small inaccuracies, and then here at some point, like, okay, the position is totally fine, but somehow, like, I don't know, like, I just started making some pretty random moves.
He was also playing very fast. Did that surprise you? Did you feel like he's still within his preparation?
No, not really, but I mean, maybe he just knew the structure and something. I mean, okay, it still looks like very solid for black. I felt like it could be something for me, but I mean, after, like, I think I made two bad moves, and it was already, like, somewhat worse. Like, maybe not worse, but not, like, fighting for advantage. So I thought maybe, like, rook a to d8, and here something like f4, maybe, like, you know, to liquidate, but he played rook a to c8, so I wasn't sure, like, should I play on or not. And here somehow, like, okay, g4 just makes zero sense. I mean, none of my moves make any sense, yeah? And at the very end, I ended up, like, blundering rook b1, bishop e4. I mean, after bishop e4, I just wanted to, you know, sign the score sheet, like, go away. Because, okay, it's not, like, my position that bad, but I mean, okay, I felt
you missed
like,
a big...
Yeah, I felt like, you know, this is enough. You know, if you miss bishop e4, maybe you should find another job, yeah? Do something else for living. Though I calculated some lines like bishop c4, bishop f7, bishop c4, bishop b5, like all sort of tricks here. I mean, should be much worse. So, okay, I ended up, like, opted for this line. I think it's not that bad. Okay, at least Compi says it's not that bad. I'm not sure, maybe g5 was more precise to start with, but I felt like it's more or less the same. And here he could play also bishop d5, bishop f5. I didn't see the big difference, but I felt like maybe I can hold this. But anyway, okay, look at my structure, like, look at my position. At the endgame, I was supposed to play, like, let's say, risk-free plus equal. Okay, I'm sort of
from the
fighting.
better side.
Yeah, obviously, I'm fighting for my life already. And, like, suddenly here he just...
How do you psychologically adjust to that new reality, let's say?
Well, I mean, okay, I was happy that I'm not losing by force, actually, yeah, because, okay, first I calculated something like this. And if not bishop e3, it's like the position is like... Okay, bishop g2 also works here probably, but the position is just ugly. But somehow, okay, I felt like maybe it's not that bad, yeah, like, eventually. So, I mean, I can't say I really adjusted till the end. So I was a little bit surprised, and I found out that, okay, I'm not worse anymore in this endgame. when he took the pawn. And here, probably I could play like king f4. He invited me into knight h3 check and repetition, but I felt like, okay, first of all, knight h7, and secondly, maybe I can just play on for a while because, okay, this looks like totally risk-free for me right now. Here he could go like bishop d3. I think it was maybe somewhat safer approach. I'm not sure though. And here I felt like, wow, this should be better, but in fact it's very hard to prove. Because, okay, if I would play both like rook g6 and a3, it would be better, of course, because, okay, I can take on c6 and, okay, all these pawns are weak. Also, okay, of course, I could play rook d7, but this looks like a little bit too slow. I like this rook e7, rook a4, okay, he activates his rook, plays g5, g4, takes on c3. So, I mean, I don't know, at this point I felt like, wow, maybe I'm a bit better. Okay, it says like king f2 and then, okay, king e3, like play a little bit more cunning. Nice. Yeah, maybe I could play this on for a while, yeah, but somehow I like miscalculated because I felt like this line is just better for me. This whole forcing line, but rook g5, and the problem, like, let's say after king f4, rook g2, rook a3. Let's say he takes on a2. Okay, bishop a2 also should be a draw, but very unpleasant. And in this position, okay, I can play something like knight c2, no, sorry, not knight c2.
Maybe king e5, get the knight to
yes,
to e3.
Yeah, I could play knight f5. And to make his bishop sort of restricted here, but I think like king f6, knight e3, and then okay, even g5 check. I mean, this could never be winning. Even like he can give away like c4 pawn, basically. It should be still a draw, because of a free pawn is on a white square, especially. And another option was to play here king g5, and let's say if he stays passive with this and this f5, and maybe, okay, I can try to, I mean, a little bit, like push this position, like give a check on e5, play king g6 and so on. But I think you can also play g6 here, knight f3, let's say bishop d3, knight e5, king g7. It's sort of like, if it would be, maybe, you know, like to move, it would be some trouble, very little one, but still. But it's white to move, and it's sort of like it's swung, mutual. So, I don't know, I decided like to keep the rooks, but obviously this is not much, not much to do. And the last precise move is sort of like here, rook g4, okay, if he plays something like rook d5 or rook h5, maybe I'm in time. If he keeps g7 pawn, I can play knight e3, knight e5, king e3, you know, like advance a little bit and maybe like, keep on playing. But of course, I mean, still let it draw, but at least a couple more moves to be played. But here is, I mean, of course, I'm lucky that I didn't lose because I managed to, you know, to get stuff together after this brilliant move sequence. I mean, okay, arguably, it wouldn't be like, would probably be still some overstatement saying it's like the worst move sequence of the tournament, but yeah, it surely makes like very little sense what I did here. I don't know.
I've noticed you've started doing recaps after your games. How is that journey going? Are you enjoying it? Does it help you in any way?
Well, I think it's one of the few things I like about like Hikaru content. I think this is like really interesting and could be also instructive for the new players. I wouldn't say it, you know, it helps me in any way, but it's sort of like extra press conference, like where it's like no one is asking questions and you sort of like anyway like freestyling, explaining the game. So it's pretty much the same. Yeah, like probably I can, you know, today I can repeat everything I said here. Yeah, or maybe just
crap it.
Yeah, crap it and then okay, add some translation. Yeah, but jokes aside, I think it's. It's not like I'm becoming a big blogger or something, but sort of trying to add some content on Russian chess YouTube.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for doing that. It's important.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And indeed, I'd like to shout out there to Nepo. Thank you for doing that and sharing your thoughts. I'm just imagining having a conversation with Nepo about a game, and he'd go through the whole tournament in like 3.5 minutes. Worst sequence of moves in the entire tournament. He was very, very critical of his play. Sometimes he's too critical. He could have played better, but
but talking about critical, let's jump to the Bogdan Daniel game because it's getting critical.
Bishop e7.
Fabi just played the best move according to the engine. He is completely winning. It's just important not to lose his nerve. Move 33. So Fabi still has 7 more moves. 7 more moves before
the critical moment.
Yeah, before critical moment, before his error probability goes
through the roof.
Up.
Right.
It goes up.
I was thinking to myself, I
9%.
should say steady on.
Steady on.
Steady on, yeah.
Bishop e7. Why is this the best
Bishop
move?
e7 because other moves were worse.
G4.
Huh?
Well, I thought
well, G4 was good. G4 was good.
You
Now,
can
the thing
cage
is,
the
Bishop
king.
Bishop e7 wins something.
Okay.
Which
tell
I'm
me
yet
why.
to realize what.
Take a pawn.
Take a pawn like this.
Yes.
D takes c4.
Yeah, no.
Try.
Yeah.
Just to show us.
Bishop to f3, and then attack your rook, which normally would go back and defend the bishop,
Except-
but it also has to defend the knight.
Ouch. That's the bad
Well,
news.
how do you find these patterns if you're not a computer? Like, you're right, Yasser, like every move wins in this, well, every sane move. G4 is good, rook G3 is good, whatever. Bishop e7, an explanation for that is that if he takes, there is bishop f3. Fab is brilliant, what can I say?
Yeah.
And I really struggle. Okay, I mean, you're short on time, something like this you're doing. You're jumping, you're creating a threat, right? Knight e4.
Rook
kind of
e3.
makes sense. Rook to e3.
Yeah.
Rook 6 to c7, the computer plays.
Well, if you do that, then you can cement the bishop on e7.
You can go f6, but even easier is something like that. And after
Give me
rook
the knight.
takes, easier. Here you have to go bishop f3 first.
Oh, and
To kinda use the
Bogdan
thing.
Daniel, he's down to 42 seconds.
I was about
on
to
the
say,
clock.
his 2 minutes
And it's
melted.
getting critical in both games.
So
that we
computer
have
variation
remaining.
is not important whatsoever. Let's
Rook
just watch.
e8.
Yeah.
No, let's just watch Rook
Rook
e8.
e8.
Rook e8, I'm assuming rook e3. Rook e3.
Rook e3 is good. Yeah. Rook g3 check, then rook e3 is also good.
I've always liked chasing my opponent's king to the side of the board. Rook g3, I like that one as well.
And there's a massive time imbalance between both players, actually. So we have Fabiano with just under 9 minutes on the clock,
Right.
Bogdan Daniel only 1 minute, and the same is actually true for Praggnanandhaa, who has a superior position against Anish Giri. Anish Giri down to 1 minute and 14 seconds.
As well. By the way, Fabi didn't play the move rook to g3 check, forcing the king away for a moment. He just played rook e3 and said, your turn, do something. I mean, I think the problem, well, not I think, I know the problem with the desirable d5 takes c6 has already been demonstrated to us.
And we have resignation
Resigns.
from Bogdan Daniel.
No, that might have been a
Fabi
bit
scores
premature, but
his
wow.
second victory.
Wow. That was, wow, shocking. What can I say? A demonstrative performance. We thought Prague was winning.
And you're now looking at the number 2 player in the world, passing the 2,800 rating mark. And he's also the leader, the clear leader in the Grand Chess Tour Superbet Chess Classic.
As he just leapfrogged over Gukesh, who is at +1. Bobby now moves to +2. Prague, when we left it against Anish, he was enjoying his extra exchange, but is he still enjoying?
Lot of stuff happened. As of now, like after last move, he's winning again, but now he's to move, and he might not be winning
Wait
again.
1 second, the clock time,
Yeah,
that's going
that's
to
much more
play.
important what happens on a clock, I believe.
Exactly, and there we see Anish making that move, rook to d1,
With
with
a
just 11 seconds on the clock.
Ooh. And take it away, Miro. You were saying that Prague was winning a move earlier?
Yeah, well, a few moves. It is confusing, yes, seriously. If I was to highlight one moment, it was long time ago, in move 24. So rook c4 we have as the mistake. At the moment when he could play e5 and get an overwhelming position. And bishop c5, for whatever reason not played by Anish, would almost equalize the game.
Aha.
Interestingly.
Bishop c5.
And then later on, I don't think it makes much sense to look at, like evolution shift after each position. I think h4 was very important. Now I'm noticing the pattern that white can go rook a8 and try to get...
Let me catch up for just a moment.
The position we have on the board.
And he has gone...
Yep. And he has moved his rook to c2. Now, I like your idea, Miro, of just go rook a8 and then lift up the rook to c3.
I see. So you want to go
checkmating ideas.
And then the sudden rover, rook to c3, rook g3. With our rook on a8, that king would be forced to go to the h.
Well, he's lifting his rook. Maybe it needs to,
he's going to go to
beat it back all the way down
d4.
to d4. Okay.
No,
okay,
he
that's
played rook to
attacking
d4,
the pawn.
attacking the pawn.
But you can do so by going f3 as well.
Yeah, you can go f3, slide with your king to h2. But it's important to stop the black king from like running out to f8 and e7. You want to keep it boxed in.
You know what? The best move for black here, plain and simple, rook d8.
I was going to say.
Otherwise, you're lost.
Right.
I mean, it's not an easy move to play, and even then, white's winning. But yeah, what a...
And just 20 seconds on the clock for Anish.
So once again, the idea from white's point of view is to go rook to a8, rook to g2 check, force the king over, and then we can bring our rook to g8 and checkmate. King f8.
King f8.
Inviting rook check and rook h8 taking a pawn.
Yeah, that's what you do. You go rook a8, and then if the king returns back, then of course you've achieved what you wanted. If king e7, you go after the h-pawn.
Could you try to trap the rook?
How so?
Okay.
Oh, well.
Somehow...
you want to go king g7 right now.
I want to be able to meet rook takes h5 with king to g7.
Yes, got it. And indeed, in that case, my rook
rook a8 played.
And unfortunately for Anish, he's going to have to lose the h-pawn. King g7, king h2, followed by rook g2, and we're just simply checkmating.
Wait a second, but there is kind of way to trap the rook. So after check, king e7, rook h8, you play something. And when the rook takes on h5, you go rook d8.
Yes.
So that's kind of a chance. I'm not saying it's a big chance, but it's kind of a chance.
Okay, so...
well, rook g8.
Rook g8, rook...
you go rook g2, and I go king f8. Right. So that was the big plan.
Rook to h7, rook to d2, rook to g2.
Yeah. White's probably winning.
And I think I'll get my pawn to h6 on a good day. Let me just refresh the board, sorry for doing that, but the clock times, I know it's a decisive advantage. Whoa.
But he just throws in a check. I think this is good strategy.
You
always want to repeat twice, make your opponent think that they're within the grasps of the draw before you cruelly take it away from them.
Wait a second. How about rook d7? Or you win anyway?
Okay, king f8.
King f8, okay.
Okay, you're raising an important question, though. Should white be trying to trade off the rook? With the pawn on h4, I would say no. With the pawn on h2, maybe yes. You know, if we just take the rooks off the board.
Okay, he doesn't go rook a8, instead king g3.
Okay, he's still got rook g2 in his pocket, so he can always bring his rook to the g file. And can't I checkmate that way? You know, put my rook on g2, put my rook here, king here, and then bring my other rook. So I got rook g8 and rook a8, and try to...
The king can always run away to d6.
I suspect you're right.
a4.
Ooh, that's a big commitment.
It's a good move. I mean, I don't care about the objective evaluation. You were lost and you are lost. But
so
you know, to play on Prag's nerves, when he's going after h5 pawn, the pawn will be on a3 already. Like, you know, that's a good practical decision.
You always want to be plain old ornery. If you're going to lose, you want to go down kicking, screaming, biting, clawing, fighting as best you can.
No,
Good
seriously? That must be not a bad move.
Well, let's take a pause from this game and go to Bucharest, where we have Cristian with a very happy Fabiano.
Fabi, first of all, congratulations. You probably know already this, but out of 5 encounters against Bogdan, this is your first victory. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it's an important win for the tournament, and he's a really stable player. So we played last year, for example, we played in the Grand Swiss, where I didn't even have any chance to win. Last year, I think I had a pretty good chance, but I spoiled it. He's very stable. He has a good positional feeling generally, and doesn't get in like huge danger. So it's not easy to get some chances. But I think the opening choice was quite good, because it looked like he was just sort of surprised at this moment after Rook B1.
Yeah, after Rook B1, he definitely started spending a lot of time.
A bit strange, because it's definitely a known theoretical line. Like Alireza Seirawan, I think, has played many games with this move. Even recently, it was played by Grishuk against Sadwani, and definitely a lot of other games. So it's a very kind of tricky modern line, and he played in a fine way. I mean, I wasn't sure about E5. Like B6 is kind of the main move, but okay, I couldn't remember exactly after E5 what's the main line. Yeah, E4 bishop C2 gets very dangerous, because black tries to take C4, but then white goes knight G3 F3 and starts attacking. So Rook E8, I think, was a...
So what are some technical, let's say, details that you can give us about this position?
Well, the first thing is like D5, he plays E4. I think that the computer is not strong enough to understand some of these details, but like knight E7, E4, I think is quite pleasant for white, most likely. I mean, maybe slightly better. But the E4 is what I wasn't... Something like take, and I didn't think that white really was better here. I thought it should be about equal. And then I was hesitating. I mean, I want to keep the game complicated, but I was hesitating between these lines. I wasn't sure. Knight D4, bishop H7, maybe I can count on something, but D5, I didn't really believe it was anything. But then I started to regret that I didn't play knight G3, and I played F3, B6. Because, first I wanted to play D5, and, okay, knight A5, E4, I'm quite looking forward to that position, I think. But then this bishop E4, and then rook takes E4. Oh. And, okay, here he has, tremendous compensation. I think it's just bad for white. So I was calculating this, rook C4, E4. And if I get knight F4, knight D5 in time, then I probably maintain my pawn. But he goes here at knight E8, knight F4, queen C6, knight E5. And I was counting on this when I played F3. And then I realized that king H8. I mean, computer also shows queen B7, but I thought king H8 was important. And I couldn't find a way to kind of continue my initiative. So I thought I might just be
a pretty deep line, yeah.
Down a pawn. Like knight E7, queen B7 is important, because otherwise queen D5 comes. And then I have no way to trap his rook on C4. So that's why I didn't go for this, and I went for a safe option. But I was kind of happy that he didn't just play bishop A6 or something like that. I thought this is more double-edged. Maybe he can also hope to play for something someday, because C4 is weak.
But it feels like this position never simplifies, right? You always have the dark square bishop, you always have some sort of compensation for that pawn, right?
Yeah, that's the advantage of this line, that you take some risks. It's a bit double-edged, because white has a damaged pawn structure, but it's a very ambitious line, because you have the long-term attacking chances and the bishop pair. And I've played this line a million times. I think Grishuk was one of the first players to popularize it. It's like a sort of Zamish, but instead of A3 immediately, it's kind of a modern Zamish. And so the reason I picked it up is because I was playing Grishuk in Title Tuesday. He played the line, he crushed me, and then I was like, okay, I'll analyze it. That was, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago or something.
All about those Title Tuesday preparations.
And then I started playing it, and I grew to enjoy the line, and then it was played in a World Championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Ding. So now it's a very mainstream line. But yeah, I quite liked my position. I thought, a bit more pleasant for white, no risk. He surprised me a bit with how he was playing. Each move was a slight surprise. Queen E7 especially. And then I thought that here I was happy.
Yeah.
I mean, nice endgame, I thought. But I wasn't sure if I can make big progress, because C4 is weak, but I quite liked my F4 and rook C3. Once I saw this, I was like, okay, he doesn't have a way to really free himself. So he's just pressure forever. And I don't know where it got bad, but Maybe after f5, of course, he shouldn't take. Yeah, it's just very strange to take. I mean, but it's so unpleasant to play his position with like no second time
with no
control.
time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you just like have eternal time pressure, and you have to like make some decision each move. But g5, like it can't be good, right? I mean,
no.
And then I hesitated a lot here because I was expecting knight e4, rook e3, rook c7. And the point being that if f6, okay, then he gets a pass pawn, and who knows what happens here. But then, and cd5, rook e7, at first I wasn't sure, because I thought, okay, take, rook e8, king f3, rook e5, like maybe I have winning chances, bishop c4, but I wasn't 100% sure. And then I saw this bishop f3 move, I was very happy. I thought, okay, this I should win kind of like automatically, because I have active king, pass pawn, everything. But then, yeah, he blundered with the last move. I mean, this is a clear blunder. I guess he just missed that this is mate. Kind of nice mate, but mate nonetheless.
Still, an important victory not only for the standings, but also right now on the live rating list, you are number 2 in the world. Are you thinking about that race, or you're not really thinking about that?
No, I don't care. I mean, it's not that I don't care. It's just that I care more about the tournament than some ratings which don't really determine very much. And yeah, Hikaru was number 2. I was number 2 before that, and okay, it bounces up and down a bit. The spot which, of course, would matter a lot is number 1. But number 2, number 3, it's not like it's changing things too much. But the win I'm still very happy with, because the tournament puts me in a good tournament situation.
+2 after 4 rounds, definitely a good start for you. We'll let you go get ready, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Fabi, and congratulations. Our congratulations for a really, really nice win. We've got this game of Pragg and Anish. Pragg is going down under 30 seconds consistently, but we're beginning to double guess the whole plan of putting the pawn on a3, Miro. At the time, you were saying, it's irksome that our opponent isn't.
Yeah.
But now we're thinking that there could be a Zugzwang where this pawn. How do you see?
There could be, but again, it's on you to demonstrate.
Okay,
right?
So what we want to do, it will demonstrate. Our Jovi's idea, and I've been discussing it with her, is just to bring our rook in.
Okay, so let's say bishop goes back to c5.
Absolutely.
And the rook is mobilizing.
The bishop goes back to c5, and here we come. We're
going
checkmate.
It feels like you are not that close to the checkmating part, and so I could potentially consider rook d3. That's what I'm saying.
Rook d3 or rook d2?
d3 maybe.
Okay.
And rook a4, right?
Yes.
Well, rook c4.
Rook c4. We are analyzing.
We can actually just follow the game position, because it is the decision that Anish will have to be making. Should the rook go to d3? Should the rook go to d2?
Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, indeed. Anish has under 1 minute on the clock.
I've got a great idea for checkmate. So you put your rook on d2, you go bishop to e3, bishop to f4.
Yeah.
And rook h2 mate.
Yeah.
Shall we have a look-see?
Okay, well, Anish goes rook a8.
Okay, that was designed
Stops rook
to stop
a4. Yeah.
rook a4.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, well, now it's time to maybe mobilize the white king.
King can...
The king is not working there on h3.
I'm wondering, is it important to take the d file for some strange reasons too? I understand what you're saying. You can put your king, for example, back on e2, where we kind of cover some business squares.
Yep.
That makes sense to me.
And
rook to d7, rook to
b7.
Okay, also a good temporizing move. Just saying, your bishop can't move. If your bishop moves, you open the gate, and I jump to the c7 square, so no bishop moves. Can you make rook moves?
To a5?
And then I might figure out some way of... No, if you play rook to a5, I can figure out some ways of playing... Oh, sorry, that was a mouse slip. I wanted to bring my rook here and maybe check. Remember, we got some positions where the rook was invading nonetheless. To
But yeah,
G2.
let's look at rook b5, let's say.
Rook to b5.
Rook to b5, or all in, sort of. And
15
king to e7.
seconds on the clock. And Anish doesn't want to make anything committal. So he steps his king towards the center, and there you see Praggnanandhaa quickly mobilizing the king. I think it's a good idea to put the king on e2.
I do too. Actually,
cover the squares.
I didn't like my king on h3 because there was a checkmate pattern that I saw with the bishop
being on f4 and the rook being on d2.
Whenever I see a line that I could potentially lose, I go, uh-oh, king f8. Or expecting king f1, king e2, just improving the position so that if black's rook ever did get back to the d file, with our king on e2, we're covering all the business squares. So king f1, king e2. Pragg has been playing pretty quickly, keeping the pressure on his opponent's clock. How does the engine evaluate this current position, Miro?
Plus a lot.
Plus a lot.
Plus 2.5, plus 3. It fluctuates, but...
Does it come up with a clear plan for white?
Not really, because you would think we found a clear plan, and one of the moves is king to f1. But king h3 apparently is just as good, and we've just been there.
You're right.
So...
Okay. But overall, how is white getting this rook across the equator and into black's camp? The rook on c4 needs to find a path.
Because that's exactly what Anish is saying. He's got a fortress. He's not going to be budging from going king f8, king e8.
Yeah, I like the idea of making a walk, a king walk to the b3 square.
Actually, yeah, exactly. How far can the king go? Should the king go up to b5 if allowed?
That would be a good...
Okay, king f1.
That's what he's
well,
trying,
one thing is for sure, the white king will be traveling on those light squares.
You bet. You bet.
You can park the rook on c2.
Have package will travel. Yeah, I like that too. Although I must say, the rook on c4, keeping an eye on the a file, keeps black's rook tethered to the a file. You can't move the rook and allow rook a4. So,
okay, rook a5.
So once again, we're anticipating king e2, king d3. Anytime this bishop moves rook to c7 is checkmate. So that bishop cannot move. So we don't have to worry about the bishop coming to f2 on any occasion, so long as our rook can jump to the c file. So king e2, good move by Pragg.
And now, for Anish, it is just to hold the pattern, right?
Yeah,
just hold the 8th rank.
But like Daniel Deac, it's just such a tough, to do nothing, just to hold.
Right.
Rook a8.
Absolutely tough decision there for Anish, because there will come a moment where he will not be able to move.
And you want to play something active, and it simply won't be there. Rook on a8, rook on a5 back to a8. With a victory, we would have two Indian youngsters tied for second,
We would have the two youngest in the competition.
Wow.
Tying for second if that happens.
The professors versus the youths. The
youths are doing well.
Will be doing very well. Although, Fabi, dare I say my pick? I don't want to say that. No, that's not nice. That's not.
A little bit of healthy competition, yeah. It's fine. And their decision time for Praggnanandhaa. What's his next step?
King d3. You mentioned, do I want to go all the way to b5? And I might answer that question with a resounding yes.
You might as well, right?
Right, the king looks really perfect. And I do like the rook back on c2 in those cases where my king is nicely on the b5 square.
Do you think we'll ever see a scenario where white will return the exchange in order to win all the queenside pawns? Not necessary.
Well, it's not outside of the realm, you know. of possibility. If we imagine the white king on c4, I take the bishop and I take the pawn on a3. Yeah.
And as you can see, 16 seconds, and it's ticking down. Actually, 12, 10, 9.
Really going under. Rook
Throwing
d8.
in a check.
Okay, so we're anticipating king
c2.
c2.
Quick move there from Pragg.
By the way,
And now
really
rook
keeping the pressure.
a4. Now a big threat.
Huge threat.
He moves the king.
Oh, wow. Okay, so now it's a new line of defense. He's intending to meet rook a4 with rook f8.
I think maybe he was
forced.
forced to do this because Pragg's plan was actually to go king to b3, rook a4, and then double on the 7th.
Except I would trade rooks and play bishop f2 in that case. And remind you, well, then you might play king d.
Exactly, I'm going to take your a pawn and then your b pawn.
Yep.
And the rook is a
Yeah,
lot
I
more
was thinking
mightier than the bishop.
Well, I was hoping the h4 pawn.
Well, this
would-
is why I think
Yes.
that a5, this whole pawn advance to a3,
might be wrong.
might have been very, very tempting, but
But-
made white's life easier.
Well, first of all, because you allowed what we're about to see, rook a4 to a7, if we imagine the pawn was still back on a5, at least that possibility would not exist. But, okay, once again, jump in on this one, Miro. We're going to go rook a4, rook a7, and black is going to park his rook on f8 and thumb his nose at us.
Let me tell you that after rook a4, bishop f2,
Yes.
white might be still winning, but the variation drops almost like below 2. It was +3.
Okay.
So, say you take a3, black captures h4.
Yes.
You take b6, bishop f2, and then all of a sudden the h-pawn becomes a factor because your king is cut off on the d file.
Could you try to be a bit more sophisticated or subtle about it? And instead of taking on b6, go rook a7.
Go rook a7, yes, you could, but then rook f8, and believe it or not, but it's below 1. So the 0.80 in white's favor.
Right.
Okay.
So all
By
of a
the
sudden,
way,
this passive setup with the rook on f8.
No
worked.
rook a4 from Prague. He played the rook c3 move, and I'm sure that was intended, that his intention was to meet bishop f2 with rook on c3 to c7. Nonetheless, I think bishop f2 kind of required.
Yeah, okay, 10 seconds for Anish.
And Anish hesitated. He's
reaching for the rook. Okay, and he,
wow.
At
Made
the
that
last
with,
minute, last seconds.
How much seconds did he make that?
2
seconds.
That's what I thought.
Changed his mind.
He was going to go
went
rook
bishop
f8.
f2.
But I love this move, bishop f2. It's crying to be played. It's his only chance of counterplay. Take the pawn and use your h-pawn.
Yeah, and also there's one more factor. You take h4 and then your king might be liberated one day, and then you run into a 4. Okay, that's kind of a fairy tale scenario. But
right. Okay, Prague had his king on e2, and it was preventing bishop f2. I think he needed to maintain that stance a little bit, because now I don't know. Doubts are beginning to creep in. Can Anish save this position? That would be Houdini-like.
It would be. But on the other hand, what's the winning move for white? Is it to go rook c7? Or would that be a mistake?
Oh, it's to take, I guess. And again, I mean, it's very strange.
Rook
it's
takes a3.
Take on a3. Yes, let's use your
Yes,
board. Yeah, it's to
take
take
on
on h4, and then computer recommends
Not
rook
this.
d3 over other stuff not
So
to
that the
take.
king can get
It's
in your
Over to
action.
the queen's. Yeah.
kind of counterintuitive. I don't know why this move and not something else.
rook c7
Okay,
played.
rook c7.
And I'm sure he played the move rook c3 to play this move rook c7. Rook f8 forced.
Then you go rook f8.
There's nothing to think about here, Anish.
Yeah.
Okay, rook
Rook
f8 played.
Rook f8.
And king d3.
King d3. Now Pragg is realizing that his king, a moment ago his king was on h3.
Okay.
And he's bringing his king back to h3. King comes to e2, bishop to g3, king to f1, h4, king to g2. That's on Prague's agenda, and Pragg is hoping that he'll be able to pick up the b6 pawn and at his leisure pick up the a3 pawn. And if he gets that with his king on h3, he's winning. I think. Miro, back me up on that. You get your king to h3.
I don't understand anything, honestly, even with the help of an engine, because the variation jumps, and there are like some really crazy subtleties. Say after king e2, bishop g3 or bishop g5.
Right.
Say bishop g... Where do we want to go? G5?
Bishop g5. The bishop is anchored.
King f1, right?
King f1.
Why?
I don't understand where the king's going. White king in computer lines goes to h3.
10 seconds, 8 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, bishop
Is
g3.
just as good or just as bad as the bishop g5? They were with the same
and
affiliation.
king f1.
Right. King f1. Now, in Prague's mind, and I understand his concept, he's thinking, I'll put my king on g2, I'll capture this pawn, your bishop can't move, and I'll go rook back to b7, and I'll pick up this pawn at my leisure. 13 seconds. And Anish is living on his increments.
Yeah, 7 seconds. 4.
Whoa. And he doesn't look like he's reaching for... Oh!
Played with 1 second on the clock.
And
h4.
And that pawn is somewhere between h4 and h3. He did it with 1 second.
That was dramatic.
Very, very dramatic. Okay, so we're going backwards now. I think if I'm in Anish's shoes, I'm playing bishop f4, and I'm playing bishop to e. And through the magic of replay,
Pragg is thinking, we can see that moment where Anish made that move with 1 second left on the clock.
A little bit of a wobble there on the release of the pawn. Wow, that was
nerve-wracking, right?
Yeah.
And this game is keeping us on the edge of our seats. Will Anish have a fortress?
Bishop
Will
e3.
Pragg be able to take this one?
Okay.
Bishop e3.
So, I think this pawn, it was more important to defend the b6 pawn than the h4 pawn. In other words, you could have gone bishop to g5 and sat with your king back and forth, but at a certain moment you're losing this pawn, and eventually you're going to lose a3. So by at least holding on to the b6 pawn,
yeah, he's going to grab the h pawn.
Yes.
He's going to just grab that one and then run with the king.
To where?
To the queen side.
But can someone please explain me what's your winning plan? If the bishop stays on c5, the rook stays on f8, so I'm as passive as it gets, and I'm shuffling the king, g8, g7. So you have to win.
My plan was simply to...
Put your king on b5.
Yeah, take the pawn on h4, that's like a given.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
And then...
Bring your king to b3 or b5.
Yeah.
And black's king will be waiting on g8.
And at some point, one has to go rook
the rook
bishop.
endgame? Oh, no.
No.
It might be winning, but it'll never going to be...
No, here's the winning plan. So you take the h-pawn, you put the king on b5, the black bishop will be on c5, the black king will be on g8. And then I'll go rook to d2 to g2 check. Ooh.
But as soon as you go rook d2, the black rook is out.
Mm-hmm. But I'll get and my king will be on b5, and I'll have a rook.
He's going for rook d2, d7, sorry.
He went
maybe
rook d7, okay. He didn't take the pawn on h4. That was, that's a surprise decision.
Well, 17 seconds. Maybe this is why he's doing it, just to make Anish think.
10 seconds.
8 seconds. 7 seconds.
You got to put your bishop back on c5 and just do your best to hold. But here I was thinking king takes h4, and you can see what my intention is to put my rook on g2. Like I go king takes h4 and I magically, what did you call it? Teletransport?
Teleport.
Teleport. Teleport my rook to g2 check at a certain moment when you won't be able to defend against the invasion of my rooks.
Yeah.
By the way, as we've been counting down the seconds, and I know Prague has been playing quickly, how's his clock?
Well, Prague is around
Handling
about
his-
4 minutes and 21 seconds.
He had 8, I think, when he started this.
But the thing is, in this position, the onus is on Prague to find the winning
Clear.
plan. It's very clear that Anish is just going to be
Make a
shuffling the
fortress.
pieces
Yep.
and reacting to whatever threat Prague creates.
So we can imagine bishop
Okay,
check.
Anish
By the way,
keeping us on the edge of our seats
3
because 3
seconds?
seconds, wow.
Yeah, why
Rook
don't
h8 check.
Why don't you play bishop f2 check and bishop c5
Okay, rook
and gain a
f8.
minute? Okay, he's back on schedule now.
And he's back to the minute mark.
Yes.
I have a winning plan, if I may.
Please.
So get the king to b7 and go rook c7 to c8. And just trade the rooks. Can this be right?
Yeah, that would be good.
That makes a good... so put the rook on c7, put the king
It's a
on
very long
b7.
plan. And
But you have all the time in the world.
Exactly.
Although there is the issue that if you run away with your king far enough,
Well, I do like very, very much
king.
the suggestion of putting the king all the way up the
Okay.
board.
He's going in that direction. So my question was,
Yes.
is it possible for black to run with their king at the right time? So say the white king is out there on a6.
Right. And hoping to get your own counterplay.
Right.
The problem is I see it, once you lose f7, you don't go
Yeah.
to you don't leave g5. But you're right, you've got to do something.
Yeah.
You've got to do something. You can't just allow Miro's plan of the king running to b7 for free.
Well,
Still something to say about this fortress here. I'm just curious with the king when if he had put his king on g4 and forced the bishop to go to c5, we might get the plan of moving to the king side.
well,
and
Anish
f4 on the
has
board.
only 10 seconds
And
to make a
bishop to
move,
d4.
and he moves his bishop to d4
Calmly.
very calmly. And now the white king starts marching.
Okay, the king walk up the board, either to b5 or b3, and then we're thinking to play rook g2 check, and or to try to force the trade of rooks on the 8th rank with our king on b7. And again, we're seeing, wow, Anish is going down underneath
There's
5
really
seconds.
nothing that he can do other than moving the bishop.
Exactly.
King now will creep up to d3, soon on to c4.
Now, what you were saying, Jovi, is once the king really leaves the vicinity of the f3 pawn, you start to think, okay, I've got my only chance with the king on a6, let's say,
Yeah.
to go to f4. That's it. I'm going to play my last trump. Makes sense?
Yeah.
Which makes me think that I ought to have a setup where I force you to play king to g8. I'll put a rook on a7, so
to
your
make
bishop...
sure it's a Zugzwang.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. to make sure
Yeah,
that
it
it's
might be
a
impossible for black to even have this.
That's
Because-
what I'm thinking.
But can't the bishop just shuffle between c5 and d4?
Yes, but then
Then
you're not
A3.
playing A3 is the point that the pawn on A3 would hang if your bishop
Yeah.
leaves C5.
We'll see.
Well, Pragg,
Surprise.
5 minutes for Pragg, plenty of time. It is.
Maybe he's
Anish.
considering that possibility,
trouble.
by the way. I still like your very direct method of king to c4 to b5 and to threaten to trade rooks on c8. I mean, I think I'm just winning that rook takes f7 variation. So once again, what we're looking at is king coming to c4 and to b5, and then we'll put our rook on, so let's say c7, and go king to c6 to b7. And he's done it, king c4.
Rook c8 check.
Rook
Ooh.
c8 check.
Hang on a second. Is
Yeah.
that right? Because you go king b3.
That's what I'm thinking. Why did he lose his a pawn?
Wait a second. King
King
b3,
B3?
he's going to go
He's going to
check.
go rook c3.
He's going to go check
Ah.
c3. And after king, whatever it goes before, he's going to go king g5, king...
Okay.
King h6, king g5, go all in pretty much, yeah.
Right. So maybe I should just play rook to c7 after
Yeah,
all.
rook b to c7 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and you have to go back to f8 in this case. This is quite the ending, Jovi. I mean, by no means trivial, and lots of fortress type of positions that Prague is having to break down.
And a lot of nuance as well, you know, because Anish is trying to find all the resources he can, and under a minute on the clock, he's taking some time. Is he pondering whether he can grab the rook?
Maybe grabbing the rook with the idea of playing king
King
to
h6, g5,
G5
and
is-
breaking out. Because if you just passively hold defense with rook f8,
Yeah. That's the well.
okay,
he's-
he
he's
goes for that method.
7 seconds. He played his move with 7 seconds on his clock. Okay. So once again, we've been looking at the plan of king b5.
This is the king d5 as well. You're spoiled
Yeah.
for choice how you're going to get to.
Somehow, attacking the pawn on b6 and forcing the bishop to nurse the pawn.
Because I'm thinking if the king steps to d5,
Yes,
there is no check.
correct.
And then, okay, he goes to b5. And then the plan was to go rook a7, ensuring that there's no bishop waiting move.
Right, and then you have to play king to g8 in those cases. I think reaching for his king is
King g8.
king g8. Okay, king g8. So we're closing in on your plan, Miro, of playing rook king to a6 to b7 and rook c8. But how about that old standby idea of rook to c2 to g2, trying to get the
Possible as well.
yeah. How does the engine?
Yes, forget the engine. I mean,
Forget the engine?
Yeah, it
It's
passed that
not-
point when it was interesting, plus a lot.
Yeah,
But-
but,
but-
doesn't come up with a plan.
Exactly. It states that white's winning, white's winning, white's winning.
But it
and,
doesn't
yeah,
show you-
At some point, it was just shuffling around
Somewhere.
with the king.
Somewhere on the horizon, it spots a win. Yeah.
I see. So
I do like rook c2, rook g2 idea.
You do or do not?
Yeah, I do.
You do.
Rook c2.
Okay.
You know what? Rook a8 is what engine plays. And then after this check, it'll go king f8 again.
Of course. Of course.
Right, so it'll be...
So we can park our king on b7 and then perhaps play rook c2?
I like it.
So then the rook doesn't
The
have...
rook doesn't have any active squares.
Right. Spoiled for choice, I think
It is
what you
certainly spoiled for choice. I'm expecting king c6.
Pragg using all of his time too, as his time's ticking down, isn't it, Jovi?
It is ticking down, but he still has loads. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. And do remember that Pragg is of the generation where he's playing online chess all the time.
So, yeah.
He's used to playing moves with just seconds left on the clock.
For me, I mean, the space-time continuum spins out of control whenever I'm under 5 minutes. I swear the clock is ticking 3 times faster than the usual time. Those seconds just whisk
Do you know what
away.
happens to me, Yasser, Miro? I spend a lot of energy looking at the clock
as well,
rather than looking at the board.
Rook
Rook A7.
A7.
This forces the bishop to return to C5.
And again, we're kind of closing in on that
Rook B7.
So still looking at the possibility of...
What's that about?
King, maybe
G7?
just the art of confusion,
Triangulation with the rook.
Dominations, yes.
Okay, king
C6.
C6.
King to C6.
Is now the time? King H6? No.
But it's not running anywhere, right?
Well,
King H6, just right. King H6 takes on F7, and what's even the next move is?
Well, I was trying to munch.
But wait a second.
You can go king to d5.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you go king to d5 and I go here with the idea of...
king to e6. Now, well, actually, in this particular case, f4 wins on the spot.
Ooh, good
instead
point.
of king e6.
Good point. No,
King to d5.
We're going to call that the March of the Lemmings.
And the bishop returns to E3.
Okay. So we have been talking about an idea based on rook to c7 and king to b7.
Also wondering whether
to c8.
Rook c7
Yeah.
and the king comes to d7 with the same idea.
Okay, so I like that one too. Rook to c7 and the king goes to d7 with an idea of, and not allowing b5. That's important. Never give your opponent options of active play. I like rook d7, c7, and king d7, rook c8. How about you, Miro?
Anything.
Anything.
Just trade the rooks. Trade the rooks, win the game.
Hurry.
It's simple.
Simple chess.
Simple chess.
Keep it simple.
Once again, at this weird moment where engine's variation is through the roof, but it's all similar in all 3 lines, and it doesn't demonstrate any clear path.
Despite having informed us of our great impending victory, it doesn't tell us how.
So again, the big question is, but what stops him from playing any of the rooks to c7? Let me put it this way.
I have no idea.
So rook c7, do you see
And
a
now-
move even?
Pragg is the one with slightly less time on the clock
How
than
interesting.
Anish. Now ticking down to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
By the way,
and he does put his rook on c7.
with the intention of king to d7, and furthermore with the intention of rook to c8.
Okay, but look, if we move the bishop, no surprise here.
Which is what Anish is reaching for.
I suspect as well, bishop d4. I was wondering, rook a7.
Rook a7, bishop c5, yeah? Rook a7. I don't want to see a clip a pawn for free. I would play bishop to c5. Now here the question is, once again, we've been looking at these active moves after king d7, king h6. Okay, you are telling me Prague is now for the first time in the game behind on the
Yes, just 1 minute and 27 seconds. King d7.
That was
That's
the most
moment
direct.
you move the rook, no?
Hmm?
Can you move black rook somewhere?
Yeah, I was looking at this one. Rook to h8, rook to c8.
Then go to h2.
e8
You
with
can-
the idea of rook takes.
Can you put, no, but there's a checkmating net that's on the 8th rank. You have rook c8, rook g8, and if the rook moves, you've got rook h8.
So here...
Oh, Anish went king
Here.
h6, which...
Here.
Yeah, so say the rook
Seems like
takes the pawn on a,
2.
you go rook h8.
And that's our well-trodden checkmate. Nice. Good spot. Jovi. King g7.
Okay, now the black king makes its bid for freedom.
Right. Rook c8. Rook takes c8. King takes c8. Now, I don't want to go back and I will lose to king to d8 to e8. So
you go to
let's
g5.
Go up the board. You take the pawn.
And you go b5, I guess.
Correct.
And
So-
that's one of the unluckiest placements for the king, I have to say.
Right? So can I go with my king? You got to go king
f4.
And now king,
Here?
yes.
King takes, king takes, king takes.
King takes f7, and now king takes f6. And could you go the other direction with the king? And try, it's just hope that the bishop will hold off. Okay, and rook
By
c8
the way,
being played.
he played rook c8. This might be the winning move. King to g5. Don't take the pawn on f7. Don't allow b5. That would let Anish escape.
Right. So.
Oh, you know, we don't have to take f6, f7.
All we have to do is to go
not
d7, c6, d5.
Yeah, not to lose the e4 pawn. That's the ticket. King to d7, king to
c6,
f4, king to c6, king takes, and we can munch these pawns at our leisure. That I like. That's the most convincing mirror. That makes sense.
Can we show what happens if you grab the pawn on f7? Because I'm sure a lot of us would just
Want to do that.
Right?
But then you have to suddenly, whoa, b5, b3,
And
and
king
he's done it.
d7.
Prague, despite his time shortage. I told you guys, he's accurate. He's an accurate.
That's
Look
why
at your
he's my
statistic.
pick. He's my pick for the event.
Look at your statistics, everybody. King to
King
d7.
to d7.
King to d7.
I wasn't the only one that chose Prague.
Oh, really? You had company?
Yes, I did.
Oh my gosh.
I was an influencer, and I actually VAR chose him too. And there we see Anish reaching for the king. And
Key moment?
Key moment.
No, yes.
King c6.
Wow, what accurate play by Prague. He's done it.
King
to
d5.
He navigated some very tricky.
And the move, the move king c6, it's a man of a culture, right?
Not
king
to go
d6
on dark squares.
achieves the same, but not to go on dark squares with the opponent having the dark square bishop.
Exactly. Cultured gentleman. King to d5.
Okay.
Nice. Now, unfortunately for Anish's fans, this rook, once it takes f6, the f pawn is just right up the board.
Shall we show what happens if the king just dashes back to
If it-
g4, rook takes f7, And now the king goes to g5. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't solve anything because as Yasser's demonstrating, the rook just comes to g6.
By the way, I mean, this is why we call the rook a major piece and why we call the bishop a minor piece. In these endings, the major pieces dominate the minor pieces, and we're seeing just exactly why the rook is so much more powerful than the bishop in this ending. King d5 on the board. We're expecting, well, what can Anish do? Trying to make a beeline to the a-pawn is unfortunately just far too slow. You're there. Bishop b2.
Bishop b2, yes, but there's f6.
And that's what I'm saying. The f-pawn is so fast. Not even close on this one, and that will be all she wrote. So that is it. King to d5, and Anish recognizing that he's now at the end of the game. By the way, is this our remaining game?
This is our last remaining game. There's been 3 draws, a victory for Fabi.
That's right.
And now Pragg about to secure his first victory.
And with this win, once again...
And there we see it. What a game from Praggnanandhaa.
He will join Gukesh in a tie for second. You were telling us about this big tie for third place from third to eighth. Now suddenly we're seeing a little separation.
We are seeing some separation.
Exactly, as the two players discuss this ending. Impressive victory. Impressive victory.
Absolutely, despite, say, some wobble, but here and there, but overall, he's taken a chance of Anish's only major mistake, rook to d5, and wow, very nice.
And for those of you who are joining us late, it's really a remarkable situation, a very even-looking game, right up into this moment. And if you had told me that Black has a losing move in this position, Black has a losing move in this position, I said, well, of course Black has a losing move in this position. You could play g6 and I'll take the knight and you lose. No, that's not the losing move. Rook d5 is a losing move. And you go, what? How can rook d5? I mean, it looks like a logical move.
Right. It doesn't have the same sense of ridiculousness like the other move did, like a b4. What a shot.
It's truly.
Really.
Yeah, that really is
and after
unexpected.
It just seemed like every minor piece that Giri had in the board was just inconveniently placed. Like you couldn't take the pawn on b5 because of rook c7.
And isn't that a shock as well?
The bishop on b7 is loose.
Exactly. And if you go back, then we take the knight. You have to take the bishop, and suddenly there's a discovered attack against your queen, and it's like, no, stop it. So he couldn't take the pawn. The pawn was taboo. And after bishop d6, it turns out that white actually has 2 very attractive moves. The most attractive move we felt was queen h4, but after bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, it's a terrible position because once again this bishop is loose, and if the rook moves away, I've got bishop takes a6. So Anish did the best he could, which was to sacrifice the exchange. Pragg had we think, a better move than rook to c4.
But after rook c4, I think Anish made some inaccuracies in this position. Like Miro was mentioning, that instead of a5, the bishop needed to retreat to c5 to prevent this invasion on the 7th.
Makes sense. That I no doubts that would have been a better opportunity.
Yeah. Funny enough, chess is one of the few sports where you, after the game, you sit down and you continue the analysis.
What have you done wrong? We called it a post-mortem, as in after death. Right. Like, okay, after death.
Yeah.
What did I do wrong? And here we go. Can you think of other sports that have post-mortems? There has to be,
Checkers.
Right? Checkers, yeah.
Not many, yes.
Scrabble.
Not many.
Scrabble.
Not many.
What do you think?
Right.
I guess board games in general, right?
Board games.
Poker players.
Do they discuss?
Yeah, I bluffed you.
I
should
don't
have
think that
bluffed.
they would be revealing that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't
And
think so
there
either.
we see the players analyzing. So let's have a look at what our day looked like. And here are the standings after
Eventful.
round 4. A very eventful round with 2 decisive games. So Fabiano Caruana, he is now the sole leader with 3 points out of 4. Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh, they are on +1 with 2.5 out of 4. And now there's just a 4-way tie with 4 players on 2 points out of 4. And for some, there at the bottom, Bogdan, Daniel, Deac, struggling with 1 point out of 4.
I'm looking at Jan, Wesley, MVL as we see their 2 points, reminding ourselves that they've drawn all 4 of their games, but not without serious efforts today. MVL, we thought was an incredible game. Queen sacrifice that he made. Wesley So, Jan didn't like his game today. He was very self-critical, Miro.
Yeah, he shouldn't be at the end because his record against Wesley So is terrible.
Right.
Let's face it, it's terrible. So he's got in a bad position and made a draw, and at some point was even thinking of, could I play on?
Right.
So yeah, the opening was not good, but then the game went okay.
I mean, if you can outplay Wesley So from a worse position and get a position where you start to think, well, maybe I have some chances. You should congratulate yourself a little bit.
You know what? I'm still on the impression of this Prague's game.
Yeah.
Imagine your opponent makes a mistake on move 18.
Yeah.
And then you play close to the perfect moves and you win on move 80.
Wow.
How hard it is to win a game in chess.
And to drag your opponent into defeat. We're actually hopeful that Prague will join our team in Bucharest and share his thoughts, as Anish is definitely sharing his thoughts.
And let's have a peek at what tomorrow will look like, because here are the pairings. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have white against Fabiano Caruana. It is big. And also Gukesh will be playing Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. And then we have Anish, Giri against Alireza, Firouzja. Wesley So will now be playing Praggnanandhaa. And Bogdan, Daniel, Deac will be playing Nepomniachtchi. And it's the last day before the rest day. And do you know, our stats say that we're going to see a lot of decisive games.
Is that what the stats say? The
Yes.
day before the rest day, the players give it their all?
They do give it their all. They bring in the excitement, especially for this round.
Very good. Our commentary team needs the excitement again, as we're hoping that Prague will join and share with the chess fans his thoughts of this game. You're absolutely right, though. A mistake on move 18 proved the point by move 80.
That's very, very tough. Yes. All I'm saying, yes, a free day is much needed.
Yes. But it goes to show what we've always said as commentators. The hardest thing in chess is winning a one position.
Right. But I would also kind of say that there was a mistake on move 18. It was a big mistake. But unbelievably enough, there was a chance to hold it. Like we saw that one inaccuracy, one small inaccuracy from Prague there in not playing e5, and Anish could have played bishop c5, and
put
maybe
up better resistance. Yeah.
It would have been a draw. I mean,
Wow.
it just goes to show.
I know.
There are opportunities around every corner.
It's tough indeed, as we're getting Prague mic'd up. We hope. Big days tomorrow. I see 2 marquee matchups there as our leaders are playing against players who are on 50%. Wesley So. It feels like he's leaving half points. Not Wesley So, pardon me.
MVL.
MVL
right.
is leaving half points. here and there, or
he had
quarter points.
Winning position, I'm sure, against Firouzja.
Right.
And at some point, much better position today. And he scored 2 draws.
2 draws.
Right, but they were messy positions, especially today. I mean, it required a lot of energy to kind of calculate your way through that mess. Right. Yesterday, I would also say
With
the
King
same
G4?
as well.
Well, King G4, that's something.
Yeah, because we had the computer or the evaluation bar to kind of help guide us through. And there was that very tempting option, you know, of going for an immediate checkmate, finishing the game. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
Right. We were so close on this one.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the current Grand Chess Tour standings after one event. It was the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, and there Praggnanandhaa came third, so he picked up 7 points. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov got 5 points, and Anish, Giri 3. Gukesh didn't have a good outing, and he only picked up 1. But for those players on 5 to 9, well, they are making their Grand Chess Tour 2024 debut in this event.
Exactly, and they will play the Rapid and Blitz and play catch-up. And in a sense, the players who played in Poland were handicapped by 2 outstanding results by Wei, who took a lot of the Grand Prix points for second, and Magnus Carlsen, who took the first place.
But Magnus Carlsen will be appearing again during one of these Rapid and Blitz events.
Right.
So our tour players will have to navigate that one.
As well. And we are just, I think, minutes away from Prague joining our show. I also just wanted to say that it's really, really nice watching. It's been a while because of the whole COVID thing, watching a tournament with an audience.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I miss it. I really do. I miss it here in St. Louis.
Well, also, you know, because of all
open.
of these anti-cheating measures, a lot of tournaments are discouraged from having a live audience, which I feel like it detracts from the whole kind of experience of playing chess.
Agreed. Well, you were talking about it yourselves. You go to a tournament when you were kids, and it was exciting, and you watched the players in real life, and they were sharing their thoughts, and now you can't watch the players because there could be a cheating possibility.
Right. And you're so far away from the players as well that you can't see the board.
Right.
Again, it kind of ruins the fun for everyone, I think.
The experience it's just definitely not the same.
And well, okay, it is prediction time where we revisit our predictions. Fabi? Well, he was your pick, Yasser.
What can I say?
So you're at the top of the table with a big smile on your face.
Well, after
you can thank me later, Yasser. You can thank me later.
You threw your fellow podcaster under the bus.
I gave him to you. I gave him to you. I was a gentleman. You could say thank you and we'll move on. But
thank you very much.
Keeps teasing me.
Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it.
I have a question.
Yes. I had such a big laugh today. Yes, I know. This was the best
terrible.
Moment.
Absolutely terrible.
You will find it in social media, guys, soon. Don't worry about it.
Take it from the social media.
Can we get this over with?
No way.
And are we expecting Prague to join you, or how is the situation in Bucharest?
We are not.
He will not.
No, we are not. We have lost Prague. So he was talking with Anish for a very long time, trying to figure things out, trying to figure where both of them potentially went wrong. I've seen Anish go to the elevators, but I miss Prague. I don't know where he is. Nobody seems to know where he is. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get him. Nevertheless, he must be feeling quite good. This is his first victory, not only at the Grand Chess Tour, but also against Anish, as we've seen in their head-to-head. So
he was losing before. Yes.
Crucial, and it's so important for the standings as well for him to get closer to Fabiano, who is not running away with the event so far, but +2 after 4 games. And if I remember correctly, I think +2 was the score that won last year.
Exactly, 5.5.
And it was the same.
Last year.
He scored +2 in the first, I think, half of the tournament, and then he just drew all of his games.
But we are not sure what is going to happen yet, right? I mean, we'll see what will happen.
Absolutely not.
But you know, I was in the plane when you watching this last game, and must tell you that Anish Giri was playing with the fire. You know, at one point he made the move with 1 second on his clock. He jumped, the whole plane when you jumped. I'm telling you, all the spectators were like, oh my gosh.
Do you guys remember that?
I don't know, it was just crazy moment.
We replayed it on the TV.
3 seconds, and at one point it had just 1 second, and he jumped to make the move. It was really crazy. I was there. It was just such an amazing moment, and I have this feeling that Prague here is to play every game for the victory. You know, I have this. I got this feeling that he has full of energy, and no matter what, he is here to come every day and try to win every game. I don't know what's going on. He got this kind of vibe that I want to win this tournament. I want to win every game. At least I will try my best.
I'll tell you what it is. He's young and he has energy.
Good for him.
You know, there's a lot of old people, old folks like us in this tournament. He's young, he's 18 years of age, he has all the energy in the world, and we've seen that on display today. I mean, he had to win that game so many times, right? And you guys were discussing it, not once, not twice. Anish was getting back into it. At one point, I actually thought that he might actually save it, but he didn't. Prague is just very persistent, and he's showing a lot of experience, I have to say, up to this point. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis to finish the show, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you indeed, Anastasiya and Cristian. Well, with that, it's time to finish the show. It was great. I love calling the action with you, Miro. Thank you very much for everything. And Jovi.
Yeah, it's been
You're
a lot
the best.
of fun. Oh, thank you very much.
You're the very best. Love it. Love it.
And it's been an eventful round, 2 decisive games, and tomorrow it is the day before the free day. It is when the players will be bringing the fireworks to the board, so you don't want to be missing it.
Be sure to join us. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.